yo, Jagaban. Yo, Jagaban. Yo, Jagaban. Now here we want to Jagaban. Food they want them. Our mama, papa want them. Silver we want them. The same people will give us Jagaban. Now the same people come to tell us, say, Jagaban is not good again. Which way Nigeria, oh? Because the government don't favor them, oh. They want us to touch Jagaban government, but let people everywhere. Yo, eh. Buhari finish 8 years. Jagaban go finish 8 years. We know they for church. Yo, eh. Yo, Jagaban. Yo, Jagaban. Yo, Jagaban. Now here we want to Jagaban. God save us, we want them. Our mama, papa want them. The silver we want them.
My country people, me and you don't say to change Nigeria overnight. It don't be my mind, it don't get easy. So therefore, we will support Jagaban. Make it fix Nigeria for us. Nigeria don't scatter to live it today.
Adore.
It's easy for Jagaban.
Adore. Our brain. Yo, Jagaban. Yo, Jagaban. Yo, Jagaban. Now here we want to Jagaban. Food they want them. Our mama, papa want them. Silver we want them. The same people will give us Jagaban. Now the same people come to tell us, say, Jagaban is not good again. Which way Nigeria, oh? Because the government don't favor them, oh. They want us to touch Jagaban government, but let people everywhere. Yo, eh. Buhari finish 8 years. Jagaban go finish 8 years. We know they for church. Yo, eh. Yo, Jagaban. Yo, Jagaban. Yo, Jagaban. Now here we want to Jagaban. God save us, we want them. Our mama, papa want them. The silver we want them.
My country people.
Shi ya so ta tausayi kudin wakar ya biya a dimminti bauchi kira ɗai suke taho wunti mu sai bola tinubu sai wunti nuri kuma an sani kifi mamari mata tattaba
samu gaida taslaki mata
dan taka
samu gaida taslaki mata
dan juya
samu gaida taslaki mata
ya bakwai ya tela na budar dinki
mata
nan mota sai ya bani mamaki
mata
direbobi dole sai da kutuki
mata
sarki ranar hawa ya hau doki
mata
ashe morewar kudi a kai banki so a kai taki kuna ku daban ne mata da kuna ke ku gane.
Tinubu Ahmed of the APC 8,794,726. Miyadi Peter Nana Chukudi of Abga 61,166.
Thank you.
Tinubu Ahmed of the the APC. Is hereby declared the winner and is returned elected.
Yo, Jagaban. Yo, Jagaban. Yo, Jagaban. Now here we want to Jagaban. They want them. Our mama, papa want them. Silver, we want them. The same people will give us Jagaban. Now the same people come to tell us, say, Jagaban is not good again. Which way Nigeria, oh? Because the government don't favor them, oh. They won't go stand touch Jagaban government, but let people everywhere. Yo, eh. Buhari finish in 8 years. Jagaban go finish 8 years. We know them for church. Yo, Jagaban. Yo, Jagaban. Yo, Jagaban. Now here we want to Jagaban. God save us, we want them. Our mama, papa want them. God save us, we want them.
My country people, me and you don't say to change Nigeria overnight. It don't be my mind, it don't get easy. So therefore, we will support Jagaban. Make it easy Nigeria for us. Nigeria don't start out to live it today. It's easy for Jagaban.
We need our prayers.
To take Nigeria to the next level, the grassroots movement.
And there it is right there. So there it is right there. Am I in delay? Are you hearing me in delay? I feel somewhat delayed, somewhat skittish. So good day to you and all that. Yo, Jagaban. Look, it's going to be, you know, grown-up adults will cry over the next few months that are coming. There will be tears before bed. Some people will bang their heads against the wall. Many computers will be thrown out of the window. And some people, they will just wallow in depression for goodness. It's going to be a slaughter fest. There will be blood on the carpets over the next few months. It's going to be ruthless. It's going to be relentless. It's going to be unremitting, and it's going to be unforgiving. You know, winner takes all, and there it is right there. Yo, Jagaban. And that song will ricochet around the Nigerian firmament for the next 5 years. Are you hearing me? That song, that Yo Jagaban, it will ricochet. The ricochet means to bounce around, or for you that are not literate enough to understand English to that level. That song will ricochet around the Nigerian firmament for the next 5 years, much to the chagrin of the unpatriotic people who wish that country ill. So I've lost the flow of that thought. So let me just abandon that. Good day to you. Good to be in your company. And how are you? Pardon me. Good day to you. Good to be in your company. And how are you? Hope you're having a wonderful day so far. Hope the wonder of the day continues for spending time in my company. I certainly know that the wonder of the day gets more wondrous anytime I'm in your company. Apologies for the last 2 days we've not been on. I don't know what you're saying, George Blue Shell. Maybe once in a while, George, maybe you will actually be a patriot and support what is right. Maybe once in a while, abandon the ethnic narrative and do what is best for your country and your people. That's my recommendation to you, George Blue Shell. But glad to see you nevertheless. So I'm talking to the comment section though, because we are so familiar with each other now. We just bounce off each other. But good day to you, good to be your company and all that. I'm carrying a bit of a nostril something. So if I'm sniveling, it's just I'm carrying whatever it is that I am carrying. But good day to you, good to be your company and all that. The protocol remains the same. Click on the like button just as I'm inviting you to do so. What have I got there? You know, that's not a speck, or that's a birthmark, I think. You know, I've got several. Did you know? Let me show you something. Actually, this is nothing to do with anything, no. But did you know that I was actually born with 6 fingers? You can see, if you see it there, that's where, of course, it was taken off at birth, but I was actually born with 6 fingers on all my limbs. So I'm strange and peculiar in so many ways. But yes, the protocol. Click on the like button just as I'm inviting you to do so. Please do so. Click on the like button. Subscribe if you're not already subscribed. Please do that. If you look at the screen and the thing is not saying subscribed, which should be in the past tense, then you've not yet fulfilled all righteousness. So fulfill all righteousness by making sure you are a member of the platform. Being a member of the platform means that you're subscribed. So if you're looking at your screen and it's not saying subscribed, then you're not fully in yet. You're still from the outside looking in. So fulfill all righteousness by depressing that subscribed to subscribed. So it's now existing in the past tense. And then that makes you then a full member of the platform. So make sure you're subscribed. Like and subscribe was what all of that was all about. So like and subscribe. If you want to come and join me on the screen, click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard. Let me highlight it right there. So there's a hyperlink. You know, hyperlink is something for those of you that are not literate enough to understand what a hyperlink is. Hyperlink is a string of characters that when you call on it, you click on it, and then it takes you straight away to where the destination is for that link. So that's what a hyperlink in the layers possible. So if you want to come into the studio, you see where it says click here to come join us on the screen, and then it has a string of characters. So that's what is called a hyperlink. So click on the hyperlink. Pardon me. Click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard, and that brings you into the studio and all that. Like, share, subscribe. Click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard to come and join us on the screen. Say hello to me in the comment section. Let me know where you're joining us from so I can acknowledge your presence. Say hello back. Super chat towards the stream as well. So if you want to do that, do that. But especially like and subscribe, and encourage to super chat towards the stream as well. The first hello, of course, that's George Blue Shell right there, who has beaten Agbadorian to be the first one to say hello today. So good to see you as ever, George. So that's George right there. Let's just get started, shall we? So there's a whole lot of everything going on in the news cycle today. Over the last few days, actually, that we've been out. So we try and touch on as many of them as we can possibly remember. If there's anyone that we missed out, then you can come up and tell us all about it. But let's start it off, kick it off with this one. This is I'm not sure if that many of you remember this lady, but she was in the news cycle as someone's girlfriend, something or the other, and I think she's still ensconced in the clutches of the anti-graft agencies. She's still ensconced in the clutches of the anti-graft agencies. Sanwo-Olu under probe after EFCC links Aisha Achimugu's forfeited $13 million to Lagos contractors. So yes, this is Sanwo-Olu's bag woman. I think a lot of people I think that's fairly common knowledge actually, and I think they are preparing then how they are going to manage Sanwo-Olu through the Lagos primaries and then post his governorship as well. So they are putting some shackles around his leg just so it doesn't act too funky. Sanwo-Olu under probe as EFCC links Aisha Achimugu's forfeited $13 million to Lagos contractors. So let's just take a few paragraphs from this. The Lagos state government, led by Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu, is under investigation by the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, EFCC, over illicit $13 million traced to socialite and businesswoman Aisha Achimogu. Correspondence confirmed on Wednesday from officials familiar with the case. It was gathered that the EFCC began scrutinizing the Lagos state government's connection to the funds after investigators discovered that part of the funds was sourced from contractors working for or providing services for Lagos state government. The facts about the origin of the funds are already in court documents, but full details of how a large chunk of money was sourced from some of the contractors offering services to Lagos State, the identities of the contractors, and the possible involvement of the governor and other government officials have not been disclosed. In order not to jeopardize ongoing investigations, our correspondent said, on Wednesday, the Federal High Court in Abuja ordered a permanent forfeiture. You know, when they permanently forfeit something, which account does it go to? Because it just disappears into some gray, into some black hole, isn't it? And then it just gets restolen again. Do you remember when they found those endless millions in some apartment in Ikoyi, and in between transporting it from Ikoyi to the central bank, it disappeared. So this forfeited to the federal government is an ambiguity. What pocket of accounts within the CBN do all of these forfeitures go into? On Wednesday, the Federal High Court in Abuja ordered a permanent forfeiture of the $30 million to the government, citing fraudulent origins. Later on Wednesday, correspondents made unsuccessful attempts to get the comment of the Lagos State Attorney General and Commissioner of Justice, Lawal Pedro, and the State's Commissioner for Information and Strategy, Gbenga Omotosho. So this was the same Gbenga Omotosho that we're calling Lagosians monkeys or donkeys or whichever one he calls them. On the disclosure in the suit, tracing part of the suspicious funds to the state contractors and the EFCC investigations into the governor regarding the finances. So that's that. It goes on and on, but I'm not going to labor you too much with the rest of it. So that's this lady right here, Aisha Achimogu. She's Sanwo-Olu's bag lady. She's the Badaru, as a Badaru was to Atiku, to Abacha, as Badaru was to Abacha, she is to Sanwo-Olu, and as who is the back person for Buhari? That was Abubakar Malami, wasn't it? So she's essentially the bag woman to Sanwo-Olu. She's the one. She is the one he is using to loot public funds, but they are now tying those looted monies recovered from her. They're tying it straight back to Sanwo-Olu. But how are they going to leverage that? That is to play out first in the Lagos State primaries, and then when Sanwo-Olu is out of office, so it doesn't act too funky. So that's that one right there. So let's move on swiftly from that one to another one. So this one here, this is really exciting, the space actually. Inspector General of Police, DSU, submits 75-page framework on state police to Senate as push gains momentum. So there was the promise that that state police will be instituted as an act of parallel. It will be instituted into the Constitution. I'm not sure what you mean, Choma, but I just paused to look in the comment section there. So Inspector General of Police DSU submits 75-page framework on state police to Senate as push gains momentum. So as I was saying, there is the promise that the state police will come into, will be birthed within this particular parliament. So before the end of this year, Tinubu wants it done, and I think all of the push is to get it done. The Inspector General of Police, Olatu, and I think that's one of the reasons why they replaced the Inspector General of Police. Actually, that's what a lot of people are saying, that the other one was too dithering, it was too slow-paced, and it wasn't fully on board with the state policing, so they just cut him loose and put this one in. The Inspector General of Police, Olatunji Disu, has submitted a 75-page framework on the establishment of state police to the Deputy President of the Senate, Barau Ibrahim, in not Barau Ibrahim, or Barau Jubrin, in a fresh move to advance decentralized policing in Nigeria, according to a statement issued on Thursday by Ismaila Mudashir, a special advisor on media and publicity to the Deputy Senate President. The document, titled A Comprehensive Framework for the Establishment, Governance, and Coordination of Federal and State Police, was presented at Jibrin's office within the National Assembly complex. The report was delivered on behalf of the IGP by Professor Olu Ogun Shakin, who chairs the Nigeria Police Force Committee set up to develop modalities for instituting state police. This was said this document encapsulates the force's professional input following extensive consultation and a thorough evaluation of the legal, operational, and administrative implications of decentralized policing. The report covers the considered views, professional insight, and strategic recommendations of the force, derived from extensive consultation and a careful assessment of the operational, legal, and administrative implications of instituting state police in Nigeria. This was said. It is our expectation that the content of this report will meaningfully contribute to ongoing deliberations and assist in shaping informed, balanced, and pragmatic decisions on this critical aspect of national security architecture. The police chief noted that the framework has been formally submitted to the Senate Committee on the review of the 1999 Constitution as the Nigeria Police Force official contribution to the ongoing. So essentially, it doesn't actually tell us what they're recommending, but a 75-page document, I don't think that would be too extensive. There'll just be a few key highlights. It's really sharing the assets, isn't it? I can't wait for that to take effect, actually, so that we can get proper policing in Lagos. So let's go from that to this. 10 major takeaways from President Tinubu's state visits to the United Kingdom. So hopefully they've listed this rather than I'll only give you the headlines and not give you the breakdown of the details. So let's just see what are the 10 key things that Tinubu brought back apart from fish and chips. What did they? So this is 10 things. Number one, Lagos Port Modernization funding. One of the major wins of President Tinubu's visit to the United Kingdom is the 746 billion pound financing secured for the modernization of their Papa and Tinkan Island ports through the UK Export Finance, being coordinated by Citibank. So that's that one. Number two, expanding trade opportunities. Tinubu and Prime Minister Keir Starmer, during their bilateral meeting at number 10 Downing Street, agreed to deepen trade between Nigeria and the United Kingdom. Nigeria, as the largest market, offers huge opportunities for UK goods and services as the country seeks to expand market access outside of the European Union. So that's a bit ambiguous. Security and defense. So what came out of that? With the mounting insecurity challenges being confronted by the country, especially terrorism and banditry that have become a chokehold on social and economic activities across the country, especially in the Northeast and Northwest. Also, I don't know, it doesn't tell us enough. I'm not going to read all of it. Number five, inclusive education opportunities. Another outstanding outcome of President Tinubu's visit to the United Kingdom is the partnership with Coventry University to bring UK degrees to Nigeria. So that's that one. Number 6, private sector-led youth empowerment. And so a lot of it's just ambiguous and vague. Apart from the Lagos port, I cannot see anything of any real meaning. Expansion of opportunities in creative economy. So yes, but I think we already have the Nigerian artists have already taken over the O2 now. So there's never a time that there's a Nigerian artist is not playing at the O2. Agreement on migration. So this is that deportation something that caused a bit of a kerfuffle. Number 9, infrastructure investment forum. Nigeria hosted an infrastructure investment forum in London at the headquarters of Standard Bank International, where the chairman. So that's some meaningless nonsense. And number 10, UK Nigeria project agglomeration compact. I don't know what that means. So agglomeration. Can someone look that word up? So yeah, nothing of meaning apart from the airport, seaports modernization, and that's the main one actually, and the migration of the student of the asylum seekers or whatever it is, the illegal immigrants being repatriated. So those are the 2 major things that came out of Tinubu's visit to the UK. All right, let's fast track through. We just go through quickly. A lot of it, I'll just give you the headlines. There's nothing to label on too many of them. So let me give you, oh no, I won't label this one because this is the headline piece. Saraki rules out 2027 presidential bid, backs Southern candidates. So with Saraki, because Saraki is Atiku Abubakar stalwart. He has been with Atiku Abubakar pretty much throughout his political career. So this is a marked departure now. And Saraki, by the way, is a Fulani man to all intents and purposes. Forget his name being Bukola, is a Fulani man. Saraki rules out 2027 presidential bid, backs Southern candidacy. So what's inspired this? Let's find out. Former Senate President Bukola Saraki has ruled out contesting the 2027 presidential election, citing his support for zoning the presidency to the southern region of the country. Saraki made this known on Thursday, whilst speaking as a guest on Politics Today. No, I am not running for president, he said. Speaking further, Saraki acknowledged his long-standing ambition to lead the country, but explained that his decision was guided by political fairness and party consensus following the 2023 general elections. I do. I would not lie. If I say I don't. So that's I do. I would not lie if I say I don't, he said when asked about his presidential ambition. But after the 2023 elections, having Nigeria choose to elect President Tinubu from the South, I think we felt that, look, it's only fair to allow the South to complete 8 years. So when the party met last year to discuss zoning, I supported the position that the presidency should be zoned to the South in 2027. To abide by that decision, I have ruled out contesting. Asked on whether the presidency should remain in the South in 2027, Saraki maintained his position, noting that it aligns with the People's Democratic Party's internal resolution. Reflecting on the 2023 elections, he explained his support for Atiku Abubakar, stating that the party had, at the time, adopted an open contest. So he supported Atiku, as I said, but then, of course, you have to remember that Saraki has still not made that leap to the ADC, unlikely to make that leap to the ADC as well, because it doesn't serve him anything. In fact, Saraki, to all intents and purposes, is somewhat semi-retired from politics. So he can just play to his conscience now. Saraki is settled to the fact that he's never going to be the Nigerian president because the window doesn't open for him anymore. By the time the window might open for him again, he'll be too old. And I don't think Saraki desperate as he is to be the Nigerian president, his desperation is not to the Atiku Abubakar Peter Obi level. Those ones are just gluttonously, if I can get that word out, those ones are just gluttonously, fanged tooth gnashing, raw blood desperation, real desperados, people like Peter Obi and Atiku Abubakar. But Saraki nurses that ambition too, but not to that level of desperation. So he's somewhat semi-retired from politics. So there is nothing for him to hop to the ADC. Everything that Saraki can achieve in politics, he has achieved outside of being president. He's been twice governor of a major state. He's been a senator for a very long time. He's been the Senate president, which is the number 3 citizen in the country. So it's been a lot of things. So I don't think it's been a minister, but I haven't been a Senate president. I think that supersedes that. So outside of being president, there's nothing else that politics offers Saraki. So if he's resigned to the fact that he's never going to be president, then he can speak to his conscience rather than to his politics. And this is what his conscience is telling you. His conscience is telling you that Tinubu continues. That's what he's saying here. I do. I would not lie if I say I don't. He said when asked about his presidential ambition, but after the 2023 elections, having Nigeria choose to elect President Tinubu from the South, I think we felt that, look, it is only fair to allow the South to complete 8 years. So when the party met last year to discuss zoning, I supported the position that the presidency should be zoned to the South in 2027. To abide by that decision, I have ruled myself out of contesting. Asked on whether the presidency should remain in the South in 2027, Saraki maintained his position, noting that it aligns with the People's Democratic Party's internal resolution. Reflecting on the 2023 elections, he explained his support for Atiku Abubakar, stating that the party had, at that time, adopted an open contest. Because in 2023, the final resolution of the party allowed it to be open for all, he said. Addressing concerns about fairness in power rotation, Saraki argued that historical trends show the South has held the presidential power longer than the North. If you do the mathematics, there are fewer years that the North has been in power than the South. The numbers support those who choose to run, he said, adding that the party's current stance reflects post-election reality. And then it went on to speak on governance in Kwara State, which is something we're not especially. So what does that signal to us? That signals the rejection of Atiku Abubakar. And he's speaking to the PDP, by the way, but there's nobody left in the PDP. Seyi Makinde is on his way out. What's it called? Bala Mohammed is a northerner anyway, but he's on his way out. The only person actually left in the PDP, as far as I am aware, 2 people, Yemsin Wike and Bukola Saraki. Just 2 people left in that party to all intents and purposes. So this is yes. Oh, all right. So yes, I think this is still that same one. Oh, all right. So that's Saraki right there. Oh, this one should delight some people. Anioma State will be created with Asaba as its capital. So now there's been a lot of agitation for this Anioma State, but then this is now coming out of Godswill Akpabio, the number 3 citizen in the country. So this is now getting some weight of seriousness behind it. Godswill Akpabio has reaffirmed legislative support for the proposed creation of Anioma State. Where is that state actually coming out of? Is it coming out of the South or the Southeast? I'm not quite sure where geographically is that Anioma State. Where is it coming out of? Godswill Akpabio has reaffirmed legislative support for the proposed creation of Anioma State, stating that the initiative remains a priority under the administration of Bola Tinubu. Akpabio made the remarks whilst addressing members of the All Progressive Congress, APC, at the party's South-South Zonal Congress in Asaba. A new state will be created with Asaba as its capital. The Senate fully supports the initiative spearheaded by Senator Ned Nwoko, he said. He added that Warri would serve as the capital of the remaining. Okay, I think they're looking to carve it out of Delta State, of the remaining Delta State, citing its infrastructure, including an airport, seaport, and government institution and oil industry presence. This step will usher in a new era of development and shared prosperity for all constituent communities, Akpabio said. The proposal, championed by Ned Nwoko, has gained traction in the 10th Senate, with lawmakers considering it a part of broader constitutional amendments. Akpabio described the agitation for a Neoma state as historically justified, noting that it reflects long-standing demands for equity, administrative efficiency, and balanced development. The Senate president also emphasized that creating a new state will promote decentralization and socio-economic growth by splitting Delta into two viable entities. So that's coming out of Delta State. So that it calls for unity across the South-South region and urged stakeholders to support the government's renewed hope agenda, saying it will drive national development and integration. Nwoko had earlier revealed that dozens of senators have backed the proposal, describing the level of legislative support as unprecedented. So I wonder how that will play out if they go and give them a Neoma state. A lot of people will not be happy. I certainly will not be happy because I want Oyo State split into two. Ogun APC ticket, I am very confident of my popularity. This is Obasanjo's daughter still insisting that she wants to be the governor of that state. I'll just give you two paragraphs from this. A governorship aspirant on the platform of the All Progressive Congress APC in Ogun State, Yabo Obasanjo, has expressed confidence in her chances of emerging the party's candidate, saying her popularity gives her an edge ahead of the 2027 elections. Speaking on her prospects during her appearance on Channels Television on Thursday, Obasanjo said the adoption of a consensus arrangement by the party could work in her favor. I think it is an advantage for me. Many of the other candidates have not declared, but they have been doing things that indicate they would run, and then there is no new candidates declaring now for the governorship in Ogun State much later than I have declared. So I'm not quite sure what she's even talking about, but the headline of it is that Obasanjo's daughter is pushing hard to become the governor of Ogun State. So that's just the headline of that. Let me just bring you this little snippet. This is from a guy called What's Popping. If you're a Twitter person and X person, then that guy needs no introduction. He's probably singularly the most powerful northern voice on Twitter. He calls himself Saraki, but his friends call him What's Popping. And this is what he's saying. He says that during the 2023 presidential election, I was offered 100 million naira twice to support Peter Obi and be the face of their youth campaign in the North. They wanted me to lead the movement in the North, but I rejected the offer both times and ended up supporting Atiku Abubakar. So Atiku Abubakar certainly, almost certainly paid him more. That's what he's telling us there. What else do we have? Let me just give you this little snippet. Tinubu was the only candidate to clear the 25% spread requirement in 2023. This is harkening back to elections gone, the results from 2023. So Tinubu was the only one that actually fulfilled that requirement. Is it 25% of 75% or whatever? Tinubu was the only candidate to clear the 25% spread requirement in 2023. States with 25% or more of the vote, states where 25% or more of the votes were achieved. So Tinubu achieved 25% in 29 states, Atiku 21, and Obi 16, Kwakwanso 1. And I think you have to achieve 25% in at least 25 states. That's what, or is it 24 states? A presidential candidate requires a popularity and 25% of the votes in at least 24 states to win. During the 2023 elections, Bola Tinubu recorded 25% in 29 states. None of the other three major candidates reached the 24% threshold. Atiku finished with 21, Peter Obi with 16, Kwakwanso with 1. So there it is, right there. It's just, but they will still come around. They're still insisting till today that what's it called? Our friend from the east won the anyway. Don't worry, we hear that song again very much so through next year. Let me bring you this little. This one might take a moment, so but I want you to listen to a little bit of this. So it's the voices of the Hausas are starting to come out of the north. This is what we are seeing, and it's getting louder and louder, and it's now getting national attention. So no. I've not spoken about that yet, but Baba, let me see. Did you send it to me? I'll look for it. Let me play you a little bit of this, guys, and then tell me if you can hear the volume first. Tell me if you can hear the sound. You know we've been having problems with that.
Nigeria and our state is enough. The killing of Hausa people is also enough. You will see that all those people that are occupying the political positions are not Hausa. Well, it is Hausa people that...
Can you hear it? Let me know in the comment section if you can hear it before I continue to play it. Let me know. Can you hear the volume on that? Can you hear the volume on what I'm playing? I've paused it to Can somebody tell me if you can hear the volume or not? Just say yes, like we can hear it in the comment section. Can you, if you don't tell me anything, then I don't. Yeah, thank you, Thomas.
That took them to that position. Nigeria and our state is enough. The killing of Hausa people is also enough. You will see that all those people that are occupying the political positions are not Hausa. Well, it is Hausa people that took them to that position. So that is why we are saying to the world, to the Nigerian politicians, anybody that is not going to take Hausa people to the consideration, ranging from giving them position in politics and other positions, Hausa people are not going to vote that person. We are not going to vote for that person. So Hausa people need to be given very good consideration. You can see that all these people here, coming on my business, take all these people. All of them are Hausa people. All of them are the mother. If it is time for what can you see that those people who are behind political positions who are not answered by friends are the ones that will come and bring their sons and daughters to contest in our own Hausa land. So that is why we stand up and say that we are no longer going to fold our hands and keep just looking at those people enjoying the blessing that Allah Almighty God has endowed us with in Hausa land. So, short and precisely, I'm trying to tell you that any politician that doesn't want to go along with the Hausa people is not going to succeed. Any politician, whoever the person is, we have made our people to make their mind that they are only going to vote the Hausa person or somebody that is going to help Hausa people.
Well, clearly, the concerns are mounting across parts of northern Nigeria following a wave of protests by Hausa youth groups and community leaders driven by worsening insecurity, banditry, and deadly attacks on rural communities, in what many observers describe as a significant shift. Some of these protests are also reflecting growing tensions within the long-standing Hausa Fulani relationship, with calls for political realignment and stronger.
You see, this window opens now for the Hausa people. Whether they climb through that window is entirely up to them. So the window is a perfect storm. And then that shackles that the Fulanis have had around their ankles for centuries now. This is, you see the broken shackle. Tinubu has told us that it's come to break shackles. So the shackles are around the Hausa legs and even around their necks in the north. The window of opportunity to break away from those shackles, this is the window of opportunity now. So take the opportunity now or be in perpetuity in servitude. The window opens now for them to fight these people back and take over take back their land. But it looks as though they may well be hearkening to that call.
Protection for affected communities. Well, joining us now from our Kano studio to discuss these developments is Jibril Ismail, the chairman, Voice of Indigenous Hausa. Good morning, and thank you for joining us on the program today.
Good morning, sir.
So, could you tell us, what is this all about, really?
Well, what we are asking for is Hausa people are the ones who are the most populous ethnic group in Nigeria. But we look at the people that are occupying the political positions, you will see that you can hardly find a Hausa man among them. And insecurity that is happening, that is ravaging the country, you will see that most of the affected people are the Hausa people. The communities that have been destroyed and people propelled out of their communities, all of them, you see that 99.5% or 99.9% are the Hausa people. So we took a look at it and see that it is because Hausa people have been relegated. That is, in terms of political positions, Hausa people are not given. Even the traditional leadership, you see that Hausa people are excluded. And that really helped in the subjugation of Hausa people and making them into a poverty, gross poverty. So we are now coming out and say that we want Hausa people to lead. If Hausa man is the one that is leading in these states, and somebody that has Hausa consciousness will have to think that it is because the Hausa people are not the ones who are ruling. That is why we are having all this problem of insecurity and so on.
Well, I know you may have heard this question before, but I'm going to put it to you again. Why is it taking this long for this to happen, this conversation?
Sorry?
Why did it take you this long to begin to speak up?
Well, we have been told that we and Fulanis are brothers. That is in religion, and Islam, that is Islamic religion. But later we came to realize that everything that will come for somebody that for development, you see that thing will directly go to the Fulani side. It will not come to the Hausa people side. That is why. So because of that religion, and maybe they are using the religion as a manipulating tool. So that religion that they are using is the one that made us silent. But now that we are tired of the subjugation, that we have no choice than to come out and start speaking out.
Well, you have people who will say, what are you talking about? Hausa Fulani, you people are one. You've intermarried, you live together, and everybody thinks that you're all one and same. So how come this narrative is not the same right now?
Well, actually, we wanted the relationship to keep going, but because of the marginalization that we are seeing against our race, That is why we say we have to speak up. And the talk of saying that Hausa people have intermarried with Fulani, that is why they are now one. No, we are not one. We wanted to be one, but because they are segregating us. So we are no longer ones actually. Because if we are one, Hausa people too supposed to be seen occupying political positions. So it is because to them we are not one, that is why they are not allowing us. To even let me take for instance in kind of my states, you cannot see you can hardly see a government official that is a political appointee that is Hausa. There are Hausas, but they are very, very few. And so with that equity, we need equity, you know, so that our power will be the same. But when maybe in this crisis of let me call it Hausa genocide, because those people are the ones that have upper hands. They have upper hands over us. So they are actually they are unaliving us so much, as if there is nobody that will come and talk for Hausa people. And all these things that is happening, there is no single person from the north, from all my state that say, oh, this thing is happening to Hausa people. Let us come out and help Hausa people. What some of them are even saying is that people have been treated. But if there is Hausa man that is on a higher political position, he will come and say that no, it is my people that are being affected the most.
All right,
so
let me ask you.
But nobody talked.
Is former governor, former minister of defense, Rabi Kwankwaso, is he Fulani or is he Hausa?
Rabi Musa Kwankwaso is a Fulani.
He's not Hausa?
And the current, no, it's not Hausa. It's Fulani. It's just that they're saying that that person that is speaking Hausa in North is Hausa. That's what they're saying. And that is what we are fighting against now. Because they are using that to subjugate us. They are using that to subdue us. So we are no longer going to keep quiet and see this is happening in our own land. And nobody is talking. If you look at anybody that is doing a small business or Merua, Okada, you see that it's a Hausa man. But if you see the people who are being sponsored to go to study abroad, you see that they are Fulani. Most of them, 99.5% or 0.9%, you see that they are Fulani. It is because every offer or every opportunity will come from to the federal to the state government, and the state government, what he will do is to disperse that among his cabinets, and his cabinets are Fulani, and they will also disperse it to their families, and those their families are Fulani. So other people will not get anything. The remaining maybe out of 100, if 10 will be dispersed.
I'm sure you might have heard several times where perhaps maybe people down south will say, Hausa people have done this, Hausa people have done that, and then they never get any rebuttal from the Hausa community, only for it to be speaking up now. So many of them actually think that when they say Hausa people have done this or have done this ill, that is actually true. But now you seem to be saying that is not the case.
Yes, actually it's not the case. It's because of what they are saying, anybody that speaks Hausa is Hausa. That's why they are saying that Hausa people do this, Hausa people. But now that we have come out to talk and say that trying to, like, let me say, separate ourselves from them, let us show the world that we are the indigenous Hausa people. And we have the right to come out to say that we need to be given privilege and opportunities the same way it is given to other tribes, that is to Fulani. That's just it.
All right, but I'm sure there are lots of people listening to you saying, what's going on that day? They'll be a little surprised at some of the submissions you're making here this morning. But how do people know that this group, this indigenous Hausa group you're speaking about, are not just young people who are exuberant? I mean, is this a cross-board? Because you have Hausa Christians, Hausa Muslims, Fulani Christians, Fulani Muslims. So how are you supposed to manage all of this?
Well, actually, we have elders.
Amongst you?
All right. So I think you get the drift of what he's saying, but I wanted to show you something because as I was speaking, I was checking some things. Let me take you to the north, and then we look at the states in the north. Then you see the point that this guy is making So all I asked ChatGPT is list governors of northern Nigerian states and their ethnicity. So, and this is what he came up with. The governor of Kano State is a Fulani man. The Fulanis, of course, they are very much a small minority of the population of Kano State. The governor of, I forget when they say Hausa Fulani man, they mean Fulani man. The governor of Kaduna State, Ubasani, is a Fulani man. The governor of Kebbi State is a, I'm bearing in mind, in all of these states, the Fulanis at the biggest strength, they cannot be up to 20% of any of those populations. And at its the most least, the House has to be about 60% of all of those species. But the governor of Kano State is a Fulani man, Kaduna State a Fulani man, Kebbi State a Fulani man. So the only exception, Dauda Lawal from Zamfara, he's a Hausa man. Sokoto State full-blood Fulani, of course, that's the headquarters of the Fulanis. Katsina State, Diko Umar Radar, they're describing him as a Hausa man, but I suspect it's a Fulani man because the Katsina State is the spiritual center of the Fulanis right across the Sahel. So I cannot imagine it's a Hausa man. Jigawa State is a Fulani man, Umar Namadi. Borno State is a Kanuri man, but then Borno, of course, is a full Kanuri. So all the governors there will always be Kanuri. Adamawa State Fantiri is a Fulani man. Taraba State is Jukun. Bauchi State Bala Mohammed, of course, a Fulani man. Yobe State Mia Malabuni, a Kanuri. And Gombe State, Yahaya Inua is a Fulani man. So you can see where that guy is coming from. He certainly has a point. So that's that. Let me just show you one little thing again, and I will send the link, see if anybody wants to come in. So now, we're going to the United States with this one. And it looks as though the First Lady of the United States, she has found a friend at last that she can go shopping with. So it's not so much the robot that you can see. So there she is right there. They say this is our First Lady of the United States welcomes robot to White House Tech Summit. So this is a technology summit. And you'd have thought they would have perfected. This robot doesn't look any different from all of the robots we've been seeing for the last 20 odd years. So I'm not quite sure. The technology has still not improved anything significantly. So that could well be Melania Trump's new best friend. So there she is in the White House right there, making friends with robots. But it's not only robots that she's making friends with, Melania Trump. You know, she doesn't look to have aged anything. So she's also making friends with the Nigerian First Lady, who I think is in the picture right there. So where's Mrs. Tinubu? That's not Mrs. Tinubu. That's somebody else. But I think Mrs. Tinubu is there in the mix somewhere. Let's see if we can find her. And then we move on. Sorry, I actually brought this up. Somebody sent this in because the Nigerian First Lady was meant to be there, but I can't see her in frame. Where is she? Okay, she's not in frame, but I have a different picture where she is in frame. So here is your First Lady making friends with the American. Oh, that could well be her actually, but she looked a lot younger there. So that's Remi Tinubu. It says, Oluremi Tinubu, Nigeria's First Lady, on Wednesday attended the Fostering the Future Together Summit hosted by Melania Trump, her U.S. counterpart, at the White House in Washington, D.C. Oluremi was amongst 45 First Ladies, including Francis Brigitte Macron. I think Candice Owen is telling us that she's a man, isn't he? Who attended. So there it is right there. So that's Oluremi Tinubu doubling down then. So that's what they call soft diplomacy right there. So that's Remi Tinubu right there, keeping the Nigerian end up in those spaces. All right, so that's about what I have to offer. Let me send the link, see if anybody wants to come in. So that's the link. See, and if let me send the link, see if anybody wants to come in. We play the Kegite music, we see what happens after that. Oh no, I don't want to do that. Let me just pick the link from here. I just did something that I wasn't intending to do. Let me pick the link from here. So we'll send the link. If you want to come in, then click on this link to come in. I'll play the Kegite music and then we'll see Wagwan after that. You don't know what Wagwan means? It means what's going on.
Only water, where they see ma. Water,
only water, where they see ma.
Hapa o naido. Hapa you don't come o. Hapa o naido. Oro keke elemuye o. Ide shodi ya kekere elemure o. Obi master kekere elemure o. Chifu Latif kekere elemure o. Eruku lele elemude. Eruku lele egbe elemudode ojare o. Eruku lele Ghana ti de egbe body o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹ̀yẹ o ó dilé o. Olúyẹ̀lá ẹ̀yẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosoname ẹ̀yẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosodunke ẹ̀yẹ rẹ̀ ó dilé o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run méjìkọ. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
It is right there. Ikuko Niru Agbeshe, may death have nothing to do with us. Joining us, Bishop. Always a delight when Bishop is here. Zita in the house as well, the first lady of the platform, and Baba, of course, the man with the baritone voice. I thought I saw Rational Mind. Did he bail out? So anybody else that wants to come up, come up. Good to have you, lady and gentlemen. Where do we want to start? Should we start with Bishop? Bishop, good to have you. How are you? We've not seen you for a moment. Bishop.
Hello and good evening.
Good evening to you. Good to have you here.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. It's quite clear, actually. Your mic is good.
Okay. Okay. I pray it means so. The Wi-Fi has been acting up for a few hours now. So how's it going with you there?
It's good. It's good. It's just this Nigerian matter still, you know. Saraki coming out to tell us that he's not contesting, but he wants power to stay in the south. So that's a marked departure from his surrender to Atiku, which has been his narrative in politics for a very long time. And then this Aisha Achimugu, you know, she was caught with some money about 18 months ago now, but they're now tracing that money to Sanwo-Olu. So she's always been known as her bag lady. So it looks as though now they are trying to somewhat put some hold on Sanwo-Olu for future politics to come. The police submit their report for the framework of state police, which they've promised us will happen in the course of this parliament. And then the outtakes from Tinubu's visit to the United Kingdom, Godswill Akpabio promising the Southerners and Nyoma State, Iyabo Obasanjo insisting that she must be the next governor of Ogun State. So So a whole raft
Okay.
of so.
I mean, quite a, I mean, a bit of load. I hope I'll be able to catch up with all of them. I think I want to speak on a few of them because
Yes.
it's quite let me start
Sorry,
from
Bishop.
Yabo.
Hold on. You don't have to speak on all of them at the moment. Just speak on 2 or 3. Then we'll move it on and then bring it back again, just so that we manage. Yes,
I'll make it very brief. Yeah, I think Yabo is just chasing clouds. So I don't think she's a serious contender. I won't regard her as a serious contender. Not yet today, and certainly not tomorrow. So she wants to be recognized. Maybe she wants to come back into the mainstream of the open politics, but it's definitely not her time. I mean, she has not paid enough dues. She was a commissioner, she was a senator, but that's all about it. So it's Kulekon, that's a fact, for a fact. On the state creation, the Anioma that Akpabio is promising. I don't know if it is within his power to promise. And if they give Anioma another state, I don't understand this idea of equity that all regions must have the same number of states. It is completely nonsensical. I mean, going back to the beginning. So how many states are we going to have in the Southwest? At some point, there were Southwest, South, and Southeast were one region. And we now break them up. We are now going to be having 12 states in Southwest and South, South, and Southeast. And we're going to still be having 6 in the Southwest. I don't think it's going to work. Some northern states will is it politics? Is it population? Is it landmass? I mean, if they are going to distort, maybe we're going to break it down to every local government will become the state. So if you can be self-sustaining, I don't care if we are not depending on this sharing formula that everybody is in. I don't care if you want to make every street state in your state, it's your cup of tea. But now trying to say because other regions are 5, I mean, you consider the population, you consider the land mass, you consider the productivity of those states. So it is completely too simplistic and it's not going to take us anywhere. The real topic, since you have limited me to 3, and that's why I'm speaking very fast, so I'm not wasting time on them. Apart from the Saraki something, which I'll take last, what was the other thing you mentioned, please?
Oh, we were talking about
Are you there?
and by the way, I'm not really limiting you. I just wanted to move around. We're talking about
I'm trying to find. I'm conscious of other people. Yes, Sanwo-Olu. Yeah. I'll spend a minute on that too.
And then Remi Tinubu also. Sorry, Remi Tinubu also deepening relationships with the White House. That's been going on quietly for quite a few months now. But yeah.
Yeah, you already finished it. You said what do you call it now? Soft diplomacy. So that's good. On the Sanwo-Olu issue, I really want the government to go the whole hog. It will be speaking a lot to the moral integrity of the government. If actually they recovered 13 million from that lady, and there is a veritable link between the lady and the governor. The best the governor can have is up to May 29. That's what I'm saying. I mean, but I know they granted the final forfeiture from the woman, so that has been established. I'm saying if they can confirm the link with the governor and the governor, so I don't see him spending June 1. After May 29, May 30, maybe the party. As at June 1, I really want him to be in EFCC's custody, no matter what. Because of the immunity and whatever now, even if they are going to settle the case later, at least let's go and spend like 2-3 weeks or 3 months in the EFCC custody. Let them drag him through the street. Let him face and that is the only thing that can be a redemption. I don't follow this idea of say somebody is selected, because that is my position when PDP was in power and APC were shouting. I said, look, when you two come and try the ones that have been selected, you two select your own. If we have 100 thieves and somebody come to government today and select 10, the remaining 90, when another person comes next tomorrow, you will select another 10 or 15. And the important thing is that there is no system in the world that bring every criminal to trial at the same time. People will use as example. Even the scripture talks about these things happen for example, so that people can learn. So, but for someone who, if actually this is established, unfortunately, it's going to rubbish it, and whatsoever the thing is going to affect. But I will be very glad, and I'm praying that EFCC will live up to its name by doing the needful. If they have established the case now, let them keep the file. As soon as he's stepping out, and let them declare he wanted, so that they put a, what do you call it, at the borders? What do you call it?
No, he will not run. Forget him.
To be on the lookout for him, so that he will not get away from the airport. So that let them watch list, exactly. Let them put him on the watch list, so that we know that, okay, as soon as he finishes, let him go there. No matter what, how they are going to settle it, at least let them drag him. Let us see him in the EFCC detention for a few months. Let us see him in court. Let us see him fight for his bail and clear his name. And if he cannot clear his name, even if they are going to settle it, at least let them drag him for like 2 years. Let him be going to court and back. I really want to say that I like him. I don't have any issue with him.
I agree
but
with
if
you.
actually that amount, then the needful should be done to him. I mean, to serve as a deterrent and to show that nobody, after all, is actually truly above the law. So now, Saraki and the government. The body language of Saraki since his attempt at the reconciliation assignment that was given to him last year collapsed. Somewhere along the line, he appears to be a little bit pro Wike fashion, but he has not come out openly. And at some point, when the game blew on his face, he has not said it, but you will see from his body language that he softened up on Tinubu.
This is a week.
He softened up.
I'm asking myself, so I want
Baba.
Sorry, Baba was speaking to somebody else. I don't think it was. Yeah, carry
on. I thought he was saying something. So Saraki had softened. You know, there was a time the tension between himself, it was palpable. You know, the tension between himself and Tinubu. But he said something very critical today. A lot of things that was attributed to Tinubu under Buhari, Tinubu was actually an outsider who was embarrassed, harassed, and almost humiliated by the powerful people around Buhari. Because after the election, the first time they did it, second time they tried to reconcile because they needed Tinubu again. And immediately Buhari won the second. They went back to status quo and began to treat Tinubu like an outcast. And Saraki then, and many people saw it. The unfortunate aspect is that nobody spoke up there. Nobody said, look, you cannot be treating this man like this, because it worked for them at that time. So immediately after that, Saraki softened up. I don't know, maybe some people spoke with him, or maybe he saw the handwriting and he was able to say, let me just, so he played it very low. He just quietly, withdrew to the background. And there were too many, there were the most of the things that I was hearing today were actually the unspoken. He did not verbalize quite a number of things, like you said earlier on, to my utmost chagrin. Most of the things I was hearing him were the things he did not say out in words. That is, he did not verbalize them, but his body language spoke volume in that interview. I watched some of it. I missed some because I was busy doing one thing or the other. I'm going to go back to it and try and say it again. And so, I mean, it was only short of saying that, look, of saying outrightly that PDP is going to field a candidate just to fulfill the all righteousness, that there is no stopping for Tinubu. Those are part of the unspoken words that he said today that I was reading from his interview, but he did not say them, of course, for obvious reasons. Anybody that can listen, I mean, forget the bravado of some non-starters in politics. People like, what's his name? This man, this Kwara man before, this former minister for ADC spokesperson. Bolaji
Abdullahi.
ADC, Bolaji Abdullahi, or Dele Momodu, Uncle Alagbafo. You know, those are the loudest and the ones that
Are you watching how Reno or Mokri has been rubbishing Dele Momodu all over?
He did it very successfully. Even what's his name? FFK, the very toxic and what's the other word for it? As FFK was able to put some, very versatility. So I mean, Reno took Dele Momodu to the cleaners. Dele Momodu, I don't know. And you can see the division now. Dele Momodu is saying it's either the north or nothing.
I've been yes. I in fact, maybe I should have added that to the narrative as well. But I've been enjoying that Reno Mokri. Reno is the one person you don't like to, because you'll be digging through your archives. So he brought out recently when this guy was saying when he was starving on the streets of London, it was Tinubu that gave him £500 and all of these things, and then
he said so himself.
This is the and then what Reno tends to do then, he will show Dele Momodu sitting to a meal with about 10 plates in front of him, just to paint him as like a glutton.
Yeah, so PDP, it is very obvious, and sometimes I shudder at what exactly do we want in Nigeria or for Nigeria. And do we want, Nigeria has very great prospects. We were here. I have some regrets and reservations about my support for Buhari, because I expected a whole lot, like our friend Peter Obi said. They have promised you this sumptuous meal and they just gave you some appetizer and they vanished with the rest. I don't know how you put it. I cannot quote him verbatim. That's exactly what Buhari did, because we said here on this same platform that my desire there was that after Buhari's first term, you should have just let go. 2019, Buhari was no longer fit to be the president. It was the shadow of Buhari, so they made a mess of whatever he achieved in his first term. And they were able to succeed because the cabal really, and no other person than the family of Buhari has said so in the book written by Charles Omole. I mean, everybody wants to fight that book, but there are salient facts in that book that you cannot dispute. Even the daughter came for an interview and said that their father was captured, that at some point they were even forging his signatures. A lot of things were happening under him that he was not aware of. And Rotimi Amaechi said so. Does that one know anything? That everything is great. So you can tell how much was going on around. So we lost a lot of ground in Nigeria under Buhari, unfortunately. So because I supported him, I did not only support him by campaigning for him, I contributed some good amount in 2015, at least, because I believed that at least we needed that change. I was hoping that all hands were going to be on deck. Unfortunately, that was never to be so. And I remember saying it on this platform. I don't think anybody remember that the consolation I have given myself is that Buhari was the price we needed to pay to have a tinubu. And that is the only consolation I gave myself. So going forward, the election, like this guy said, the election has been won and lost. That's was this guy, Ruben. Ruben has said it several times, like the 2020, and every political analyst that is being truthful to themselves, if they are being very factual, being very objective, not just trying to pander, they know, even in the opposition, they know that.
Bishop, do you not see the conclusion that election has been won and lost? Do you not see that the consequences of that, or do you agree that the consequences of that are more far-reaching than Tinubu just winning an election? If Tinubu wins that election, hold on, let me make the point, and then you see if you agree or disagree. If Tinubu wins that election, then the Nigerian landscape will change totally. This Hausa narrative that we're hearing, it will get more prominent. There'll be a total decimation of the Fulani hegemony. There'll be a total rebalancing of the Nigerian landscape. All of the historic names of Nigerian politics, their career will end. and then Tinubu will shape that country in his image. We know that because we know his antecedents in Lagos State. So do you not consider that Tinubu winning that election is more far-reaching than just winning an election? It's a total reshape of the Nigerian landscape.
Everything you said is very apt. You are spot on. Every one of the things you mentioned now, that the ingredients we need to be able to leapfrog Nigeria forward. Look, we cannot continue to run Nigeria the way we've been running it for 60 years. We cannot continue in the status quo. There must be a paradigm, a major paradigm shift. Either we go back to regionalism, either we reduce the power of the center, either we, there must be something that must be, what's the right word now? I don't want to use the one they've been bandying around about restructuring, but it is obvious that the old ways cannot get us to the promised land. We have this kind of entitlement mentality that the people that are least productive are the ones that have the highest expectation and entitlement mentality that it has to be. No, anywhere that works, it is the collective, working of the people that makes a society to work. And there is no society. If you listen to this man yesterday, David, what's his name? But MD of Dangote Refineries. And he said, look, for now that everything is working for us, that even though in the crisis now, Nigeria is the place to be. He used that word, that everybody will be proud to be Nigeria. So we have those things, but if we don't harness them and make them work for us, so that people will know that my ability, if I have the ability to earn the wage of a person that is living in Agege Okoba, and no disrespect for Agege Okoba people, or to be living in somewhere in Oyo-Alaafin, or Ilora, or Ibujaye, and I now want to go and be living in Banana Island at the VI extension. If I know my size and I'm working towards what I can, all of us cannot be the same thing. It is just foolishness that say that everybody, God not even create us equal, apart from the made man and woman. Some people are up there, some people are down there, and they will remain there. If you can make best of the circumstances and situation you find yourself and enjoy it for the little while you are here. So everything you said, if I can enumerate them the way you did, these are the ingredients we need to have a Nigeria that will work for everybody. It will work for the rich, it will work for the not too rich, it will work for the middleman, it will work for the farmer, it will work for the laborer, it will work for everybody to the Kalikuba more ayala. So we need that thing, whether you call it restructuring, whether you call it unbundling, whether you call it decentralization, whether you call it regionalism, whatever name you want to call it, let everybody know their worth. So that this, some people come up and say that they want to take power back to the north at all costs because they are the one that determine where power goes. That is, some of these things are too vexatious. And you begin to wonder, how do you want to begin to respond to this thing? So without taking too much of the time, I agree with everything you say. Don't let me go over there one after year. The election, Tinubu's second term, Tinubu's final something is going to redefine. And probably we are going to be starting on a very new slate, which would hopefully ultimately take us to the desired and much expected promised land. Thank you.
All right, brilliant. Excellently put. So you all see why we miss Bishop so much. But Bishop, stay with us for as long as you can, because I still want to hear from you about this now state policing that will be coming into birthing. But gather your thoughts on that as I move the mic around a bit. Take it in the direction of Baba, who I think wants to speak in glowing terms about our First Lady. Baba.
Yeah, is AI not ready?
You know Zita now. You know Zita now. She will meander herself. She should not be taking it.
What do you want me to speak on, woman?
I didn't even think it will. Okay. All right. Let's come to you then. Now, we were talking about Saraki telling us then that the presidency should stay in the north, and he has always lost an ambition towards the presidency. So him saying that is stay in the south, not the north. So it's quite a seismic thing to say, coming from him especially. He's from North Central. He has always been an Atiku man. He knows that Atiku is in play, but he's insisting that the the presidency stays in the south. So we were wondering if that is a tacit endorsement of Tinubu, which is what it reads like. So
I
Saraki
don't think so.
disqualifying himself, and then the Senate president promising a Neoma state to the people of Delta that is going to split Delta into two and give them the Neoma state. So the push for that Neoma state is just been the rhythm of it is growing more and more, and it's not dissipating. And is there a strong argument for it, stronger than any other state that should be created? So there's that, and then Obasanjo's daughter are angling very hard to get the ticket for Osun State. Iyabo Obasanjo coming to a state house near you. So we're talking about that, a lot of other things, but let's hear from you.
Okay, first of all, let me start with Saraki. Saraki is a snitch, so I don't take anything he says seriously. But tomorrow now, he might come out and say he never said it. That's not what he meant, that he's supporting Northern. But I don't really see Saraki as an Atiku man. I don't even know how you got that one, because Saraki then did not join
He backed Atiku in the last cycle.
Yeah, but he wasn't that loud in 2023. Among all of them, it was actually Tambawa that is very loud. He was the one that was following Atiku about. Saraki was not, I don't know how to put it. He wasn't that, will I say, his presence was not really felt in 2023 election. Although he was a PDP man, he stood with PDP, and then, but he wasn't like moving about and doing all manner of things, like being crazy like Tambawal and the rest. Again, Saraki actually is normally, if he is a nice person, he should have been supporting Tinubu. Because when they won that election in 2015, he became the Senate president. It was all Tinubu was helping them. They didn't want him to be Senate president. He fought for it and became Senate president because they never liked him. He was one hell of a guy that is like Obono. So he can snitch on you, he can betray you and things like that. Of course, he betrayed his own dad. So his political career that is in limbo is actually a curse, according to people who one man I wasn't there, placed by him by his dad. So I don't know, but I care less of what Saraki is saying anyway. He doesn't have that clout. If I talk now, you people will shout at me and ask me, how dare I say Saraki is not. Saraki has reigned when he reigned, and not anymore. So I really do care less about what he has to say. Then the other one, you were talking about Shobore and one lady. That lady, her name doesn't sound Yoruba. Is she a Yoruba girl? Hello?
Which lady is that?
The one
No,
who...
it's Achimugu, not Showore Sanwo-Olu, you mean?
No, I mean Sowolu, the governor of Lagos
Yeah,
State.
no, you said Showore.
The lady is from Kogi.
It's Aisha Achimugu. Yes,
From
that's her
Kogi
name.
State.
Yes.
Where is she from?
Kogi.
Kogi,
Kogi.
according to Kogi State.
You see,
apparently, allegedly, she's Sanwo-Olu's side chick. That's what all the
I don't know whether she's his side chick or not.
Igbira woman. They say she's a Igbira woman.
There is no way a governor will deny that he doesn't know anything about such amount of a contract. So nobody should even go there in the first place. They will show the governor of Lagos, I don't know, mess up with his name. There is no way a governor of a state can deny that he's not aware of that kind of money, either in form of contract or in form of donation or whatever. He is fully aware of how that money came out, where it went to, and whatever. So he cannot deny that. That's by the way.
Yeah, but Zita, Sanwo-Olu helping himself to $13 million from Lagos State is nothing new or spectacular. But what do you think the politics is that they are playing it in this? Because they can play this, you can, with this same headline, you can remove Sanwo-Olu's name and add the governor of Osun State, and it will be true. Add the governor of Niger State, and it will be true. And add the governor of any state. They are all helping it's nothing new now. It doesn't stand alone in this sort of thing. But why are they playing it in this way? What's the politics of this? Do you think?
You see, I don't even know why people should. I won't use the word play politics. Let me say this. I don't even know why. If the governor of Lagos State need to be penalized for anything, every other person that was involved in that shenanigan in 2023 should be penalized, because this bad belly about the governor of Lagos State is the hand he played in 2023. He did it.
Zita, may I just correct you? Look,
Yeah.
I don't know. All men play, but Olu did it to the extreme. This lady, Ashimogu, was celebrating her, I think, 50th birthday or so. She went to Grenada and celebrated for about 1 week. So Olu went a wall, flew a private jet there, and stayed there for 3 days. To spend
And
that
what's wrong
birthday
with
with her.
that?
Who is she a Lagosian?
No, what is wrong
minister?
with that?
Is she a commissioner?
To abandon his duties for a week
Oh,
on
no,
state
come
money
on
to go and
now.
be frolicking with a
Celebrate with a
side chick
woman.
No, that's
in
not
the
a
Caribbean.
point. That's not
Go
a
and be
point.
frolicking with a side
Hold on, hold on.
I think I agree with Zita. I think I agree
That's
with
not
Zita.
a
If you
point.
want to spend his vacation in the mood, let it go.
That's his business. Come on now.
Okay.
That is not a point at all. That's not a case that a governor of a
The
state.
charge don't come now. He gave her $13
No,
million.
you are not charging him because he spent holidays. You can't, for those who are lawyers, they say
That thing called that. Wait. That birthday.
ignorante juris non excusat, ignorante face non excusat.
Ignorant
Now,
jurist.
you can use the fact. Try to use the fact that he went to visit the lady. What is going on with this? How they transfer the money, blah, blah, blah.
No.
You
He didn't
hold on.
go and visit. She lives in Abuja and Lagos.
Hold on, please. You can use the fact that they went to Canada or wherever to we are dancing and celebrating. You can use that fact and say maybe that was the time they did the deal or whatever. That's just a fact. But that he went out to have a holidays, it shouldn't even be discussed. Unless a lawyer wants to pick something from that fact that they had a hangout somewhere in Canada and start looking at what trespassed when they hang out, that's fine. But a governor has the right to hang out. Please. A governor has the right to hang out. Wherever he wants to hang out, that's okay. As long as he's leaving, he hand over his deputy properly and say, "Oh, I'm going for 3 days. I'm going for 1 week."
But he did not. Now he went a wall. It wasn't on an official holiday. He went a wall, and then that holiday was that junket to the Caribbean that was invoiced to the state.
Woman,
and we saw him popping champagne, converting with loose women, spraying dollars.
They took 3-4 Nigerian musicians there.
And twerking. They took over that whole island, the prime minister and everything, just throwing dollars everywhere.
I think
woman, can we not do this?
Sorry, madam. Sorry, Zita.
If you want to.
1 second. If you don't mind. I think I agree with Zita's position. What Zita is saying is that the man has spent his time the way he wants to spend his vacation. If in the course he now committed any offense, let us separate it. It is not because he went to
Thank
Grenada.
you.
If he has
Thank
3
you.
days, 4 days to go and spend, the law does not require him to hand over to his deputy. The law says if he's going to spend more than 21 days. So if he goes there, whether for personal or for something for 3, 4 days, he can go. He can just say, look, I want to just go and hide out somewhere and refresh my head or unwind. So don't let us focus on that. He went on to partying. He can party. Yeah, he was drinking champagne. That's his business. He has a side chick. They're not interested. If he misappropriated state fund or committed one crime or the other while they were there, that is one. So don't let us get distracted. That is what I
Yes,
believe
let's not
Madam
stop all
Zita
these
is saying.
windows of stories of somebody going on holidays and drinking, popping more
So that
hair and things like that. I
we'll
should
not
be,
turn ourselves to
I should be,
one Rufai.
Converting with loose women
woman,
and twerking on a Caribbean
woman, you
island.
see,
The governor of Lagos
I'm
State
a
twerking.
woman. That's actually where I differ with my fellow women. When it comes to man and woman hanging out, fornicating, making out, that is nature. A woman should not be doing it with his fellow woman, neither a man should be doing it with his fellow man. Nature made it that the opposite attracts. And so whether he's dancing with women on the woman, I don't really want to do that. See, he has the right to have fun, period. But in that process of that fun, if there is any crime they can pick out from there, then we can talk about it. Separate the crime from the fun. That's just what I'm saying. And I think somebody understood me. The bishop understood what I'm trying to say.
You don't think it's a crime for the first governor, the premier of the premier state in Nigeria, to be twerking on a Caribbean island, absent without leave?
Come on now,
twerking.
Woman. They are women. They can twerk.
The woman
What
is
is
just
wrong in
pulling your
him
legs. Just
twerking?
continue. Go on the next topic. The woman is just pulling your legs. It's been mysterious.
All right, Zita. So do you buy the argument for an anoma state? And even if you buy it, does it take preeminence over arguments for other states agitating too, like an Ibadan state?
There is nothing like agitating for other states. The only region that is not 6 is Southeast. So they can get some part of Imo, some part of Rivers, some part of Edo, and some part of Delta, and make it an Yoma state. That's
so
okay.
must all regions be 6? Must all regions be 6? Madam Zita, must all regions be 6? Must all regions be 6?
Yeah, sure. You see,
why?
When
We have a region
I
that's
said
7.
this thing, I said this thing because when you do some certain things, you give room for argument, for defense, for contentiousness. So when you look at a particular region that fought a war in that country, was that actually a war that had will I call it? I don't know what to call that thing because I always call it Ojuku smartness. So that had such a thing, and they send that particular region that is 5. You are giving room for some kind of argument. You are giving room for
Madam
some.
Breda, you are wrong. You are wrong. Let me correct you. The region, the eastern region that fought the civil war that time with Ojuku was made up of the entire of the southeast and the south. So they have already broken the eastern region to 12 states.
You see, Bishop, let me tell you this.
I'm talking facts, not emotions now. The eastern region
Biafran war.
in 1966. Yes.
Listen, Nigerian Biafran war is something I took my time to read different propaganda, shenanigan, everything about it.
I don't want
You see the South. The South did not fight that war with us. In fact, the Igbos
No, what
were
I'm saying is this.
actually.
Hold on. What I'm
Can I
saying is this.
finish?
No,
The
what I'm
Igbos
saying is
were
this. No, what
actually
I'm saying is this. You don't need to go that
forcing
route.
to
You don't need
be
to go that route. What I'm saying is that the whole Southeast, then the whole Southeast Nigeria then comprises of where we call South today, including rivers, including Akwa Ibom, including Cross Rivers, including Bayelsa. Were they part of the Eastern region that time or not?
No, what I'm telling you
It's just a
is that
simple question. Were they part of the Eastern region?
Wait, the people that had the agitation, the people that
You are
went
missing my
into
point.
that war. Hold on.
The question I'm asking is this: were they part of the Eastern region or not?
Hold on, Bishop. Hold on, Bishop. Let her make that response. Maybe we'll capture what you're looking to hear from her. Zita.
The people that went to war are the Igbos. Period. Then the Igbos on their own, let me finish. The Igbos on their own wanted to include areas like today Rivers, today Delta, today Edo, today Bayelsa, today Cross River, today Akwa Ibom. They wanted to force them to join the war. Force. I use the word force. You can look at all the propagandas about the war.
Hold on, Bishop. Hold on, Zita. I think you may be missing the point that Bishop is making. What Bishop is saying is that the Eastern region, as at that time, it included a vast swathe.
I get that part now.
So I think
exactly.
I get that part. I understand what he's saying.
Hold on. Because I don't think you are acknowledging where he's trying to land you. Where he is trying to land you is that the Southeast is not actually 5 states. If we're looking at the map from the region that we started from, if you add the old Eastern region, which included River State, Cross Rivers, Bayelsa, etc., there's actually the argument that the wider Eastern region has more states than anyone else, because you are looking at the condensed version that was put in place by Babangida or somebody, but the actual balkanization of Nigeria is actually giving the Southeast or the Eastern region more space, because of course we have the Eastern region, the Western region, and then the North. So the Eastern region actually has more states. Is that where you are, Bishop, in terms of what you're pushing?
Yes.
One man.
Will you let me respond?
When you say this kind of a thing, you know me.
No,
you
I'm
know
only
how
presenting what I understand.
When you say
what
this
Bishop
kind
is
of
saying,
a thing, what you are actually doing is to raise anger. Because today, those places are not called Southeast. So I don't know why
Zita,
I should be talking about a particular people that went into a war.
Zita,
you are not telling me no.
Zita,
Can I finish?
Madam Zita,
you are not telling me no. That as at the time of the war, they were not that particular people. That the whole
Zita,
area
hold on for Bishop. Yeah, carry on, Bishop.
Madam Zita. Anybody that wants to get angry, she has landed. I wanted to respond. She's spoken for. If she permit me, I mean, it is immaterial to say whether some people want to get angry or not. We are having a conversation. If people want to get angry, so be it. Let me give you some facts, some very salient facts. Before then, Southwest, I'm going to use just 2 examples. Southwest included Bender State, which is now part of South, Bender State. And it is part of that South Midwest that they now wanted to cut to join Southeast to be Anioma State. So part of this Midwest, part of the Western region that now became Midwest, as was championed by Nnamdi Azikiwe to reduce the influence of the Southwest then, and now became Bender State, now became Delta and Edo State. It is part of that Delta part. Now they want to cut to go and join Southeast. Hold on, let me finish. Let me finish now. Let me finish. Let me finish now. Let's have a conversation. Don't be. I mean, now We have a state in Oyo State that has about 28,000, almost about 29,000 square kilometers of space, Oyo State, with only 3 senators and 11 House of Rep members. We now have all the Southeast states that are about the same size of Oyo State that has 15 senators and 31, as at the last count, 37 or 33 House of Rep member with the same landmass and about the same population. You are now still saying, let us make those states to have 18 senators against 3 in Oyo State with the same landmass. I think the bottom line is that I don't think we belong to the same country. I think the earlier we visit this thing,
no. Hold on. Before you, before you go to your indignation, Bishop.
Are you saying that 18 senators for Southeast, not 18 senators? What kind of senseless like that? Saying some people will get angry.
Bishop,
to foot my anger.
Can you hear us, Bishop?
I'm telling you, I want to.
Before you go into your indignation, what Zita is actually talking about, and correct me if I'm wrong in what you're saying, is proportional representation. She's not talking about geographical landmass. She's not even talking about population size. She's talking
there is
about
nothing proportional in this.
Hold on,
woman, can I speak on this topic, please?
Yes, you speak on it, but let me just because I think there's a middle ground that you guys are not converging at. I think you are speaking to proportional representation. You are not especially speaking to geographical landmass. The Southeasterners, they're a large ethnic grouping within the Nigerian space. The Southwesterners are a large ethnic grouping. The Hausas are a large ethnic grouping. And the Fulanis, they're not so large, but they're a factor within the Nigerian space. What the argument is not so much the land mass of whatever. What the argument is as large and as significant as the Southeast is, they are being underrepresented both in terms of state creation, and which then leads to representation at the federal level, which somewhat holds them as a second tier sort of a Nigerian. I think that's broadly where that argument is. But Zita, back to you.
Woman, you see, when you use a geographical landmark to represent people and talk about Oyo State and things like that, I begin to ask. I'll give an example of the one everybody will know. If you put the state of Illinois, put the state of New York, and the state of California together, they are 2 of them is bigger than Nigeria, let alone the 3 of them. And then how many senators is in Nigeria? And if those 3 states have called the United States, how many senators do they have? Anyway, I don't want to go through that, but let me continue with what I'm saying. You see, if you do landmark, countries will not be created because some countries like Mali, they have a vast land. How many people are there? Does it mean you shouldn't be a country? Some of them are very small. How many people are there? Does that mean you shouldn't give them a country? But I don't want to go into all that. Let me continue with what I'm saying. You see, these are nurture of a thing that I'm talking about. I still believe that if a people, as I said before, fought a war, and then you carve a state, in the process of the development of that country, a state is created, and they are just given 5 states. I think you give room for a lot of argument, a lot of contentiousness, a lot of hate and love, which is not healthy for a country. But if they wish it so, that's fine. But if I have to say anything, there are some regions in that country that have 7 states, and the rest have 6. 6. 5 shouldn't be the benchmark. That's all I have to say. And if you are creating an extra state, as I said before, for Southeast, that extra state shouldn't be within Southeast. You heard what I said. a little bit of Rivers, a little bit of Delta, a little bit of Edo, a little bit of Imo. Just go it round like.
Is this a Neoma state that they are agitating for? Is it an Igbo state or a South state?
You see, it's supposed to be. It's supposed to be for. What I'm saying is that the state should be created for the Southeast, not for the South. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, but that's what I am saying. Are they creating it for the Southeast? Because they are what they're essentially looking to do is to break Niger State into two, and then they'll have then they'll take Asaba with Anioma State, and Asaba will be the capital.
Okay, and then, what is the capital of Delta State now?
I couldn't even tell you. It probably
is Asaba now.
Well, there it is. So Asaba will be the new capital of Anioma.
Abadio must be high on something. I don't even want to talk about that idiot anyway. So let me continue with what I'm saying. I don't know what he was drinking to say Anioma State, the capital will be Asaba, because the capital of Delta State is already Asaba. Is he going to create Anioma State and put it on top of
go
Asaba?
With Anioma, and Warri will become Delta State capital.
Okay, then Asaba will become Anioma State. Whatever. From the time people like
I wanted to check in something before, but
from the time Aton Zeribe then long ago they've been. In fact, it was Aton Zeribe set that called it that Anioma State. They started with Orash State and then ended up with Anioma State. These things I've been following it for a long time. They made the name Orash State because they want to pass it through the Orash as is Orash River. All the people who are in that Orash Azist, which are not actually, we call them, Igbos call them Kai Igbos. They speak Igbo, but their Igbos are not like, anyway, in Igbo land, we have different dialects anyway. Anambra man might not understand me, I might not understand an Anambra man, like we walk into Imo State, but the same thing with Abia State. But then those ones are called Eka Igbo because like their Igbo swing off a little, like you get them from Owashu, Uwele, Ikwere, what's the name? I've forgotten all of Emoha, and all those areas from Delta State and then from River State. They speak, they understand us. So I think that was the reason where they were trying to create those ones that speak Igbo and push it towards the Southeast. From my understanding on when they have started, all these ones they are doing now, I'm not be following what this stupid Akpabio has been doing. So I'm not interested in what he says and what he's not saying. Anyway, unfortunately, he is the president of the Senate of Federal Republic of Nigeria. Too bad. Somehow I have to listen to the bullshit he's saying, but that's okay. At least we are talking about the bullshit he said. Woman, please, can I move to
Zita? It's actually Nedunwoko that has been championing this. At least it's the latest champion of the Anioma narrative, and is really pushing it aggressively. You know that Nedunwoko, for all of his faults, is a very smooth operator and is working it within the Senate. So Nedunwoko is the husband of Regina Daniels.
For those bullshit people, I don't think.
Yes. So he's the one propelling this narrative now. But if they are looking to create a Neoma state, it will be impossible for them to do it as just a one event thing, because there are so many places agitating for state creations as well. So if they push to create a Neoma state, then they will have to compensate the Southeast with the state. And then if they compensate the Southeast with the state, they have to also compensate the Southwest with the state for arguments similar to what Bishop has just presented. And then if you compensate the Southwest with the state, then you have to compensate with the North with the state as well, because there's all of the arguments that creates at least 3 states in Niger State. So if they create a Neoma state, then they have to create at least 5 more states within that same event.
One man, if I may chip in, I wanted that to be on my turn before, but you got it almost 70%. The aim actually is to balance out the North and the South divide. They have 19 states in the North. We have 17 in the South. So the idea of an Neoma is to kill two birds with one stone. The Southeast have been agitating, rightly so, that they need a sixth state, like all other political zones.
And then you think...
Let me finish my point. And it's one of their salient demands. And I think they are very right. Why should they be the ones to be shortchanged all the time? So if they give them that, South will have 18. Then we now go to Southwest, just like Northwest that has 7. If Oyo State today will be divided into 2, Oke-Ogun State and then Ibadan State. So 19 in the South, 19 in the North. And it's going to happen soon after the election in the 12th Assembly.
The 12th or the 11th? Are we not in the 10th Assembly?
I think we're in the 11th now.
Oh, are we? Okay. All right, back to you. You may be correct. I thought we were in the 10th, but you probably are correct. You're often more correct than not, Baba.
So
we are in the 10th. We are in the 10th Assembly. We are in the 10th Assembly.
All right, brilliant. All right. So let me
go to the White House. You see,
oh yes, the first lady continuing to embed herself.
Not the highly respected first lady.
Yes, the Shekiri first lady embedding herself heavily into the American system.
The only thing I have to say is that there is something about that president sitting in the White House most people are not observant about. And actually, this is his second time in office. And he didn't change much from his first time. Just that this time around, it's like the first time was so much of a chaos. And then because of that chaos, that people were surprised that he went in there. Most people did not notice what he was doing, but not for somebody like me. There was so much chaos in his first time that people refuse to see what he was doing. One thing about that guy in the White House is that he is one of the United States president that doesn't go traditional. If you follow his first time, he threw away there are so much Western allies, and he goes to smaller countries. Why he does that, I don't know. He did it in his first time, and he's doing it again. I don't know why he's doing that. He doesn't like those like France, Britain, Germany, blah, blah, blah. Somehow, anytime he wants to get something together, he prefers to run around all those small ones, try to bring them closer for reasons I don't know.
There is an answer to your question. You want me to answer your question?
Why?
You said what? Why?
You said answer my question.
No. Let him come in now. I think it was the doctor.
Do you want me to is it a rhetorical question you're asking, or you just
No, it's a conversational.
If you can come in, you come in now. No problem.
All right. She's opened the window. So
look at the pattern of this guy you're talking about. Those smaller so-called smaller countries.
You mean the orange man in the White House, as they call him now?
I used to read that one. So if you look at this, if you look at the pattern, it's usually authoritarian states, countries where they don't have democracy. It's called pseudo-democracies. That's what they have. Those are the kind of country, because those established countries like European countries like Denmark, Sweden, Germany, and the likes of France, these are established democracies that will let them understand that we don't tolerate authoritarianism. We don't buy into that.
Okay.
That's why you rather just swing towards those kind of people, those states, support small states.
There is something I want to say. I know that most people we don't like it, but I'm going to say it anyway. You see, United States, their president can do whatever he wants. It might sound authoritatively. It might sound dictatorship. But with France, he can do what he wants to do. With Italy, he can do what he wants to do. That's why I said that I don't know why the moment, traditionally, the moment a president, a United States president is sworn in, is going to the West to meet with the Britain that was one time their colonial master, or maybe visit one of those. This man never does that. From the one, he would look for a smaller country somewhere and go and visit them. That's where he put it. That let's see who the first country he's going to visit. It's a thing the whole world looks up to. So it doesn't really matter how you feel about him or what you think about him. I'm not thinking about him. I'm thinking about the seat he's sitting in. How the world look at the seat he's sitting in. So he's not. Anyway, never mind. Let me continue with what I'm saying.
Sorry, before you carry on, I'm not sure you're right on what you just said. When Trump came in the first term, historically, traditionally, American presidents visit Saudi Arabia to go and touch that orb. And that was the first thing he did. Obama did it. George Bush did it.
No, that's not the first place they visit. Please,
it's one
check
of the
it
first.
very well.
It's one of their first visits to go and touch.
No, I said first place they visit. I didn't say one of their first visits. One man. I said first place they visit. First, like now, state visit. Where is he going first? That's what I'm talking about. The
American
moment
they normally visit England.
What is the first state visit they are doing? That's what I'm talking about.
England.
Traditionally, it should be the Western countries. But this guy doesn't do that. Period. That's what I'm talking about. That's not the discussion for today.
Admiration you have.
Let's continue. So
hold on, Zita. Is it some kind of admiration for this guy you are projecting here, or what?
Which kind of admiration? Listen to me. It doesn't a rational mind. It doesn't really matter whether I admire him.
Zita is a Trump fan girl now. Do you not know that already?
Wait, one man, please. Let's not do this.
He can walk on water as far as Zita is concerned.
One man, let's not do this, because when we do this, we confuse the younger ones that don't know how those things function. Please, let's not do this. When I say things like this, please try and go and confirm. Don't make a nonsense of it that is Zita's, the way Zita is a fan of blah, blah, blah. I'm talking about functionality. That is what I'm talking about. And it's better we educate people very well, listeners. I'm saying they have a traditional way they do things there when they're being sworn in. But this man, in his first time, didn't do it. In his second time, he didn't do it. He broke that tradition, first and second time. So that's what I'm saying. Come on now. One man, let me leave you people to talk. I think the topic don't finish.
Are you one of those Monroe Doctrine sort of adherent conspiracy theorists? Monroe Doctrine, just trying to justify.
She has not got into that corner yet. No.
Oh God, it's just madness. I'm not sure how many of you have been following this Chinese guy called Professor Jiang that has been pumping out a lot of stuff on
Yeah, I do.
You can get lost in the woods if you spend too much time they will scramble your brain. He was theorizing some Jesuit concepts, some esoteric psychedelics, whatnot.
He has been said to have given some
and there is something you were showing in Channels TV. You said somebody but you were showing something like a video. Somebody was complaining about something.
An awesome man.
Talking about yes, the Hausas are finding their voice. They are pushing it. I think that's actually Patoski's narrative. The Hausas are pushing their voice, and they're saying they want to uncouple from the Fulanis now. They are going through the numbers, and they're saying throughout their association with this guy, with these guys, it's always been a narrative of subjugation. That when anything comes to the northern region, they share it amongst the Fulanis, But one of the examples he cited that really struck me was that whenever an educational opportunity comes, it goes to the Fulanis within whichever state in the north. So they'll send them to their abroad, they train them up, and then the keke drivers and the marwa somethings, and they leave those jobs to the Hausas. So that's the strategy of perpetual servitude right there.
Woman, maybe we don't know history of Nigeria very well. Hausas are very learned. Not just learned, they're sophisticated.
Hausas or the full?
Yeah, not Fulani.
Okay.
I'm not talking about Fulani. I'm talking about Hausa man. Hausa man, the Hausa men, Hausa people, the Hausans are highly learned.
They are not.
And they are actually, it is because of their sophistication that made the Fulanese to overrun them. All this chaos, all this
sophistication
madness.
Or naivety?
Huh?
You mean naivety, not sophistication?
No, it's not naivety. No. It's not naivety.
They are sophisticated to surrender themselves.
You know,
to
when you have a particular...
data says otherwise now, Zita. The data says otherwise. This is your claim.
Within the Nigerian paradigm, they are the most backward.
Yeah, the data says otherwise. If you see the North, look at the scholars in the North, intellectuals in the North, they are Fulani. The political leaders in the North, they are Fulani. The traditional leaders in the North, they are Fulani.
That's why I'm saying that it's because of their sophistication.
Also in the South, who are the drawers of water and hewers of woods?
They are the Hausa, Meruwa.
Exactly.
When you see somebody that is selling sweets,
they're not Hausas.
Selling somebody digging
you
well,
see,
you
will never see a Fulani do that.
Hold on.
The Kaya use and all the rest.
Hold on, please. Hold on. You see, those people that fetch water for you, that clean your poo-poo and wash your gate are not Hausas.
What are they?
They are people from Niger Republic.
They are Hausa.
They are not.
Hausa.
That they told you they are Hausans doesn't make them Hausas.
Zita, mention two Hausa professors.
Do you know that Niger has Hausas?
Two Hausa.
They don't know who they are.
No, they have Hausas. They have Hausas.
And they don't have Fulanis.
Professors.
You see, we use this word Hausa like we use it loosely. We don't even know who these Hausas are. Hausas, there's a general language called Hausa. There are some people who are like the Birams, the Kajes and the rest of them. They consider themselves as Hausas. Forget that they have their own tribal name.
Yes.
Yes. So in Niger, hold on. We have the Sabarunas. We have the what's it called? The
Godus.
Yeah, those ones too. These are also Hausas too. So Hausa is not only limited to even in Benin Republic, they have Hausas. So even in Cameroon, they have Hausas in Cameroon. So we need to understand
the one thing that we have.
Okay, I think. Sorry, woman. I think I lived in the north. So I have some little bit of advantage. The line had become so blurred to the extent that, and the ones that have been at the receiving end are the original Hausas. If we go down the history and we read about the Banza Bokwe, and in fairness, the Hausas has ended, and they largely ended up. They have largely ended up with the short end of the stick.
That's Hausa Bastard,
Banza Bokwe. That is the outcast, the downcast, and they were mainly Hausas. And over the years, they've been subjugated. They've been, gradually, they've been pushed down the ladder every time. Now we have other little ethnic groups, like I think if I get the voice right, National Mai will say earlier on, and that is why there are several ethnic groups apart from the Hausa and the Fulanis. I think the other ethnic groups collectively make more than 40% in the north. All the Birams, all the Gwaris, all the made the Kemberis, go to Komas. That is generality. Apart from the other tribe that is major in the north is the are the Kanuris, which they are far off, but they have their own two states which are distinct. But in every other state before that are originally dominated by Hausas, they have been subjugated now, and their position have been usurped or taken over by the Fulanis. These are verifiable facts. So in the academia, in politics, even in several businesses, the Fulanis have taken over. So whether we want to admit it or not, if they are able to come through, I don't know how they're going to do it. But because it has been, they mixed together to the extent that the lines have been completely obliterated, not just blood. In some areas, it's difficult. But because the Fulanis are very purposeful, they are definitely, they know what they were gunning for. They've been able to continue in this emasculation of the other tribe, and they are able to have their way. And that is where we are now. So if they are waking up now, I don't know, good luck to them if they can push through, but it's going to be a very tough call, a long call.
All right, Zita, bring it home and then we'll do 5 minutes monologue so that everybody gets to speak. Zita, back to you.
I think the topic don't finish now. You have
you still get other topics, but let's move it round and then we'll come back to you. Baba.
Okay. Let me try go to Sanwo-Olu actually. This is just for Chioma's sake and others. I don't want anybody to be deceived and think Saraki is not in Tinubu's corner. Don't be deceived at all. You understand? Because by qualification, we can call them Amaechi. And he is married to a very important family in Eko, the Ojoras, because Chief Ojora is the Olori Omoba of Lagos, Eko, apart from being the head of the Ojora family, and they own vast properties from Igomu to Ijora area. And that's why the first lady, as soon as she came back from that first American visit, she visited them immediately. She visited Irelu Ojuolape, that's the widow of Chief Adekunle Ojora. And if you remember very well, Saraki had issues concerning his malfeasance as a governor and also as a legislator, the Senate president. There was a time his houses in Ikoyi were seized, but when Tinubu came back, everything was returned to him, and all his cases, all his files in EFCC have been thrown in the toilet. So you can see when Okinbalui asked him the question about his bid for the presidency, he threw it and said, look, it's the stone of the South. He did not come out to say whether Obi or Amaechi. He says the stone of the South. And he agrees that it's 80 years. So that's not, and I'm excited and looking forward to an Idejo chief next year, towards the end of next year, for Chief Adekunle Ojora. That's for the Eko thing. Coming to Sanwo-Olu, actually, I think we are forgetting that a politician is just not an ordinary citizen anymore, or a fitting governor, even a senator, a legislator. We'll talk of the president. If you are a governor, you are responsible to the people of your state. There is a certain level of decorum you have to observe, particularly if you're a married governor. If we do not forget, an important senator, if not for the shenanigans of playing the field, Clinton wouldn't have been president. He would have been president. I talk about Senator Gary Hart. Gary Hart was an important senator in 1987. We all said he would be president of America. But what happened to him? He was caught in a yacht called Monkey Business with a lady, a model called Donna Rice. Donna Rice, yeah. And that was the end of his ambition. Things like this put a man down. Sanwo-Olu, let me just put it, is a friend of Ashimogu. Ashimogu was to splash on her birthday. She rented a whole island in Grenada, 1 week for celebration. Not just that, took in tow about 4 Nigerian top musicians. Top musicians. Even the governor of Grenada or president or prime minister was there at the party. So Olu as a governor, not on leave, not on anything, flew a jet quietly to Grenada to celebrate with her. Don't tell me is this right without informing. Even an ordinary Oba cannot leave his jurisdiction without informing the local government chairman. You did not inform anybody. For 3 days, they were looking for you. You were in Grenada. That was the beginning of his problem with Ashiwaju. It was the old men in APC Southwest that doused that fire. The matter was put in deep freezer. Not that it's quenched or forgotten, to keep it iced until when the opportune time comes to deal with him. Now, what EFCC is saying is that $30 million was money schemed from Lagos state contracts. The contractors were funneling the money to Aisha Ashimogu's account. To Aisha Ashimogu's account. Why should a sitting governor do that when there are other avenues or better way of doing things, even if you have to do that? If you have to do that, now that money is gone back to the government, forfeited. And like Bishop said, come June 1st, he will go down. He will go down. There's nothing. If he's going to be saved,
sorry, Baba. Why June 1st? What's the significance of that date?
He is immune. He has immunity as a governor, sitting governor. On 29th, when he leaves power, 31st of May, they will let him rest. 1st of June, EFCC will pick him up. EFCC will pick him up. Among several other little things that are inconsequential now, he has done. He's done very well, but that's, at times we make mistakes. But it can happen to anybody, but it's a lesson. It is a lesson. Ambody, all of them, they play the field. Even Fashola play the field, but nothing like that. But why must you put your life in the hands of a woman that is not your wife? So your wife, who is a medical doctor, you can't ask contractor to skim money into her account or into the account of your children. You give it to a Kogi woman.
I don't understand your argument, Baba, but
no,
continue.
You may not understand because how will you understand? I'm talking about $13 million skimmed from contractors, skimmed from contracts of Lagos State. And you did not hide it on your own. You don't know route to Gansi. You don't know route to Bahamas. You don't know route to Panama. You gave it to a woman. Why? So the government should not say anything. Is that what you're saying? We shouldn't. Whether it's a brilliant person is done well for Lagos State or not, it doesn't really matter. Doesn't really matter. The law is a law. If he didn't go to jail, but his nose will be rubbed in the dust for a very, very long time. And I support that. Let me go quickly to the state thing. I think for equity, the South is truly demand and rightfully demand, and they should be given a sixth state.
There's another D word I was expecting you to say, but you didn't say. Do they deserve it?
You mean the Southeast?
Yes.
Yeah, they deserve it. Look,
what's the
justification if we must be a nation, equity must be
because they make the most noise, Abi.
It's not because they make the most noise. They divided the country into 6 zones. Unfortunately, the man who actually propagated the idea, Dr. What's his name now? Former vice president. He did it. Every other politician bought into it. You understand? If what's his name now? Former vice president. He did it, but when he was dividing it, he divided 5 for themselves. That doesn't make it right or wrong. But then if the time for correction comes, let's do it. For the part of today's Delta they are cutting away, we should all not forget that before the Civil War, if you ask me, even in our geography we do then, as a primary school student, we always refer to those people as Eka Igbo. They themselves refer to themselves as Eka Igbos. Even during the war, when they were searching for Igbos in Lagos, people of Asaba, Onisha, Ugbo, Mbodo, Ogwashuku, Agbo, they were all roped up into the Biafra team, being raided in Lagos. It's after the war, or during that war, and after that, they refused to bear that sobriquet of being Eka Igbo. So if they have to carve another thing, a state out of the Southeast, well, they take some from Imo, they take some from Anambra, and they take some from the Eka Igbo, because Anioma is, what's Anioma now? I've forgotten the Ndokwa or Shimili and all the rest. So they deserve it. And that will make the states in the South 18. Now, Ibadan, or in today's Oyo State, is a very big place.
Baba, can I chip in one? Can I chip in one thing, if you don't mind?
Yeah,
2 seconds.
Go ahead,
please. So, one is very contentious. Those Okwanist parts that you are already giving to Anioma, and the Anioma state is being proposed to be the 6th state of the East. So they are taking part of the South, that is Asaba and the place. Now, there is a group of Yorubas that are there that are indigenous to that place. We call them the Olukumesh. They are somewhere sandwiched between that Delta North and Aniocha North local government area, and they are Yorubas, and they have been there. They are part of the Southwest. But when they created, just like their Ishekiri brothers, when they created the South Midwest through a referendum that was maliciously orchestrated, they fell into the into the Midwest. After Midwest became Bende State, they followed Bende. Then when Bende became Delta and Edo, and now we are going to move them, even though they are Yorubas, we are going to move them effectively to the Southeast. We know what has happened to the Yoruba minorities that are in Kogi and Kwara. I mean, that story is a story for another day. They might not be many. They might not be very big. They've suffered injustice already, even as it were presently. So what we are saying is that because they are few, we can just negotiate them away to make some people. And I don't understand why we think it is not okay to consider these factors as enumerated earlier on. That look, the Southeast we're talking about, Eastern Nigeria consisted of rivers and Bayelsa and Cross River and what do you call it? And Akwa Ibom. Before it was one region before, so it was the dividing that now divided. So there are two regions as against the original eastern region of Nigeria now is having 11 states. The original western region is still 6 states. If we want to discountenance that and say because a group of people are insisting that, then at some point we will just have to cannibalize the whole of Nigeria. Every local government will become state, because at the end of the day, agreed. Let us agree without considering that. Okay, let's agree that the Southeast deserves one more state. Are we saying the Southwest does not deserve 2 additional states? I don't know how big your state is. I am saying in landmass and in population, your state is almost equal to all the 5 eastern states, and they have 15 representatives at the Senate as against 3. And if you don't see that as a gross injustice, then I don't know what the color or the definition of injustice is. But remember the Olukumis that are our brothers minutes. That have been neglected and abandoned and are now going to be part of the Southeast.
Sorry, Baba has, thank you, Bishop. Baba,
okay, Bishop, I hear you, but look, the people you are talking about, the Yoruba people you are talking about, they are in the Agbo, Uguashuku parts of today's Delta State. And their Yoruba is not the Yoruba you and I speak. They are just like the Shekiris. Even in that heydays, where the western region was...
Baba, their Yoruba sounds more Owo than Yoruba of Shekiri. It sounds more like Yoruba of Owo. If you have listened to Owo.
Bishop, let Baba.
You said something that I'm responding to.
One man, just be patient.
It's a conversation.
Be patient for him. We are not so many.
It's not so much that people are many or not. I want the conversation, but I'm mindful that Rational Mind has not spoken. Patrick is waiting as well, as are you. So that's why I'm just trying to make sure that people are not kept waiting for too long. That's
there is no way they can draw today's Southwest map, and you can draw. I don't see how you can do that demography that will still drag these people and the Shekiris into the Southwest. It's not possible.
Baba, sorry. One man, let me ask Baba this question. Baba, where you are going is not actually. If you look at it from even the angle that Bishop the question is asking you, starting from the old Western region, even when they started creating states in 1867, we have 2 states from this. We have Anambra and Imo State, and in the Southwest we have Ogun State, Lagos State, Ondo State, and Oyo State. 4 states.
No.
Now 4 states is now
wait.
2 states is now 5.
We started with 12. So you stick to that 12 first.
Even from
the 12
it was 1. It was not even 1. If you want to stick to that 12, we have the Eastern State. Was it not Eastern State that they created that time? That is the Igbo State now, and that one now is now 1 that is now 5 now. So what are we talking about? And then when you look at it, it's only Southeast that is homogeneous in all the regions of Nigeria. So it's not creation of
please. Which is
I said Southeast is the only homogeneous that contains homogeneous people. Only Igbos.
No.
If you look at the other routes now, if you look at other regions, apart you can say Southwest also. But if you look at other regions, they are not homogeneous. So it's not the creation of region is not based on the ethnicity. So if you are not looking at it from the angle of ethnicity that the Igbo has shot, it's not based on ethnicity.
But the whole Nigerian narrative is based on ethnicity now.
But the creation of geopolitical zone is not based on ethnicity. Even in Niger State, we have Hausas. In Nasarawa State, we have Hausas. And they are not in the same region.
And then
So
that
if
is
everybody is now clamoring and say, okay, we want to wait, one man. If everybody is now saying we want to be scooping the people that speak the same language with them from different states, that will be a chaos.
But Simba, state creation in Nigeria has always been based on politics and not pragmatism. It's not, because if we're looking at being pragmatic, then the northern region should have significantly more states. The southwest will have a little bit more states, but it's
one man. Let me tell you,
now.
This thing, the kind of thing that they want to correct, if you look at Edo and Delta alone, is bigger than the whole of the southeast that we are talking about it. So, or what?
Yeah, but I'm not talking about.
No, wait. Now, apart from saying, okay, the Igbo, wait now. Well, apart from saying the Igbos are so changed, what other? And it's not based on. That's what I said. That it's not based on ethnicity. So, what other reason will you tell me that? Will you give that you say, okay, this is why they should get another additional state?
But I've already said that now. The state creations in Nigeria is not based on pragmatism. It's based on politics and sentiment.
This is the point.
But it will not end. That is it. That agitation will continue, and we start breaking and breaking and breaking.
Didn't we start with 12 and ended up with 36 today? The thing is,
so what has been the benefit, Baba? Just tell me.
See, even in today's southeast, in Ebonyi, don't we have Igalas? Don't we have Ibibios? Same thing in Ambra, same thing in Enugu. When you hear Daniel Omokachi, when you hear Mikel Obi, ordinarily wouldn't you say they are Igbos? But they are from the Middle Belt. They are from the Middle Belt. So it's not about language or this thing. It's about geographical.
Is Mikel Obi
Well, the bottom line is this, Baba. The creation of that Anioma state is never going to see the light of the day. You can take it to the bank.
Well,
because it's going to just cause, it's going to create more problems that it's intended to cure. That's just the truth. It's not going to happen. Because if we're going to make it happen, did not do with demand for, and they will be justified. They will bring justified reason to create for that state. The mistake has been made under the military era that they create state by fiat. We have not been able to create one since democracy. And I don't see it happening, because if we approve one, they will demand for two in the north, and you'll not be able to say no.
This
president,
Baba, as Bishop said, Baba, from Second Republic to Third Republic to Fourth Republic, no civilian administration has been able to create anything.
It's only military.
It's only military, and they will just do it by fiat, as you said. Nobody will just take care of this. But exactly.
Look,
it won't happen. We're just wasting our time.
You guys have taken my stand now. Let me speak now. The thing was, when you say military, in Babangida's time, when he created those states, he threw it to the public. A lot of, even right now, there are 40 states draft being given to the National Assembly. So they didn't just pluck Anioma out of the air. The Olubadan is agitating for Ibadan state. He didn't just start it when he mounted the throne. People are agitating. There is 40 states, if my memory serves me correct. If my memory serves 40 states. And if only military did it, this president is different. It doesn't mean a civilian government cannot create states. He has the right. The National Assembly is geared up for it. And I'm telling you that, look, before the war, this Ndokwa and all the rest, they accepted. We call them Ekaibo. And they accepted. It was after the war that they started creating distance because of the Biafra agitation. And I say that with authority because I am a witness to history. And if we talk about equity, I mean, if one part of a country is talking and agitating for something, we have the right to listen. They have their right, and we have to listen to them. You can't have 7 states somewhere in the Northwest. No, it's not about their land, because what comes with state, we all know. You have more allocations, you have more goodies from the federal government, and your people, of course, feel part of the nation. But they are the only geopolitical zone.
Allocations and goodies from
Yeah, they're the only geopolitical zone with 5. With 5.
Let's look at it from the angle of contributions also.
Now. No. When Babangida created Delta State, was it not the right? And everybody felt that Warri is ready to be capital of Delta State. But even that night, when Babangida was making the announcement, when he got to Delta State, he paused with a wry smile on his face and said, capital at Asaba, to compensate his wife. But we all know that was a false move because it was supposed to be Warri. So if Delta stands alone now minus Asaba, and Warri becomes the capital of the new Delta State, as a wrong not being righted. Same thing for Asaba, being now cosmopolitan, and they've developed so very fast, have their own airport now and stuff like that. It's befitting for them to be the capital of Anioma State. The thing is, whether we like it or not, Ibadan and Okeogun, even when they talk, say, why are they not saying Oyo State still? They say Okeogun State and Ibadan State. So everything in life is politics when it comes to rulership.
It's not Okeogun, it's Okeogun.
Bishop. Pardon my pronunciation. Okeogun.
Let Baba land. Baba, let me just say this. Sorry, guys. Do you know when I'm pushing sometimes? My anxiety is that when people have been on the platform for a while and then they drop without speaking, and then if they come back again the next time and they still don't get to speak, it disincentivizes them to come on again. But once everybody has had the time to speak, and then we open it up to a general, then anything can happen after that. So when I'm pushing, it's only because I'm conscious of people that have not spoken. That's all it is. Baba, back to you.
Yeah, for that, I think I'm in full support of it, particularly the state of our nation now, when people are claiming big numbers because of the number of states they have. So if not have 19 states, for God's sake, we should have 19 in the South too. We have to match the numbers.
But conversely, is there not an argument that even the Southeast has too many states for the geographical space that they occupy? It's only a tiny little sliver.
It's not about land mass, one man. It's not.
Yes.
It's not about land.
So is it that they expand the Southeast or they reduce the states?
No, it's about
they have
control
too many
of resources.
states already now for
because
that
in a state
tiny
where you
little
have
sliver.
in a geopolitical zone where you have 7 states, there will be 7 governors. There will be 21 senators. Yeah, it's
but 21
all about
senators
resources.
representing few people now. So how can you will now have 21 senators representing fewer people than some people, places that have more geography and more population?
Well,
so those few people now have more voice than majority. That's what it means now.
Listen.
If you put population,
if you have to talk about landmass, is Bayelsa supposed to be a state?
That's what I'm saying. If you take
Southeast, but they have their
it
resources.
Doesn't mean we should keep committing the same error. If you take Southeast, for example, the population is not as much as some states in the north. Let's be objective. And
it's
they don't
not
have
about
now let me just land. And they don't have as much as population as in the north. They don't have as much as the landmass in the north. Now they come to National Assembly with equal number of senators. You now have more senators representing a minority group. So when they subject it to the vote, minority will carry the day. That's what it means now.
Wait, that is corrected. That is why we
Baba, sorry, if one man will allow me just to correct you. Bayelsa is far bigger than Lagos.
Yeah, but I'm not saying it's the smallest state. Don't get me wrong. But the rights of the 3 senators, that is constitutional. They correct it in the House of Representatives. That is why places like Kano could have 40 local government, and Lagos will have 20. And that's why they will have more House of Representatives than maybe a state like Lagos. The House of Representatives, that's why it's called National Assembly. If we have to be a country, you cannot use land mass to determine how many. It's about equity. If you have 6 in your area, I should have 6 in my area. Whether we are 3 or we have 2, it really doesn't matter. It's about our commonwealth and about how we spread our goodies. It's called equity. It's a very simple thing. It is wrong for somebody to have 7, the people to have 7 states, and a state which is more resourceful, better in human capital development than where they have 7, should have only 5. Then that state with nothing, with 7, will be enjoying more from the largest of the countries. Why? I yield one man.
All right, brilliant, excellent. I'm not even sure if you spoke on Remy yet, and certainly want to hear from you about
I would have loved that. You understand? But
yes,
they've taken my time.
If you can give us like a minute or so, because also on Remy, I wanted to, about the push for the state police, which is quite aggressive by the Tinubu administration. Can you just give us like a couple of lines on Remy, and then we go on to Rational Mind?
Yeah, people are not seeing that woman, that highly respected woman, not me. I'm quoting Donald Trump, highly respected woman, Pastor Oluremi, is an asset to the husband, an asset to the country. Because when the brouhaha started with genocide or no genocide, everybody, we were all afraid. We have a heart in our mouth. We thought the bombs will start raining and Trump will, Trump is always Trump. But somehow, look at how this woman has warmed into the corridors of the White House. First, it was the husband, Donald Trump, that came out openly and acknowledged her in a space. And now she's right inside the White House. There are just only 20 first ladies invited to that event hosted by Melania Trump. And Oluremi is the only one from Africa. I wonder why you didn't see her in that video. She's 2 paces away. 2 paces away.
I saw a black woman, but she looks a lot younger and
prettier than now. When you look them, they have different faces.
She looked a lot younger and prettier than Remy, so I thought maybe
some other Africans that were invited, not only Nigeria.
How many?
Other Africans were invited.
Which name them, please?
There's a video of Melania mentioning each of those African countries and other countries that attended that very event. So not only Nigeria.
No, I've checked. I checked.
One man, can you look for just type in Melania and whatever the name of that program is? I don't even care. Just look at it. There's a video online. You see it.
No, I've got a video right here. And the image, if you look at this lady here, she doesn't look anything like Remi Tinubu. I don't think. She looks a lot younger. That's why I thought maybe it was somebody else. Let's see.
There's a video where she was welcoming every one of them. She was mentioning all their names, all the people that were there.
All right, I could look for that, but so that doesn't look like Remi Tinubu, does it?
That's she.
Is it?
Yeah. That's Oluremi Tinubu. He's the only person I've seen, all the videos I've seen, and there are only 20 first ladies. 20. And most of them are from Western Europe. I didn't see any black.
What's the name of the event, woman?
It was
AI
something to do with AI, artificial intelligence, and robotics. It says First Lady Melania Trump welcomes robots to the White House Tech Summit.
Yeah. And I repeat, she's the only black first lady. If any other black person is there, she's an official, not a first lady.
And then Macron's lady boy wife is also there as well, apparently. According to Candice Owen, not me, it's Candice Owen that said that.
And that's not Oluremi. If you zoom it, I just zoomed it now. She's one black woman. I think she's must have been another black African first lady. If you zoom that image, the face is very clear. She's well darker than Remy.
Trust. I mean, our people, the way they go, because I don't even hear when they were mentioning those names of the people that attended. I didn't hear Oluremi or Dot, but now these people are still saying it now. Just got me curious. They want to know what is going on, because I don't trust all this kind of media thing that they do every time. But it's okay. I'm looking at it here. Just go on, woman.
Okay, woman, let me take my space. She's there and she's doing a very good work for Nigeria and for the husband, and she should be highly commended. Today we are not being bombed, rather we turned what is how do I put it, a disaster into an asset. We have American military men today. Some people refer to it as base, but it's not base. They are helping. They brought in drones. And what is happening today in Iran, in the West Asia, has taught us a new way of fighting wars. It's not about F-16, F-35, F-21, F-this, or MiG-10, MiG-20. It's about drones. Kamikaze's drone that cost just $30,000. That's against millions.
Do you know that Nigeria is building those drones aggressive? Their version of that drone aggressively as well.
Yeah. So it's a new thing.
There was a piece done by some
new era.
Media. Yeah.
So we are glad we are going to be a beneficiary of it. I know with the US troops there, whatever they bring, and I think we are very clever now with Innocent doing parts for Air Force aircraft, with that about 4 or so military industrial complex doing armored cars and robotics and drone technology. So very good. So now that we have the drone, the kamikaze drone that will just fly in and not come back, I think that will be very useful in the Mandara Mountains and of course in Sambisa Forest and several other places we can find terrorists troubling our nation. But I commend Oluremi Tinubu because being a black person, it's not easy to be in the White House. We've known right from the time of George Washington to Abe, that is Abraham Lincoln and all the rest. It's not very easy. They don't even accept their own senators. We know how Donald Trump in his first term treated his black officials. So going there and being accepted, I give kudos to this government. I yield one man.
All right, brilliant, excellent. Rational Mind, floor is yours. Rational Mind.
Woman, thanks. I agree with everyone.
The Ebenezer Scrooge of the Nigerian political scene. Bar humbug. Yeah. Everything is doomsday apostasy.
Apostasy, prophecy more. Well, I don't know what this fixation about we Nigerians or some Nigerians, I would say, especially those people from the Batified people. This thing about personality worship that they do every time. It's a cult. Because Oluremi went to the White House, which I'm yet to even verify if she was ever even mentioned. According to the White House website here, it said 45 nations attended. So people like Zelensky's wife and other people, they were there. Some even the Emiratis, I think their wives too were there. Trust Trump and his how do I call them, fraud laden family. They just weighed down with lots of fraud when it comes to taking advantage of their father's. Trump taking advantage of his oath of office or his office to enrich himself and his family. We'll find out all of that. As soon as it's out of there, we'll know what the level of corruption, how they've enriched themselves with the White House. We'll see how that pans out. So just because maybe Oluremi attended now, it looks like like as if she's the only person. Black person
Okay. What do they say? Stop press. I think 14 African first ladies were there.
So
correct myself. 14 African first ladies.
So
Amongst them, the most important one, Oluremi Tinubu.
Well, important is not important. That's not the others that put food on the table of a common Nigerian. See, this personality thing that we do in Nigeria, let us stop it. I mean, it doesn't make anything. I mean, you're making like just the way these guys they were invited by the King of England to just make some frenzy, some paparazzi, and some razzmatazz with this, like as if it's some big thing that puts food on the common table on the table of a common man of Nigeria. I don't understand why we do this in Nigeria. Why do we do this? Just because somebody, a non-political office holder, the wife of the United States president, invited some first ladies and some big people in the tech world to attend a conference, and so now it means that it has been something so spectacular that we must always hail every day and talk about it like as if, I mean, what are we doing here? Are we now? I know I've said it. I mean, I've said this before that this APC people, then, I mean, especially the Tinubu coming to the scene, it's all about personality worship here. The way they worship Bubu back then, they promote him like as if he's some godlike kind of person. Same thing they're doing with this guy. Who knew what was Tinubu's? How was he in Donald Trump's playbook until now? When after they paid $11 million to some what do they call them here in America? Here they paid them. They were able to give them connection to White House. Suddenly now it looks like it's some kind of organic thing that suddenly Trump just like Tinubu, and he likes what was his name, Remy, to be coming to White House. Where were they before now? Before they paid the $11 million.
Remy is a fine babe now, and you know Trump now, he likes hot babes.
Fine, issue. Go to Nigeria, go and see your people, my own people there. How many of them are using a generator this night to power their light just to have electricity in their house? And all of you will come here, will say, praise that you're into high heaven. The first lady, that African lady that was supposed to go into White House. Like I see, there's never been any black person into the White House right recently that Trump has been there. Let us stop all these things. I mean, sometimes I just wonder why we do these things as Nigerians. We praise these politicians like as if they are some kind of. It's okay. Let me just move on. So for me, Norman, give me another topic. Give me another topic. There were other people there.
All right. We were talking about Sanwo-Olu and his association with Aisha Echimogu, which is now.
Go on. No, not you.
Have you been following that story?
I did follow it in that when they went to their what was that Caribbean country?
The Grenada to go and have a frolic and a jolly.
So yeah, yes. You see, Sanwo-Olu will go down in history of Lagos State as the most, if not the most corrupt, besides his Oga Tinubu. He's going to be maybe if not the first or second most corrupt Lagos State governor. It's just that Tinubu, because he holds sway in Lagos, that's why I love the law of the corruption within Lagos State. We can't really find out. Maybe when the guy is gone, he's no longer here. Or have somebody, a neutral person, who comes in When I mean no longer here, I mean is then we'll know what the crime he and his family has done on Lagos State. How they've just ruined that state and turned that state into their personal money making machine. You know, so always going to go down like that. Go to Lagos, go and see how Lagos is. Go and see how ghetto-ish Lagos is. At least most part of Lagos. Go and see how ghetto-ish is. Go on the street, you see a lot of litters. I came back how many months ago? I was in Lagos. That shit there where I was there. That roundabout, they were buying dialects. I have videos here, woman. I can show you those videos. What is for someone doing? So you see, these overrated people that we call Tinubu and his people.
Are you saying Lagos is worse now than it previously was?
Oh, woman. At least when I was there a few months ago, it's stinky. It's stinky, woman. Go and see yourself.
It never used to stink before.
Woman, it's okay. Sure, you know it's never been used to stink before. So now you are admitting that Tinubu is just is a failure, right? And when people come here, you're promoting him like he transformed Lagos like as if Lagos is some kind of El Dorado. It became like Rio de Janeiro, or it became like what they call it, Casablanca, right? You know, you people come here, you just do this thing, but it's okay. Let me move on. But my point is, this is just that someone is going to go down as him and all these people that are there as the most corrupt, governor that has ever ruled that state. But maybe the only way we only find out is maybe after when it's gone, there are none of these Tinubu people from the Tinubu side take control of the Lagos State governance. You see, I don't know. I just don't know what is going on in Lagos. Lagos doesn't, because everything now is about, the fixation now is about federal, because that is where Tinubu is now. So we don't really hear much about Lagos. All the old Lagos boys now, all of them, Abuja and Ibubu, you see, they want to go to Abuja. They want to be close to the seat of power. You know, nobody's talk of Lagos anymore now. That is why the criminals in Lagos, they are just pocketing all the money. And we're seeing all this, a lot of graft, woman, a lot of graft in Lagos State. But which I don't know if we ever, because who's going to EFCC anybody among them? When the main person that control EFCC is their Acapon. So how they go to prosecute them? So you see, I don't know. The incompetency of Sanwo-Olu is just so. It's just hard to even to say you can't even.
You don't think he handled that NSAS situation excellently?
Woman, if you like NSAS, I don't bog me down. Give me another topic, please. Let me leave Sanwo-Olu. Lagos State. Let me just say one this last thing. Lagosians, if all of you are listening, if you listen to one man here, call me and listen to one man. Listen to all of us. When you are voting, bring all these sins, call all of them to mind, and vote these idiots out. Bring in new fresh people. We don't want anybody for the Tinubu clans or the Tinubu groups. We want other people to handle Lagos State so that we can see the crap that they've done to that state. I leave it at that. So one man, give me that topic real quick, please.
All right. Let me rattle off all the topics, and then you can pick, and also you can introduce anything that that you are looking at. The Inspector General of Police has submitted a 75-page framework for state police, so they are pushing aggressively to have that before the end of the year. That's what Tinubu promised. And then Bukola Saraki has ruled himself out of the upcoming elections, telling us then that he is of the mind that power should retain in the South. And as part of canvassing for votes, Godswill Akpabio is promising the people of South and Anioma State with Asaba as the capital. And Obasanjo's daughter, Iyabo, is insisting that she must be the next governor of Ogun State.
Well, let me just go to that Saraki. That Saraki interview with Seun Okibaloye. I watched it from the beginning to the end. That was the best I've ever seen Saraki. I think the whole China's online presence was just getting bossed. People were just sending in questions and all of that. Because I think Saraki really grants those kind of interview, and when he does, people wants to hear from him. Kind of like you know, even though it was dodgy in some of his questions, the way some of his questions were answered, but I think he handled it like a real pro. Well, yeah. So talking about, yeah, he said he wants power to go to South. Um, but he's just still believing that PDP can still be resurrected, can still take part in this election, which I don't know how that's going to be possible. And if ever it is even possible, it's going to be just, you know, placeholders they're going to put there for the APC people that will eventually win the the race. So, or the election rather, at the end of the day. So, but we'll see how that plays out. But for me, it's just I know where he wasn't too when they were. I think Shimon Kubaloye was asking him about a question about his relationship with Tinubu, and it was like, you know, he was just evading it and saying some kind of things like, you know, well, yeah, it's still, yeah, the president, kinikon, this kind of a thing. But it seemed to me, my only thing was just that he's not too. He wasn't saying what his plan is with Kwara State, because I've never seen Kwara State, nothing APC touches that remains the same, or that remained the way it was before they met it. When this Oloibuku party, when they get there, state here. Look at Kwara State that was once a peaceful state. As soon as these idiots they get there, this Oloibuku party they get there, look at what they turned Kwara State to. So I was even expecting to say much about it. The only thing you said was that, yeah, we will compete and we would, because I think Shimon Kubaloye was asking him a question like, why don't you, for fairness, why don't you just zone it to the people that have never said, well, we have to turn it open because, you know, we're not the party in power before the party in power where we can just do that because we are the opposition. So we have to open it to everybody so everybody can contest. I don't know how that's going to play out because I know some part of the Loin people and the people from those northern part of Kwara, they've always, you know, dominated the politics. And I think where the population is in the south more. We're kind of more in the south. I don't know why the north seems to dominate the whole thing every time. I think Abdurrahman is from south. I mean from the north. So I mean, why are they always producing something? Well, yeah, we go again. So, but I don't know how Kwara State is going to be saved. The only thing about Kwara State is that a lot of the real indigenous of Kwara State, only few of them still live in that Kwara State. A lot of them, they've moved to Lagos State. They live in Lagos. I was having a discussion this afternoon with a friend of mine, my time, and we're talking about how the Kwara people have dominated the Lagos Island and Apapa, Badia area, Ikomu area there. So they have so much there. Like, so why did they abandon their states? I don't know. It's something for the Kwara people to think about. But the point I'm just trying to make here is that Kwara is no longer the same. But I was expecting him to say he's going to compete. I mean, like, is he afraid of Tinubu? That's what I don't know. Did they have some kind of compromise on him? Did they have some things about, I think Baba was saying something earlier, saying that something about, I don't know, maybe some corruption allegation, whatever it is. Was that why he wasn't too keen in? Because this is a guy. Well, I mean, we knew his role during the when he was a Senate president. How they had maneuvered Tinubu and his people by clinching the Senate seat, and Dugara became the House Speaker because Tinubu has his own plan and they outsmarted Tinubu. So I was thinking that is going to go against him when Tinubu is there, but who knows? But then my point is just that I just don't see him really being that acting like what we used to know about the Sarakis, that they dictate they're like the Lagos, like they're just like Tinubu or Afabaje. They determine who becomes governor, you know. So, but then it's like they've clipped their hand and they've clipped their wings. So, but I think they have better chance of sitting sitting upsetting or sitting off. I mean, taking off. Can't even think, Christ. Anyway, just to unseat the APC in Kwara State because APC has performed. Abdurrahman, is it Abdurrahman? Yeah, Abdurrahman did not do anything in Kwara State. That guy is a disgrace. Despite being, he said he lived here in America for many years. I just like, is this how you go and govern a state? From a once peaceful state, you turn into some kind of a den of criminals, of terrorists. Your people are being killed daily, kidnapped daily. What are you doing? You know, I just don't know. So my point is just, I was expecting him to speak more of on Kwara State. You know, Shehu Okebaloye, the way he does his things sometimes, he just he doesn't really touch some topics that he's supposed to be talking about. But we'll see, because I think they should be thinking more of how they can unseat APC, and they have better chance. Any party that wants to overrun Lagos, because I tell you, a lot of the people in Kwara State, from what I've been hearing, a lot of them, they are very pissed off with APC in Kwara State. But because APC being what they are, they rig election very well. They're not to rig election. We'll see how that's going to play out this 2027. That's just that. So finally, just to
let me ask you a question.
Okay, please
Can
go on.
I?
Please go on.
In 2031, when power goes back to the north and a Dr. Olushola Saraki is contesting and he wins, how do you think that will look like? A Yoruba man handing over to a Yoruba man. Will that be the case?
Which of the Olushola, which of the Sarakis? Another Saraki?
Bukola, Bukola.
I think Bukola is the one. I mean, the one that was interviewed today is Bukola now.
Yeah.
So why will he contest again?
I think Baba is suggesting that he's playing the 2031 game. Is that what you're suggesting?
He wants to become president. Is that what you're? I thought we're talking about Kwara State now. So talking about presidency, is that what we're talking about?
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
So my point, well, my own thing is that well, you can be playing the game of 2031. I don't know how that's going to because a Yoruba man just left it. I don't know how he's going to wash himself off from that not being a Yoruba, because I remember.
Well, Saraki is a Fulani man now.
Oh.
No, it's neither here or there. Yeah, they can.
And Kwara is not central.
Well, they can claim to be Fulani, but Saraki, well, it said to be more like.
So that's how much Nigeria is complicated.
Yeah, so but I don't know how he's going to wash himself.
And with the journey that Tinubu is embarked upon, only two people can really progress it even further: Saraki or Wike. Those are the only people those are the two progressives in the outside of Tinubu.
I don't think Saraki stand any chance in anything, because this time around, if Tinubu does the second time, which I don't want him to do, I just hope he doesn't get there. If he does it, I have so many things to say, woman, right now. I mean, I don't want to say it right now. I'll just that when I have time some other time. You guys can kiss Nigeria goodbye. You people are going to see a lot of. I will not be able to surprise if Tinubu go for third time. If they try to force him to go through third time, and he has all the machinery to go for third time. I won't be surprised. So I'm just saying that so everybody knows today. Tinubu will try to go for third time, or they'll at least encourage him to go for third time. And he has all the machineries in place to grant him.
But that should be encouraged now.
It should be encouraged, right? Well, we'll all be here. It should need power. We'll all be here. We'll all live to see through that time. But my point is just that Saraki does not have any, will not be able to contest, because he will not, even though he will be looked at all as a northerner, but I think trust the northern people, especially the Fulani part of the north, they want to remind him, like, listen, come on, dude, you just have a Yoruba man there. So let us go to somewhere other part of the north that is core north, real major north. So we'll see how that plays out. Except Tinubu wants to use his political out and bring somebody from North Central, maybe Ribadu, or somebody from, which is still a Fulani man still, but I would prefer somebody from those lesser, when I say lesser Hausas, or what they call the Hausa Banzas or Bokoy, or whatever they call them. Those are not really considered real Hausas per se. If they can, like from the North Central, say from Plateau States, if they can get somebody from there to succeed, maybe we'll see that how that will play out. But my point is just that I don't think Saraki can, even though he can try, but I don't think he's going to go anywhere with that. So
if we monitor how he's grooming Christopher Musa, then we want to be seeing if he's a
he's just using me as clip. That guy is just a pepper tiger. Forget it. I mean, you see, Tinubu is not about governance. When I mean governance, it's not about working for the people. It's about just enriching himself. And then let me see, it's been a while I've been on your platform here to talk about all these things. Look at what happened recently. I mean, like, we keep saying, like, you see, when I keep comparing this Tinubu and this one we did here for America here, that they are the same. You know why suddenly now they became friends now? They said your first lady now is a regular guest here in the White House now. At least that's what they said. I don't know. I'm yet to verify that. But my point is just that, are we surprised? Because they have something in common, enriching themselves. turning political office into as a means for them to enrich themselves. Tinubu gave high-tech. I mean, is it now only high-tech in Nigeria to do government contracts? Is it only high-tech that must do any government contracts? Don't we have other construction companies that can do that? Now,
capacity now, they have capacity.
Can I ask you a question?
You think, please excuse me, please. The wharf, the wharf. Should be Julius Berger, the Govanti. Wharf, Papa Wharf. Govanti, at the Govanti, one Nigeria. At the there's one old video, still, I think it's still online, when they were building a Papa Wharf. It was, I think, background, Govanti. These are the two construction companies that built indigenous, although not really indigenous, but they, I mean, they were based in Nigeria, and they built some part of our Papa Wharf. Those Niger Dock area where you see for, you see in the is it what do you call it, the port area there. It was built by these local companies like Julius Berger. So now suddenly now you see, we're talking about conflict of interest here. You people don't talk about that. Your son, at least, you cannot tell me, because we know that he does everything by proxy. He has interest, he has stake in, if not that he owns high-tech. We've said it many times here. People say, well, go and prove, where's the proof? Show us the proof. But why is it that every time you have to do Coastal Road, high-tech in high-tech in Tongi, high-tech in what is going on? And people don't see the conflict of interest here. Almost a £1 billion, almost a 700 something million pound contract. Your so-called high-tech is almost being almost 500 million pound. What are we talking about? So, but it's okay. But I mean, it's not okay. But my point is this: is that we don't talk about things that we're supposed to be talking about. So you wonder why people like me, I will never speak. I mean, I will never be one that will promote Tinubu in any way, because this guy is just, I mean, just like the one we have here too. You know, one man. I'll leave it at that, so other people can talk. I know other people have been waiting. Thank you, one man.
All right. I thought Bishop had a question for you, but we go from you to.
No, if you want to ask Bishop, sorry, I'm sorry. If you want to say something, say it really quick so that you just end it there, please.
Yeah, I wanted to say one or two things, but the last one that you just mentioned, I think we should have just spoken or concentrate on the competence and whether they are delivering, and not whether why they're getting it, if it is competitive. And there was a time in Nigeria, and I stand to be corrected, Julius Berger was getting about 70 or 80% of all the jobs from federal government to state government. There was a time. Julius Berger was not teaching us all the jobs from federal the likes of Bukola Johnson. Hello, can you hear me?
We can hear you.
We can hear you.
Oh, okay. There was a time, so I think we should just be talking about were they delivering. As far as I'm concerned, in the reclamation and the shore protection job they did in Lagos that gave birth to this Equal Atlantic, I think they did a wonderful job there. And I would rather want to continue to see the cup as being half full, rather than this catch 'em, thief mentality. If you cannot establish that somebody has stolen, somebody is a thief, you cannot just be banding, things around. I don't know high tech, but I saw the jobs they did because I was living on the island when in the 90s when Victoria Island was under threat, and from Legico on that Amadou Bello way to IMB Plaza to a hotel. If IMB had not done what, and if high tech had not done what they did, I think that place would have been all those liaising offices of state, from police station, Babish, across all those places would have done. And they did the job and they delivered. And from every indication, even on this coastal highway, they are delivering. So if we do research and they delivering, let them make it open, let them make it competitive, and let them be, open to criticism. If you can establish that they are delivering and the price is competitive and the job is good, I think we should dwell less on abusing and calling them thief without being able to substantiate it.
Mr. Bishop, nobody's abusing here. We're talking about
abuse, but anyhow, just my point that there was a time Julius Raja was everywhere in Nigeria under when Mobolaji, is it Mobolaji Johnson or
Mobolaji
Johnson was the chairman, and they were everywhere. State government, federal government. Babangida was giving them almost 90% of the federal projects. There was no hue and cry. Everybody was really there. They were not indigenous to us too. Just to limit it to that. If they are delivering, I want to see transformation.
No, there is no. Hold on. No, there's all the construction company. Most of them, they came from either Europe or from somewhere. Even G-Kappa and Alberto and G-Kappa, they're all Italian, and even
but high tech is wholly Nigerian owned now.
Yeah, you see, the point is this.
Gilbert was born in the north.
Public Procurement Act. There must be competitive tender, but there was no tender.
But there is what we call closed bidding too.
And there's preferred bidder as well.
Yeah, preferred bidder. Yeah, let's use the word preferred bidder, right? So you see, we like to do these excuses of. But you can come here now and tell me that what's his name? Peter Obi, he puts what's it called? Anambra's money into his Fidelity Bank. You see, the thing is this. It's okay. I mean, it's not okay, but you see, trying to argue, trying to have a debate with some of you here, it's just so. Sometimes I just wonder, how did we get here? That evil has now become what is good, and what is now good is now evil. How did we get here? Now, this is conflict of interest. Your son has interest. At least we know that Tinubu has. We've not seen all the whole paperwork of how they constituted their ITEC, but from what we've got from many sources, Tinubu has a stake in ITEC because we know even the so-called what they call TV station. This is their TVC. He owns it, but if you go and look at the paper, go and bring evidence to show saying that Tinubu owns this something. He does everything by proxy. That guy, we know him for that is how he does. So you'll not be able to trace anything to him, but he does everything by proxy. Even the tax company
realistically, ITEC owned by Shaguri has been. If we check, I've not checked, but its incorporation will predate Tinubu's political life. Because Shaguri has been friends with IBB. There is no government Shaguri has not been friends with.
He was an Abacha bagman now.
Baba, we don't know of ITEC until Tinubu emergence. And when Tinubu was Fashola's towards Tinubu's end, end of his tenure, early part of Lamporukwe. Fashola, that was when we know ITEC as a company that builds that's a construction company. I don't know ITEC. Abacha time. Kappa and Alberto, Gilos Badger, Brunelli, and so many other smaller construction companies. These are the companies that usually get contracts with federal government and some states. So I don't know if ITEC.
Sorry, just to correct you, ITEC has been existing in Nigeria and Lagos since 1980s. I want somebody to help me to check. But I know ITEC has been in Lagos since 80s.
Okay, fine. How many contracts they've done in Nigeria?
What kind of question is that?
So the only time
the question is they have been existing since the 80s. I can't say specifically when.
Because sometimes we say these kind of things, we just throw these numbers out and then we'll go find out that it's not really so. But I will take you on that.
Somebody can help us quickly with Google. Unfortunately, I don't do that.
The audience listening to us. But my point is this. Let me just quickly say this. You see, we need to understand that there's a conflict of interest, and there's a reason why every government kick against conflict of interest, because it breeds a lot of corruption. Like this one
you have not established conflict of interest. How have you established that now that there is a conflict of interest? How? Just by saying it?
I've been to the board of directors of ITEC that Sheyi Tinubu is one of them that is there.
I've not seen that. Can you bring that up?
All right.
I've not seen that.
I cannot give you right now. Some couple of months ago, when we were talking about this coastal road,
ITEC was incorporated in 1988.
Okay, 1988. Okay, so okay, fine. If it was in 1988, I'm not. But let me answer that question. Sheyi Tinubu was mentioned as one of those board of directors of ITEC.
Who? What's your source?
I cannot give you right now, but I know for a fact I've seen it somewhere and I read it.
Okay, so it could be, I mean, I stand to be corrected. It could be just one of those people that bandy things and just forge. So when you saw it, did you go 1 minute, please? Did you go further to interrogate it?
Let's just take it like the way I'm saying it right now. You don't have to accept my word, but my point is this: that.
But rational mind. Sorry, let me ask you: did you actually? No. Sorry, just if 1 minute. Just give me 1 minute. Did you actually hate or dislike?
Yeah, here we go.
No. I just want to ask you this. Conflict of interest. Because wait now, we've been on this platform, and you are busy defending Obi when we say Obi save what is it, Anambra money in his bank, and you are busy defending. Is it because it's Tinubu now that you are against this one? You're actually against such things?
So there's a difference. You see, this is it. I will let you understand something. See about this Shasheju, about Shite, Tinubu Mate. Am I worried?
Is that the answer to the question I asked you?
No, answer part of the answer, but I'll answer your question.
Rational mind, check what Ofolo ma se kuro mbe abi.
Okay, these are major high-tech construction in Lagos, at least. The Oshodi Airport Road and Penn Cinema Agege flyover. The Lagos Coastal Highway, Lagos to Calabar, and then the Ozumbamba Diwe, Falomo Bridge Link.
But all this one you're talking about, Baba, all this one you're talking about were done during either Fashola or Tinubu's era.
He did it also, and then the Lekki Epe Expressway.
High-tech has been in Nigeria since 1988 now.
So project will not Nisuru. Incorporate one in 1988, but project will not handle that.
Ababa is just giving you a list now.
It's a recent. It's a recent thing. They never had any major project until Fashola time because that's not what they were. That's not what they specialized. High tech was initially specialized in. They had a factory in what's it called? I forgot where it was. They used to have a factory and used to focus on concrete beaming. That was their specialty. They never did construction. It was until Fashola's regime that they now started doing construction. That's the truth. I know personally
all these people there.
My family was into construction.
They know how to. I mean, just like now, you and I, we can just all of us can sit down now. We just want to make a company, want to create a company, and just get a corporate name for it, and maybe never do anything with that company, or maybe just use to collect contract. And maybe when we now hit it big, we want to now start a bigger kind of going to another bigger kind of thing. It's all we know how they do all these things, especially those shagoris. They are very good at this different kind of company names they will open just to be able to launder money and do some other shady things with it. We know how they do it. But for my point
is it not better than just taking money and pocketing it, not doing anything?
Baba, you see, let me answer this now, friend, because I know you ask a question. I know everybody has to talk. Our doctor from Mecca there. Now, this is my answer to your question. Every time. I don't think allow other people eat. So I shared Tinubu only more like. What must you always be the one to always make that money? I mean, like what is going on?
But rational mind. How many? If you ask now, let me ask you. How many projects do you think is going on in Nigeria now? How many of them is high tech?
But the major ones that are in billions of dollars.
Wait now. Apart from this new one that they are saying, okay, this the renovation of the port and coastal highway. Which other federal government projects?
I think the coastal highways partnership. He brought in money too. He brought in money.
Because there are so many. If you look at the road construction in Nigeria, what billions, hundreds of billions of naira. There are so many that is going on. We have Lagos Badagry Expressway. It's not handled by high-tech. We have Abuja Centralia. There are so many road projects. So if high-tech is handling just two out of 42,
Mama,
why are you shouting about it?
No, I'm not shouting. I'm not shouting. Shout. And we're having conversation. My point is this: Lagos to Sokoto, then that Badagry side there, it's not high tech.
No,
it's
no,
not
no,
actually
not
that
high
is
tech.
handling that
Not
one.
high tech.
All right, guys. Let me drop. Simba, shut it down when you guys are done. Simba after it was going to be Patoski, but he dropped, which is the point I was trying to. No, not you. He dropped a while ago, but that's the point I was saying that if we don't get to people quickly, they tend to drop. But Simba, after you, AKO is there as well, so try and get to him because he always has a very unique perspective on things. Thank you, everyone. 6 months.
Thanks, woman. So, real quick, my conclusion for me, you see, iTech is a shell company. Tinubu at Shagori and look, it's just make Nigeria. Either you take it or not, leave it like that, and you people can continue doing this your yes and this and that. How about this one? How about that one? We'll all be here. Tinubu Madi, Lord,
Rational mind. This is just my thinking. This is just my thinking. I won't take more than 30 seconds. I saw a little bit of what we were able to achieve in Eko Atlantic City. And if I am the president, even though with benefit of hindsight, and we were able to achieve what we achieved in Eko Atlantic City, I will compensate high tech with a bigger project. Whether we want to admit it or not, that Atlantic City was a masterpiece and they got it right. I was living on Victoria Island when that Atlantic Ocean was encroaching, and federal government would just come and pour sand every year or every 2 years, and the thing will still sweep it. Water was already entering IMB Plaza and they abandoned that plaza. Water was already entering all the liaison offices, anybody that know that place. Water, in fact, that place was going to collapse, and high tech came and they built something from nothing. Quite honestly, they deserve commendation. Thank you.
Doctor, I'm done. We can move on to that person. So I can't argue again with anybody. That's fine with me.
Okay, Ako, let's move to Ako then. Ako, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay.
I don't know what today's agenda is, so I'm just joining. But to buttress what Mr. Rational Mind is saying, he's very right. High tech never used to do construction, even though they existed in 1998. That was never their specialty. Their specialty was in manufacturing concrete beams. It was up until Fashola's time that they came that Eco Atlantic. That was their first major project. They have other major projects in Benin and Togo. But apart from that, they didn't have any other major projects in Lagos. If you look at it, if you go and do your research, you'll see. And one of the reasons why I know this is because my family were one of the people that did the rehabilitation of Lagos City Hall in what's it called? In the Brazilian quarters. So I remember that time that we put in the bid to rehabilitate, and High Tech was one of the people that were competing for that. But anyways, we won the bid, and we rehabilitated Lagos City Hall. So whatever you see, that's us that we did that. So yeah, I agree with Mr. Rational Mind on what he said. He's not lying about what he said. I don't know what is the topic for today. Whether I don't know what is going on.
They said Remi Tinubu went to DC. He was invited to the
No,
White
that's not the main. Okay, apart from that, we also talk about the interview granted by Bukola Saraki.
Oh yeah. I
you
mean,
listen to the interview, then the creation of a new state, and then the Sawolu being quizzed by EFCC about $30 million that he stashed into his girlfriend's account.
Oh my God! This is so funny. Regarding former Senator Bukola Saraki, he and his family, they have a complicated history in Nigeria. they are the ones who used to own Kwara State, and they didn't make any progress with Kwara State, to be honest. Kwara is still where.
Hey, Akko, I was listening earlier because we are not many. I think we are just three now. Okay, including Papa. So we can make it a discussion. Earlier, when Rational Mind was talking, I think one of the problems that we have in Nigeria, we tend to forgive people about the past, what people have done in the past. And once they now become an opposition, I think we tend to forgive whatever they have. And then we say, because they are opposing the ruling government, whatever is in government that time,
Kwara
they
State
become
was
afraid.
under
Because I don't know
not
why it was
opposing the ruling party, opposing somebody you don't like. That is the word. Not opposing the ruling party. When they are opposing somebody you don't like, then they become a saint.
Yeah, exactly, Madam Zita.
Because he has forgiven all the sins of the Sarakis. He's now talking glowingly about Saraki.
They really dealt with Kwara States. Really dealt with Kwara States. I know their family very well. I know their children very well. I even remember there was a time when the wife.
Sorry, let me chip in for something. Back in the days, there was this crisis that rocked Kwara State, and I was there, and I'm talking of late 70s to early 80s between the Saraki family and the Oniyogi family.
Mm-hmm.
If anybody remember the Oniogis and the rest, and it was Saraki, Babas, the elder Saraki, Olushola Saraki had Kwara State. Olushola had Kwara State completely in his pocket. Completely. In fact, it was worse than whatever anybody is accusing Tinubu of doing or to have done in Lagos. It was so bad that after Bukola Saraki's 8 years as governor, Baba wanted Beni to become governor immediately after.
Yeah, his daughter.
Beni, the daughter, to become the governor immediately after the elder brother. That was how bad that it was. Just buttressing what you have said, that look, we tend to forget these things and canonize, people immediately. Their narrative aligns with our own, or their biases aligns with our own.
Let me say this. Okay, you people are talking about, yes, I understand that the Sarakis, they were like another kind of corrupt family. But then when you compare side by side what this APC have done within the time they've been there, with Abdul Rahman, this guy, and when the other guy, Abdul Fattah, and then Saraki, I'm not saying that was the best of times too, but if you compare it, the peace that Kwara State enjoyed, maybe in terms of development, hold on. Maybe in terms of development, there's no development. You see, there's nothing like peace. You're able to go to your farm. You're able to go feed your family. You're able to walk around. These were not issued during those times for these people, when these people were there. But as soon as this APC terrorist party came in there, look at what happened. The city is overrun.
But we all know.
Wait, sorry, Rational Mind. Whose mic is actually making noise?
I don't know.
Not my mic.
Okay, let me mute here. Tell me if it's mine.
It's fine, yeah. It's fine. Maybe it's yours.
Can you hear me? Am I still echoing?
No, you're not echoing.
If I'm not echoing, it means that it's not me then. It's not me.
You are echoing.
Am I echoing?
Yeah.
Oh my goodness. Okay. Maybe I just have to leave then, because I just
no, don't leave.
Okay, go on. I'll listen. I'll mute. Just go on. I'll mute.
Okay. So what I'm saying, you are saying that you are forgetting that this same Saraki. I don't like people demonizing a party. You are forgetting that this same Saraki ruled that state as APC under Fatai.
No, they were PDP. They only transferred.
They were not PDP. In 2015. Wait now.
Okay, go on. Tell me.
Fatai became governor of Kwara State under APC from 2015 to 2019.
I can't remember too well how it went, but my point is.
Okay, you have forgot. Okay, under what party did Saraki became
Saraki was
the?
part of APC now.
You have forgotten.
Let me explain. If you don't mind, let me explain. Saraki was PDP. They do their merger, and I think Abdul Fattah, for his first time, if I can remember very well, it was PDP. It was when they do that merger, and then they now cross-carpet into APC. That was when Abdul Fattah now became an APC governor. That's how I can remember.
He ran the election of 2015 under APC and he won. And Saraki also won under APC and became
Saraki did not. Saraki was PDP. He ran under PDP. He won under PDP.
Why are you arguing with me? I'm a Quran now.
Are you saying as a senator or as a governor?
He won that senatorial position in 2015 under APC.
But you see, the thing is this: well, under APC, fine. But when were they before they became APC? Were they not PDP? Were they not
does it really matter? Because this one that you are saying APC, most of the people that you are APC is not everybody in APC today. They are one party or the other, and even all those other parties, they are former APC.
Simba. Saraki became back to PDP in 2018 after he fell out with the leadership of the APC. So he became back in 2018 to PDP.
And that's what I'm saying now. He won that election under APC.
And that was when, he won the election under APC. And that was when this current governor now contested without the Oto get in 2019 that swept Saraki out of power, both at the governor level and at the Senate.
It was not even the current, the government, Fatai spent 8 years. The first tenure was under PDP.
It was 20.
The second tenure was under APC. And he left.
That's what I'm saying. But that's what I'm saying now, that it was 2019. The APC now won there because Abdul Fattah came back to PDP with Saraki in 2018. I don't know if you understand what I'm saying.
Exactly.
I think it did. Yeah, I think it did. Yeah, it did. That was
no. It did not decamp. He finished his tenure under APC.
It decamp. That was why.
He didn't. He did not decamp.
Okay, what happened? You have to tell us what happened. Tell us what happened. What happened?
By time the 2019 election was, Saraki decamped and fielded another candidate under PDP, and they lost.
Agreed. That's what happened. But I said Abdul Fattah went back with Saraki, back to Saraki to a PDP. That was what happened. So you see, the thing is, let's not argue all this. We can argue all this. All this side thing. But my point is this: where was Kwara State? Where was Kwara State under PDP when Saraki and even though we know that there was no major development, there was not any real development. Where was he compared to when this APC that now people that are now there under Tinubu APC?
Okay. Let's say. Let's address that. Rational minds, let's address that very quickly. The issue of insecurity is painful. It's very painful. And if we remove politics from it, to be very objective and pragmatic, we realize that it is a problem all of us must be very concerned about. But I think we are oversimplifying it if we are saying Kwara State became insecure because it was APC. It could have happened under anybody. Now, the insurgency and the banditry that keep coming down south from the north, targeting, and they keep coming gradually. It is not a good thing. It is the responsibility of the government to tackle it. But if we now single out that it is because Kwara State is APC that it is happening, I think we are oversimplifying it and we are bringing too much politics into it. It's painful that it's happening. It's painful that from Boronu, from the fringes of the Boronu and the Sahel, they keep coming down and they keep coming down in those areas. And now they have penetrated the middle belt and they are the last buffer to the southwest and to some extent south-south is between that Kwara and Kogi axis, and they have infiltrated that place. They are already in the forest of Ekiti State and Ondo State, and they are in Kwara. And the ones that are coming from Kwara are the ones that are coming from the angle of the Kayama axis. Kayama is just a border town to Oyo State, coming from the fringes of Kebbi and Sokoto down, because Kwara State cut across that place. Kwara State is very big, massive, and it stretches far, and it's even policing those borders. So it is a failure of the system. But irrespective of whichever party is in government, those insecurity issues will have still, this insecurity thing will still have been an issue. So I don't want us to oversimplify it and say
it's not even a party thing now. I don't know why we are limiting it.
It's not a party. Exactly. That's
all this security started under PDP now.
No.
That's what I'm saying.
It's not a party thing. It is not. This is what we'd like to do here. Can I say something? I know our friend has the floor. If you permit me, I can say something.
Oh, go ahead with your rational mind. Don't worry.
So you see, this is what we do here, because some of us, we support it and then we want to watch it clean of this crap. The guy that was there, that was lackadaisical about this whole thing, that had this idea when the thing was brewing under him, he had it like this under Jonathan. Of course, insurgency, terrorism act started under APDP. We know, but the scale at which it is today, we've never seen it like this before. Now, you are telling us not to politicize it, but your party, which you support, APC, we know what they did in 2015, post 2015. I mean, pre 2015, what they did with Jonathan, how they took him to the cleaners for that, how they went to the White House and meet Obama and all of that, just because of that. How they politicize it, do not sell their arms for him because they are killing our brothers. That is what
they did not go to the White House. They don't go to the White House. That's another one.
All those videos you saw.
Did you go to the White House, Mr. Bishop?
Don't say that.
They did not go to the White House.
Mr. Bishop, what you did not say.
John Kerry came to. Hold on now. Let me answer you. Hold on. Can we talk one after the other?
Yeah, go on.
When the representative of Obama came to Nigeria because of the issue of violence, they met with Buhari and they met with Jonathan. They came to Lagos, they went to, so it was in Nigeria that meeting took place. You can search, I can wonder a bet on it, but that is immaterial. What I'm saying is this: we seem to have forgotten that right there in the heart of Abuja, I'm not saying it is better now, there is no death that can be compared, but saying that insecurity has worsened off when bombs were going off at the United Nations headquarters, when bomb went off inside the police headquarters, when bomb for 3 consecutive days went off in Yanyan Park, and hundreds, if not thousands, were being killed, when students of Buniyadi were massacred like, what do you call it? I'm not talking of the kidnappers. I'm not saying one is better. I don't want to elevate that one is worse, but to say that it is worse now than it was then. When we go to church on Sunday, they have to frisk you with, what do you call it, this metal detector, and the rest, 3 people, 10 people, 5 people cannot gather at one spot, even in Abuja, which was the seat of government. And they drove an explosive leading vehicle right inside the United Nations. And people just wake up as if we were living in the trance. No, I'm not saying it's better now. I'm not trying to compare it. But sometimes don't let us over how do I call this thing now? Don't let us
who politicized it? That's what I'm saying. Who started the politicization of this terrorism act in Nigeria? Who started it?
It's APC
does that make it right?
Oh, it does not make it right. So now that they're giving it to them too, it does not make it right, Abi. Is that what you're saying? You see, when you see people when your APC is involved, no, we can just excuse them and we should not politicize it. But when they were doing it because they want to come to power, so if other people are doing it to them,
but I thought you are clamoring for change. So why do you want to go that route?
Not the change of the APC. I'm not clamoring for the kind of change.
No, it's you. I'm talking about you. So if you say the APC is doing something that is wrong, why do you now want to follow their?
No, for the fact that we're talking about it does not mean we're politicizing it. We are talking. You people just don't want us to talk about the crap that these people are doing. don't want us talking about their failures.
No. Just be factual about it. Be factual. We can speak with facts. You are not being factual.
We are being factual.
No, saying it is worse now than when boys were going off in Abuja in the police headquarters. That's not being factual. Saying that they went to United States, that is not being factual. We are just muddling it up.
Some of us here are also students of history. Just the way you are bringing up this fact of the bombing at Nyanya, at the United Nations headquarters in Abuja, the church bombers. Of course, these are facts in the history of the PDP era. But also, under APC, we saw a lot of this happen. A lot of IEDs that were going off in, what's it called? In Maiduguri and the environs. We saw a bombing of, what was it, a church under Bubu. We saw a bombing of a church under Bubu. We saw what happened under Bubu, where some people went into, is it under Bubu or is it under tinubu? They went into our church there. They went to massacre the people there, church goers there. And we see so many things happening. We see the widespread of, now, let me give you the terrorism act that we saw during the time of the PDP era was only contained within Abuja, maybe Niger State. We never had it the way it is, like it's widespread everywhere. Benue Kini was not there. What's it called? Kaduna Kini was not there. Maybe sometimes in Plateau State, maybe that's where they find it.
Did I just hear you say Benue was not involved?
No, Benue was under PDP. When Jonathan Benue
when do you think that the problem started?
Simba. Hold on 1 second. Just 1 second. Do you remember the killing, the bandit, what do you call it? When they ambushed over 100 of our security personnel, including DSS, and massacred them on that Jonathan. Do you remember that?
Where was
in
that?
Nasarawa, Egon.
I don't know of that. I didn't know of that.
Oh, really? Google it.
Yeah, I didn't know of that one. That's a new thing I'm hearing from you for the first time. So my point is,
really?
Yeah, that's the first time. So
the Benue Northwest have started not even during this. It has been there even during military regime.
You don't want me to talk. That's what I know. That's what you
continue. So say what you want to say.
So okay, let me say it. It was only contained between Maiduguri, Abuja, and maybe Niger State. Those are the only 3 areas that we have as hotspots in Nigeria that we have the infiltration of the Boko Haram, and they were active in those 3 states. Those 3 areas.
Remember how many local governments, how many states? Wait now, you can't be giving us things that we know now.
No, I'm listening.
Adamawa State, Yobe State,
okay, Yobe State, okay.
Borno State.
Those are the Borno axis.
Even Bauchi.
Come on, dude. No. Don't bring all these things. This were not. I can agree that Adamawa State. I can agree Yobe State.
Why did you not say it was only Borno before?
Okay, hold on. Now, when I say Borno, I'm talking about those axes there of Borno, which is Adamawa State, because they all border Borno State. Yobe border Borno State. Adamawa border Borno State. Then Suleja area towards the Niger State there, and then Abuja. Maybe that's 5 places. But now we have it everywhere. Places that were not involved in terrorism. Kwara State, Niger State, Kebbi State, Katsina State, Zamfara State. Kaduna State, Plateau State, every time. Benue State, Southeast, Enugu State, Oyo State, Ondo State, Ekiti State, Ogun State. Bini Edo State, Kogi State, people. I mean,
Okay, let's move back to Aku. Aku, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay. Take your mic.
Oh, okay. Regarding the topic at hand, regarding this, Ms. Rational Mind raised a very good point. Under PDP, there was a containment of terrorism, right? It was contained to certain regions and certain parts of Nigeria. And under APC, we just saw it to sprawl like all over. I don't want to say all over, but It started sprawling more towards the south, and then it raises it raises a big question, right? For me, thinking about it, one question it raises is that did APC, and then it's one of the things that it really makes me questions. Did APC get into a Faustian bargain? Because in order for them to have won, in order for that alliance between Buhari and Tinubu to have happened, a lot of these state governors, some of them prominent ones, they are state sponsors of terrorism. They sponsor some of these bandits and terrorists, and it seems that some of them, decided to flock towards APC. You know, and that became a very big issue. And till now, there was never any address or there was never anything from whether it was Tinubu or Buhari to get rid of those elements within their party. And it's very sad. And I think that's something that APC can never what's it called, they can never get
Yeah,
rid of.
Ako, where were they before they joined APC?
Some of them were PDP.
The issue. What I'm frowning about is to actually link our problem to a party. When you know
No,
that,
it's
wait
beyond the
now, let me
party.
say this because Nigerian politician, if you look Atiku, Atiku now is now in ADC,
Yeah.
but he was formerly APC also.
Yes, exactly.
You understand? Everybody that you see as an opposition today, they were formerly PDP. APC. And they are, you understand? So I don't know where that criminalization of a party. So once they leave the APC, they become saints or they become good.
So there's a difference.
So I don't know. I don't know why are we just limiting our problem to the party thing.
The two major people who control APC, namely Buhari and Tinubu, they were never PDP. Now, the people you are talking about, people like Atiku, Kwakansu, one of them that joined.
Whoever is on mute, please can you mute because I can't hear rational mind.
Is that Mr. Bishop? I think somebody should mute. I don't know.
No, it's not Mr. Bishop. It's somebody. I think somebody just joined, but they need to go on mute.
Okay, yeah, I think somebody is. Okay, I think it's quiet now. So, all the people you mentioned, Kwakwaso, Abubakar, Atiku, and all of them that joined Bukola, that joined APC, they all went out at some point. They left the party because they realized that this party is a demonic party. So the people that now control it, which is namely,
that's not right.
They can land.
No, wait, sorry. It would be disingenuous to say that because they
Simba, you are using a double electronics. Put one off.
Okay,
why is this thing echoing?
Because you have two electronics on.
Because I'm still unmuted here, so I don't know if it's me. But if it's me, you guys should.
Hello.
Oh, can hear you now. We can hear you. Go on.
Okay, so to now say because they thought when they
Put
discovered
off
that
one
it
of
is
your
a demonic party, that was why they
Simba.
left. Why are you saying this? You are saying this is a international platform.
Zita, I think it's better now. I can hear him better now. I'm not hearing any echo, so I don't know if it's him.
Yeah, I'm hearing echo.
Oh, really?
Yeah. It's normally when you have an echo, it's normally because maybe you have it on two devices or something like that. But it's okay.
So go on. Go on. Is it still echoing? Anybody still hearing? I can hear you.
It stopped now. Oh, it started again.
Really? I don't know. I'm not hearing anything.
Is it me?
Maybe it's you. I don't know.
I think it seems to be coming from Simba.
Okay, let me go out and come back.
All right. So my point is that these people they when they discover like Atiku, he said something. He says APC is a coming together of strange bed fellows. Strange bird fellows. That's what he said. So he knew. Some people knew that this APC is a cause party. And the people don't get me. I'm not saying there's anything. Like spiritual about it. Don't get me wrong. But it's not too hard for people to see when you know that these are a bunch of criminals and people do no good kind of amalgamation of some good no good people. It's not hard for you to see if you join a party. That is what APC is. And then they know with this guy, Bubu, when Bubu was there.
Can I ask you a question? Can I ask you a question?
Please do if you want to, please.
Okay. National mind, in all the politicians in Nigeria, be honest, I want you to answer me this question honestly. Is there any new face, like since 1999 up to today? Do you see any new face?
There's none. There's none.
Okay. So you've answered the question. So what?
Okay, go on.
Go on, please. Can you pause yourself? Okay. So what it means is that it's same old, same old. So whatsoever you think that Nigeria is today is the same people, still no new face. They be either holding the position of a governor, a senator, a vice president, a caretaker committee, a chairman of a party, a leader of a party, a dancing of a party, a one hand of a party, assistant governor, BOT, WOZ, is the same people. No new face. I will advise that if we actually have an argument to make concerning Nigeria, we should be looking for a new face, not defending the so-called criminals and the evil. It doesn't matter which party they are, whether it's APC, or PDP, or LP, or WP. When you look at them from 1999 to date, it's the same people. So when I see some of us come here to begin to talk about who is better and who is good, the simple question I ask is there any new face? The answer is no. So if Nigeria is destroyed today, it's the same people that have been running the show. So we should stop all this taking sides among them. You go for Atiku today, tomorrow you go for Saraki, next tomorrow you come for Tinubu, the other day is Obi, because they don't against the person you don't like, they become a clean person. Because they're for the person you like, they become. Come on now, we should stop all this, please.
Okay, so you just said something now. I think, like they said, if somebody they point finger, if I point finger at you, Zita, at least other maybe like I think about 4 or 3 of them they point at me, back at me. So meaning, I think you are equally guilty of what you are telling me or you are acknowledging me not to do, because every one of us come here to talk about people that we feel. Agreed, like you said when I answered your question. These are the same recycled old politicians we're having. The reason is because they didn't leave the space.
Old criminals.
Well, you want to call them all criminals as well. Well, that's fine. But my point is that we've not seen any new people come into this political scene to come to say they want to change things. And anybody that tries to do it, they don't let them get in. Which I don't even think is. I don't think the guy, the way he's going. But let me just put him aside. I don't want to talk about him for now. My point is that I will now look among all these so-called criminals. Which one that I've seen that has a pattern of not being like a criminal like Tinubu, that he only just want to enrich himself, is never satisfied with what he has. Just to take, control, take. I mean, what are we doing? Take. I mean, that's all you do. I mean, at the detriment of other people. So let other people come in. Let them do this thing. Let them also get rich. Let them also, get rich in a nice way.
Can I ask you another question?
So let me conclude this way. if I swing towards Obi, because I've looked at his track record. Am I saying it's not corrupt? Well, I won't say that. I won't say that. But it doesn't have the pattern of these other ones that we've talked about, like Atiku, like tinubu, where they steal. No, this guy doesn't have that pattern. Doesn't have that record. I agree.
Okay, can I ask you a
because
question?
I've stolen. Probably.
You are hold on, Simba.
Bishop, just hold on a second before I lose my thought.
Okay, go on. Everybody wants to talk. When people are talking,
Rational mind.
I target you. But when I'm talking, you guys want to target me.
No, I'm not interjecting you. I just want to ask you a question. If you can pause yourself, because when you're on, it's like you're using two devices echoing. Okay. Let me ask you a question. A politician that started politics since 1999, moving from one party. You mentioned the name Peter Obi. Started as PDP, was in PDP. Tech. From PDP, he went to ABGA. Tech. He became governor. Tech. From being governor, apart from that, he has been, even when the military was there. Then from there, he become a vice presidential candidate. Tech. He become a presidential candidate. Tech. What is the difference between that person and Tinubu?
A whole lot.
Because somebody who doesn't want to give way, since 1999, he doesn't want to give way. Same as Tinubu. It doesn't matter how much they make. But the important thing is that they are making quest to continue taking. So whether Tinubu's own, when he shares his own continue taking, he's able to get big. Some other person continue his own quest to get to take. Maybe the one his hand can collect is small. The question is, why are they continuing to take? Take, you are not satisfied. Take, you are not satisfied. Since 1999, you build kingdoms with it, send your children abroad with it, you have businesses with it, formed a group of diasporas that keep loading money into accounts that the story was so shameful. But still, you are taking since 1999. What is the difference between that person and the Tinubu? People who doesn't want to give way.
Okay, I think I'll get your question now, Zita. I know I have to quickly answer this.
You are the one echoing.
Me? I'm at a very quiet place right now. I don't know if it's me, but
yeah, rational mind is zero.
Yes, you are the one.
I'm the one. Okay, maybe let me just sign out then. Zita, let me just do this real quick so that I know they want to pursue me. They only just want to pursue me. So
no.
They are not pursuing you. You can say, I will be waiting for you.
You can go out and come back.
I'm just kidding. I mean, if I go out, I know if you come back because I just want to go back. I want to go to bed because it's almost late here. Past 10:23 night here. So let me just say this quickly. See, Zita, the way you just spin the whole thing, anybody that hears you now will think maybe all you just said is substance or everything. You know, you use half truth and half falsehood. Half truth, half falsehood. You just made that. Now you said he was in PDP from the beginning. He went to Abuga. Then from Abuga, he went to PDP. From PDP to Labour. No, he wasn't in PDP. He was in Abuga from the beginning. That's what I know of this package you're saying. He started as an Abuga.
That means you don't know the story of somebody you are defending.
From PDP now.
Unfortunately.
Yeah, right. So when he contested against Obianiju, what's it called? They stole his mandate. So he was a PDP when they stole his mandate, right? You people like to do all this. You like to do this.
No, he was a PDP before he
first party will be joined was PDP.
I don't know.
Before he went to ABGA.
It's
because he couldn't get PDP ticket. That's why he went to ABGA.
It's
just jumping from one argument to the other. What is the problem? You see argument as non-winnable. When they tell you the truth, you say you move to another one. You like it. You are not even coordinated.
And I'm answering that question. So if they're telling me that I don't believe what they're telling me is the truth. Yeah, I don't hold that until when I see it. So I'm telling them my own version of what I know. So they're telling me that he was in Africa, I mean, he was in the PDP. When he contested against, what's his name? This former.
You're telling your truth. Your truth.
Don't give me that. I'm telling my truth. Don't give me that. My friend, it's okay. Let me I have to go because hold on. It's very late here. I don't want to raise my voice, please. I'm sorry. Let me just answer a question. Either the truth or not the truth. I will say what I know to be the fact. The fact is, as far as I know, is that he was a governor. I said, well, let's leave that. My point is that he became an ABGA. He moved to PDP. He was in PDP for so long. And then 2023, 2022, 2023, we know what happened. He knew they was going to deny him. He moved to Labour and he performed very well, despite he never had any political so-called structure that you people say. The two people switching in a room. That's what you people were saying. And we saw somebody that you people say cannot even start a village. He started a whole community.
Let's move past this.
Let me land my point. But then in conclusion, my point is this: is that you see, I know why some of you stand in this matter. You just want your tinubu to continue. Well, no problem. But I've given many prophecies here. I mean, not prophecies, many predictions here about tinubu, and many of them are coming to true. One of them is this killing of opposition. And tinubu just started. If tinubu goes second term and he wins the second term, people can kiss Nigeria goodbye. In many ways.
National mind, you are entitled to your opinion.
Well, it's my opinion, and I'm telling
but it does not make it. It does not make it.
Well, it does not make it. Once I said here, they are coming to pass, right? I mean, it does not make it. But I'm not saying I'm a prophet, but I'm just saying to you that you people, you are creating a monster. The same monster that you people were. Some of people that voted for Tinubu today that are lamenting that they regret voting for this guy. The fact that this guy has something upstairs. But they now realize that it was a big error. We go to the north now.
I don't know how many people. Look, the north have what they are fighting for.
Oh, yeah, they have. So now they realize they don't know what they are fighting for, right? So now you may realize they are fighting for. We will all be here. We'll see whether Tinubu is going to win that north. If it doesn't win it, I leave it at that, and I wish everybody good night. Thank you.
Ako, are you there? Ako.
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, so let's hear you now. Sorry, we interrupted you so many times.
Yeah, I know. Back to Mr. Saraki. Mr. Saraki and his dynasty, terrible. So there's nothing good to write home about Saraki. So I don't even want to even begin on that topic. So that's for that. I don't see his co-signing of Amaechi and what's it called, and Obi as anything. He has his own interests, so that's probably why he's vouching as opposed to Atiku. So I don't really see anything of it. The other topic regarding, I think one you raised was Anyoma State, right?
Yeah.
That's a very interesting one because I'm from Delta State. I'm from the Igbo speaking part of Delta, so that's very interesting. But it's going to be very complicated. I think we discussed about this a long time ago. About around Anyoma, the Civil War really. After the Civil War, there was a huge divide between Igbo speaking part of Delta and the southern eastern states. Some Deltans don't see themselves as Igbo. They see that's why they call themselves Delta Igbo. I never understood that. I'm Igbo. There's nothing you can do about it. I don't understand this delineation between Delta Igbo and who's the real Igbo. No, we're all Igbo people. So, but it's a welcome development at Myanmar states. We have more in common with. But then I guess one of the challenges I remember then was, they are looking to build a new state within. Anyoma wants to have its own states, but they are thinking about. I think they are thinking about how they can combine it with parts of Imo State, if I recall. But But anyways, a welcome development. I don't have anything much to say about it. I think it's a welcome development. I don't know how it's going to go, but if it goes well, it goes well. But anyways, we're all Igbo people. We're all one Igbo people. I don't see any division within us. So that's a welcome development. The next topic, apart from that, was you said, what else did you say? Apart from Saraki and Anyama, hey, I'm trying to remember what you
I
said.
thought about what about Sowolu?
Oh, Mr. Sanwo-Olu, Governor Sanwo-Olu,
The
that man
lover
is a
boy.
man of many scandals. That man has scandals behind his back. So I don't know what to say. They say he has girlfriend here and there. That man is. I don't even. To be honest, I can't even. After this man's tenure is done, I can't even pinpoint to say what did Sanwo-Olu do for Lagos. I'm trying to figure out what did Sanwo-Olu do for Lagos. What's a major project that he did that? No,
how are
now,
you talking
Mr.
like this?
All honesty, because when I compare to
Why are
Fashola,
you talking like this?
Fashola made a huge stride in Lagos. You guys are Mr.
The red line, blue line.
Maybe educated.
Haba.
No.
I just mentioned two.
Which one did you mention?
The red line, the blue line, the waterways, the inland waterways, transportation.
Okay.
No, if you know, I think if you look at, let me give you, I think the way we behave in Nigeria as Nigerians, everybody is talking about Fashola. People rated Fashola so high because he was an opposition during the PDP era. You understand? And I think we tend to actually appreciate opposition work better than the ruling party's work in Nigeria. People tend to, whatever they do, we hype it, and I think that's what we normally celebrate.
Simba, you don't get what they try to do. What many try to do is they praise Fasola to diminish Tinubu. They have to run the
No,
Tinubu
now,
that you are
but
making noise about. That
Fashola
is
came
what
from
majority
Tinubu
do.
now. Fashola came
I
from
know that Fashola came from Tinubu, but people praise Fashola just to diminish and ridicule Tinubu most. That's exactly what happens now. But that's by the way. Now, Lagos State is a little bit different from every other state because it has multiple challenges. I mean, the population, the space, the influx of people, and the waste that Lagos State generates alone, the amount of people that want to come, everybody just want to come and look, Lagos is the place to make it. They don't have plans, no accommodation, nowhere to go to, no work. Everybody just pack their bag and baggages,
They'll figure
whether
it
it is
out.
from Karan, whether it's from Karam and Amodao, whether it is from Zungeru, whether it is from Sokoto, whether it is from Arondi Zogo, whether it is from everybody just, and the influx of people to Lagos is putting a huge pressure. So I would rather see the cup as being half full most of the time. I know there is still a lot of grants to cover, but honestly speaking, we are not really as bad as people want it to appear. Like that, everything about Nigeria is all doom and gloom and doom and gloom and doom and gloom. I don't agree with that. We have our challenges, and sometimes we are not really being entirely truthful in analyzing our situation. People come up with all manner of statistics and data. Nigeria is the poverty capital of the world, and you go and ask them what is the source of your something, and they get angry. Oh, Nigeria has the highest mortality in the world. What is the source of your something? They get angry. We have gone to the extent that we have prominent Nigerians that sponsor people to go and write articles and put in some international journals without stating the source or the origin. They did not conduct any research. There is no, what do you call it now? This, what do they call it? This, when they sample opinion, what do they call it now?
Opinion
And they
poll.
just push a report, like opinion poll or the survey. They just push they sit somewhere, write some, and push it, and you can publish almost anything in some of these major journals now if you have the right connection and the right money. And
Hey, but
immediately, and they will be
Bishop, let me
they will
ask
be
you
quoting
this
it.
question.
Yes,
Do you blame them?
yes.
Do you blame
No,
them? How
Now
can you
that
blame
is the
them?
No, let me hear.
Bishop,
I'll answer you.
we
Let Simba speak
we
first.
we discuss, we mention Lagos every day, every time. Lagos State is one of the 36 states that we have. Why this fixation on Lagos?
No, that's part of what I'm saying, but I'm not even talking of Lagos State only now. I'm talking of Nigeria as a
Because
whole.
we
Lagos
don't
has
even
this.
discuss other states. We don't even know what is happening in other states.
So,
Everybody is about
so
Lagos, Lagos. Even every one of us, we are not even from Lagos. We forget about
look,
our own state. We talk about more of Lagos.
every
Why? Why?
we
Ako, answer my question.
I'll let Mr.
Okay,
Bishop go and then answer your question.
Eh?
before you go ahead, I will answer. Before you answer, please give me a second. I'll give you an example. 20 million out of school children. Ask them where is the organization that conducted the research? What are the is the modalities? How do they call it? How did they call? Where is the
How
spread?
did they
Where
compile
is
the
this?
list?
How did they? Every day the number keep growing. It is 18 million today. It is 50 million. It is 20 million. Did you do a census? Did you do a head count? What are they just prorate and everybody runs with it. Oh, there are 80,000 people that have been displaced in Makoko. How? There are 20 million people, 20 million housing deficit. Do you know what 20 million housing deficit is? So sometimes it is very tiring, and the media and some NGOs and CSOs, they have joined this bandwagon because it is their narrative that they want people to. And I don't know, how did we get here? We have challenges, agreed, but it's not really that bad. As if we say, okay, you know what? Let's just beg God to just throw plague so that everybody in Nigeria will just die. Maybe when new people come up, they will be better. People build their countries, they don't run it down. If we build ours, we will achieve what other people have achieved. But I cannot be saying gloom and gloom. And I always say something: God will make Nigeria better. We have our challenges, but honestly speaking, Nigeria is not the worst place to be. If you listen to this man and David Budd yesterday, about 2 days ago now, and the MD of Dangote Refinery, you need to go and listen to that interview. The optimism, even Rufai was dumbfounded. He couldn't say anything anymore. The man was very optimistic about Nigeria, that the potentials is matching, that everybody is looking towards Nigeria now. If I would now, you will spoil it. You will say, oh, it is because the interest rates are high. What is the logic in it that people are bringing their money and business because interest rates are high? How does that even chair? So for me, we have challenges, and I will not sweep those challenges under the carpet. I won't pretend, I won't underwrite them, but I can tell you that we have overcome those challenges. And I'm not going to take it personal against anybody, because the people that you think are your enemies today can be your best friend and political ally tomorrow. So the likes of Amaechi that is talking, and rational mind that never seen anything good in Tinubu. I thought we have gone past that stage. Unfortunately, it's gone now. I thought we have gone past that stage. And let's leave politics on this. This is your politics, but all true. It is they are criminals. It's a thief. It's a rogue. So we have this catch up 50 mentality that anybody that is better than us is a thief. That's not the way, except they are our friends or our benefactor. But every other person that is better than us is a thief. Oh, you don't carry cocaine. Oh, is a ritualist. Is this? Is that? My younger brother, I'll end by saying that many years ago, my younger brother said something to me, and I can never forget. He said, look, in this our Nigeria, person where they work out with, like, good, like, he would jealous person will get bicycle. Person will get bicycle, good jealous person will get Okada. Person will get Okada, good jealous person will get Keke Napes. Person will get Keke Napes. So everybody is beefing the other person. That is not the way it should be. Oh. Once again, may God bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria and its people.
Yeah, good morning. Can I call you, please?
Okay, you can come in.
Yeah, I think Ako was going to answer a question you asked him, so I'll come in after him.
Okay, Ako.
I think the focus on Lagos is just because of the structural advantage Lagos has over the other 36 states. Remember, Lagos historically...
That's an argument I want to clear now.
Lagos is an economic capital, whether we like it or not, economic capital of Lagos. Of Nigeria, I said of Lagos. So there's always this fixation that... But then I think what people tend to forget is that under Tinubu's tenure as governor, Obasanjo withheld the allocations to Lagos State And Tinubu had to find a way to make Lagos sustainable beyond federal allocation of funds. And he found a way to do it. I don't personally like Tinubu, but he found a way to do it, So I don't understand the fix. I myself as well don't understand the fixation. Now, when it comes to another area of topic, when it comes to fixation on Lagos, is around the ports, right? They say, oh, the port is in Lagos. But the truth is, people are disingenuous when they have that topic. I'm Igbo, and yes, they have seaports in Onne, they have in Warri, they have it. But the truth is that there's geographical constraints that make the ports in Lagos more viable than in the southeast or the south, And
I
it's for
still
that.
disagree.
Oh, it's not. It's
Okay,
a fact.
yes, you can have your disagreement. Oh yeah, continue,
It's a
Apple.
fact.
When you
Yes,
finish.
yes, there might be political and ethnic underlines within it, right? But from a pure factual stance, there are geographical constraints that make it difficult to have seaports in those regions. And at the end of the day, the importer who's importing goods to Nigeria, they decide where they want to offload. So, um, and as well, one of the things that also contributed to is the insecurity that was happening within Southeast and South at the time. Because if you look from maritime perspective, that increases the premium that these vessels have to pay. And if the insurance is very high, they wouldn't want to go to those regions. So those are part of the constraints that gave Lagos the advantage as the primary place for these vessels to land their ships, their vessels basically. So I would say to my southeastern governors and south, they should. I think they've come to the. I mean, Tinubu now has said, okay, you know what? I'm increasing federal allocation to governors now and to local government chairmen now. Now it's within. I'm of the opinion that just like the way Tinubu took it upon himself during Obasanjo time to figure out a way to make Lagos sustainable, the southeastern governors should find a way to figure out how to make these seaports become something that is viable with the revenue they're receiving from government and any revenue they can generate internally. That is my opinion. No longer the days of waiting on federal government to do something for you. I'm sure they can come together, the southeastern states, the southeastern governments, they can come together and pool their resources to make it happen. That's my opinion on the matter regarding that. So, Madam Zita, you say you disagree. I'm curious to hear your opinion.
Yeah. You see, when we tell ourselves so much lies, it becomes the truth. I don't know if any of you have traveled out of Nigeria from the ocean. Anybody on this platform? Nobody except me. Okay. Now, you see Anambra, Lagos, Rivers, Cross River State. These places I just mentioned now can be like Lagos. The only thing is making it like Lagos. Lagos will have its own ocean transportation. Anambra will have its ocean transportation towards a different countries in Africa. And things can come in from overseas. And other countries in Africa can come through Anambra. The same thing with rivers. I've said this severally in this platform, but nobody wants to believe me. Why? Because we have told these lies about Lagos. Some will come here and say beautiful things about how it is close to countries in Africa, the proximity, blah, blah, blah. Come on now, bring out the map of Africa. And look at Lagos. Look at rivers. Look at Cross River State. Then go as if you are going to your right. Look at Anambra. And look at those places I have just called now. And tell me what makes Lagos different from them. But because Lagos, will I say the Europeans came through Lagos and they established that Lagos. They don't want to establish any other place. In fact, Nigeria is supposed to, more especially that bride, is supposed to be extremely busy. You see Anambra, you see Lagos, you see Rivers, you see Cross. That place would have been a heavy, a freight entrance into Nigeria and out of Nigeria. But Nigeria don't want to do that. Neither do Nigerian government want to do that. Everybody is concentrating on the one that was already established by the Europeans. That is just the difference between Lagos and these places I have called. If you like, believe me. If you don't like, don't believe me. You can believe in the lies that has now been established as the truth, period. But if you have time, go and pull out the map of Africa and then concentrate in the map of Nigeria. And they look at the bride of Bonny and the so-called bride of Biafra. And look at the terrain, how ships can pass out, in and out, and into neighboring what is called neighboring African countries. But we believe that lie that has turned to truth. That Lagos, because of its proximity, if wherever it is, where the situation, blah, blah, that's not the truth. The truth is that the Europeans established Lagos. And it started. And since then, Nigeria and their administrators don't want to establish any other. Period.
Good morning, everyone. Can I go on?
Go ahead, yeah, Mr. Sam.
Yeah, I'm not much interested in the conversation about the shipping or the maritime sector, whatever it is. I want to go back. See this crazy rational man. Is he still here?
Don't abuse him. He's gone.
He's
No,
gone.
I'm not abusing. If I say somebody is crazy, yeah, number one is my opinion. Number two, there are loads of people like that. I really wish he was still here. People like this, just online, trying to get a back and forth engagement. They deliberately want to be a contrarian. They say things that are different to what rational people are saying. It's not really rational. It's an irrational mind. I'm not attacking this person. I'm just stating the fact. See, all the lies and lies and lies that it keeps spewing on this platform. And by the way, Bishop, good morning. I think he's left. Thank you for coming back to this platform. I really, really love enjoying hearing your voice like every other ones as well. People like this, they are deliberately doing what they are doing. They know what they're doing. They want to get you into a corner where you start going back and forth with them about the killings under PDP is better than the killings under APC. Nobody is comparing that. That is the corner they're trying to get us at. I have an uncle like that too. That's why I said these people are crazy. And I didn't say that to demean them or to diminish them. I say that respectfully, in a very, very mild way. They know what they're doing. They want to box you to a corner. If they know you're supporting the government of the day, they want to box you to a corner to see the comparison between the last administration, Buhari, and this one, Bukola Tinubu, despite the fact they are in the same party, and compare that to what happens or obtained under Jonathan or Obasanjo. Nigeria did not just start yesterday. That's the first argument I will put forward. And that does not mean like I'm justifying the killings. Who is happy about people dying? My uncle will tell me this Tinubu is wicked. He's a pastor. This is what I'm talking about. He's in Birmingham here. I'm not in Birmingham. He's in Birmingham. I'm in Kent. He'll be just telling you this Tinubu is crazy. And I'm thinking, do you think Tinubu actually really want people dying?
The same man that has a pastor as a wife, his kids they are in other religions, and he's not fussed about it. He's not an extreme person. Why do you think the Northerners, some of them don't really like him like that? They see him as an infidel. I mean, that guy is so liberal. And you think that same person, that people will go to his house for arms. I went through his house first time in 2023. I went to Nigeria 2024. He was in Abuja then. You need to see the crowd in front of his gate waiting for him to land that day. So that same person has suddenly turned to be a devil, just looking the other way for people to get killed in the country. I mean, things happen in Nigeria. The guy he came to the UK 2 weeks ago, a week ago. Why on the same day or before that day that he was going to come, they bombed their base as usual in Borno State, in Maiduguri. These things are deliberate. It's very, very deliberate what's happening in that country just to make the government of the day look bad. And I feel so bad that most of us...
Samu, my fear, whatever party we have that is ruling, I think the way we are politicizing insecurity in Nigeria is giving me cause for concern. Because one regime goes, another one comes, the thing remains the same, and everybody is now using it as a tool of campaign. I think if we didn't detach ourselves from that, I think we will be using it to make a wrong choice every time. That's what I feel. I don't know.
You're stating the obvious. You're very correct. I saw David Mark last night, or was it 2 days ago, saying the insecurity that has bedeviled the country in the last few years is like never seen before. And I just laugh at myself. These are the same people, crazy people, respectfully, that were in power. David Mark has been there for how many years? Even before... Oh my God. See, Nigeria is tiring. I'm not going to lie to you. Sometimes I just feel so angry, like, the president, you too, man up. I get angry, like, you to do something.
You still want in Samo. I sent one solution that a neighboring country, not too far country, if it was true, that they provide. See, as some people are using this insecurity as politics, the government too should do something. If the governors are not doing anything, I think the president, all the security council, police service commission, and all those, they should come together and do something. If it was true that Traore, for example, bought 50,000 AK-47 and give to people so that they face all those terrorists,
he did.
Why can't we?
He did. He really did.
Yeah, why can't we do the same thing? Because you understand, why are we joking with it? See, let me tell you one thing. All these
Nigeria is different from Burkina Faso. It's a military. How can you say that they should hand over to people? Even our security architect that we have, we are not even sure they handle secure those weapons. Now put it in the hand of civilians. What are we talking about?
There's nothing wrong in
Nigeria. We can't bring such thing. Don't bring that one.
We keep saying
we are even scared. Wait now, we are even scared of having state police. You are not, so talk less of not saying that we should be giving AK-47 to civilians. For God's sake.
Let me tell you one thing. What's wrong?
How do you handle it? How do you secure those things?
Why are you talking that? How do we secure it? Then why do you even have military? Why do you even have police?
It's not something that we should be discussing about.
How did you arrive that it's not something we should look at? Have you look at the modality? See, when we talk of something, sometimes
you this same person? You are the one that you are sharing something. You said that there was one criminal in Kwara State that time that was saying that the gun was given to them by NSA. Are you not the same person?
So
you understand? So now you are now clamoring that Nigerians
why should we ATL? That's what I'm telling you. You are putting it in the wrong context. Why should we ATL have AK-47 that Amotebu cannot have AK-47?
Okay, start distribution now. Give AK-47 to everybody and make it.
I don't really understand what we are talking about. the question is this: terrorists are moving around, they are eliminating people. We are now saying, okay, this is the solution. You are now saying the solution.
That's not a solution.
You are saying
it's more of a chaos. You want to create more chaos. Let me tell you, insecurity in Nigeria is multidimensional. That even we have communal classes here and there. Then you have to
forget about these communal classes. This is older.
Simba, I understand where Mr. Allah is coming from. I think Mr. Allah is of the position that he should create it where there's mutually assured destruction. If community vigilante have weapons and this Boko Haram
exactly, that's what I'm saying.
They would think twice. They would think twice. It's mutually assured destruction. You want to destroy us.
You go to Elisha. You go to Elisha. You talk to Owa Obokun. You find people there that are trustworthy. Maybe
Samo, Ola, I know Ola. Anything, what we are discussing earlier before he came and changed it to handing over. We are talking about how politicians
blackmailing
now.
Let's talk of solution.
I'm the one in charge here, Ola. I'm the one in charge here. I will teach you out.
I will only for you now. That was a big deal. I was only leaving for you. For you. Well, you are just talking like the one in charge. No, we can't be talking of solution. They are finishing people every day. We are bringing solution.
We are not
to work. How do you know? We talk of state police. State police is not going to work. Then what will it work? We talk of state police.
Wait, why don't you think state police will work?
It's not going to work. What exactly will work?
Why don't we think state police will work?
What exactly will work? No, Samo, Simba.
Ola, if I ask you now, Ola, which one will you take? Because if you are just scavenging for solution here and there because you hear that, okay, this is what somebody... How do you even know that what you are hearing from Burkina Faso is even true?
Oh no, that one is true. That one is true because
we have heard so many things. Let me tell you, we have heard so many stories of that Burkina Faso that is untrue. Forget about those
artificial intelligence nonsense. That thing is not true.
There are so many commissions.
Let me say
that one is true.
Simba is just finding every way to just counter fruitlessly. The question is this: you talk of state police, Simba will tell you that it's not going to work.
It's not. What I want to ask you,
Ola, is going to tell what exactly will work.
I've never said state police will never work. I'm not. I don't. Me, all this thing, I don't engage people when it come to all those your solution to insecurity. What I'm saying is that, okay, now, if they ask you to choose between this one that you are proposing and the state police, which one will you take?
See, the question is this: whether community policing or state policing or regional policing, we need multi-level of policing. Let us clear these people out. Let us clear them out. Okay, now, as we talk today now, we see have community now that are still using Shakabula to even still fight all these people. Now, if these people already, they have a structure that push these people back, Amaechi pushing all these people back, why can't we improve on the firepower? It's as simple as ABC. Now, we are just saying, okay, why can't we, okay, we are talking of traditional rulers, that we should give them a role, a particular role. Why can't we talk to all the, okay, in this country we are today, all these terrorists, they are kidnapping, our traditional rulers.
Yeah.
Why can't we look at those traditional rulers that we have and use them to force some kind of security block? And say, okay, this security, this KBS of this, you understand? I'm going to use AK-47. Get trustworthy people. After so, we are going to withdraw those guns, but we are giving those guns to KBS. You look at your traditional rulers, you let them form some kind of security block, community policing, and you empower them, and chase these people away.
And you hold them responsible.
What's wrong there?
Yeah, you hold them responsible.
You understand? Abe, you better just move away this thing. Who mention Fulani there? Except you are Fulani, you are afraid. What? Because the question, what are you afraid of? What are you afraid of? Akeredolu tried to fight for AK-47 and tried to, you understand? There was no carrying. But that's why I say Amaechi is not carrying AK-47. Military is carrying AK-47. Make it make sense now.
I'll say something before I now came to hijack this thing.
Go ahead, Gary Samo.
Okay. So, like I said, where I stopped, it's very tiring, and I say that because I support the president, I support him 100%, just to recreate the foundation of that country economically and put us on a good financial pedestal. You see, that country has been destroyed. I'm not gonna lie to you. Like every one of us know, it's not an easy country. There's so many contending factors. As you're pulling it up, some people are in the middle dragging it down. Some people are bottom there. They don't want to leave there. And those are the people in the north. And I say this without any fear of contradiction or anything. These people are dragging us back 20 years. They have set us back many years. Because think about it, all these monies are subsequent government after government have been deploying it into defense. If that money was put elsewhere, infrastructurally, maybe people will not be flooding Lagos with their poly bags every night, coming into Lagos like that, overwhelming the system. Somebody mentioned earlier, why is everyone so fixated on Lagos? I think it was Simba, Dr. Simba. The fixation is on Lagos because when they leave their village in the east, when they leave their village in Ogun State, they tell their family members, I'm going to Lagos. And Lagos feels like they're traveling abroad to maybe the UK or something. That's what's like to them there. That's the place we are from. I'm not distinguishing maybe those of us who are here are far better away or far better off than them. We're all Nigerians, irrespective of whatever passport we carry on. We're all Nigeria. If anything happens now, are we not going to run back home wherever we are situated? So let's find solutions as Nigerians. I really support the president, but I think he's been laid back, and I think it's not out of fear, but he's just too political. He's too political. Like he's watching his back. He wants to get a second time. I'm 100% sure he's going to make some moves when it comes in for the second time. But majorly is looking from the point that he needs to get the vote of these same people that really detest. And I say that respectfully as well.
Mr. Sim,
we cannot continue to. Hello?
No, go ahead, please.
Yeah, we cannot continue to pretend these are not factors. See what is going on in the southwest. See what is going on in the southeast. Compare that and contrast to what's going on in the north. You think we're two different countries. Everybody, I've never been to the north. The farthest I've been in Nigeria is Sapele. You get it? So I don't know what obtains there, but I see on the news every time. You can't compare that place to us in the south here. When people were talking about this transmission and that one became a buzzword in the past 3 months or thereabout when the the National Assembly was writing or adjusting this thing. There are some places in the north that there's no signal. Even 2G, I'm not sure you get it. You have to go on the mountains to receive it. So is it that place you're going to,
electronic transmission
for transmission of result? Do you get it? So let's not be blinded to our reality. This is Nigeria. It's painful. I was gonna mention about those of us in the diaspora, especially those who came in.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Even the so-called Southwest, there's so many times there will be no bad network. Even the so-called South, bad network that you cannot even transmit or whatever. So continue. Sorry. Yeah.
Yeah. So I was gonna thank you, Rami. It's good to hear your voice again. There's some of us who are in the diaspora, and I'll say this: those who just came in like last 5 years or 6 years, not in the UK. I'm in the UK, so I see a lot. So I'm even tired of them. I don't know what happens in other countries, but I see them here. They are trying to justify why they came, why they sold their houses, why they sold their businesses, just to make themselves feel good.
That's the
about
worst
the country
they've made.
What?
That's the worst decision they've made, to sell their property back home.
I know. I only wish they had people to guide them and tell them, like, see, my sister called me 3 days ago and her husband. I was just telling her, see, whatever it is you have gathered together, do your business in Nigeria. Abroad is not what it used to be. Again, I came into the UK 16 years ago, and I've seen the country falling flat in my eyes. This is UK. I'm in the UK. I've seen the country gone down.
Yes.
It's not what it used to be again. They are just this slavery 2.0 going on in the UK.
Going back to the EU.
It's the same thing.
You know what? Sorry to interject. You know what? I think all this European country is all about old glory, to be frank. And if we really want to copy their system 100%, an average Nigerian will never accept it. It's a controlled life. It's a totally controlled life where you have to pay this bill, and they also conform your behavior to some certain standard.
Yes.
So if you want to look at in Nigeria now, in Nigeria people are lucky. You build your own house, you don't have a mortgage on your neck.
You own your property outright.
You put your money together to buy your own car, you don't have a car loan. You don't need to look for credit card to buy this or buy that. You basically base everything of your life on your income. And you don't have any trouble at all. But when you look at abroad life, every month, check in, check out, before you even receive the check,
bill
already line up. And if you now put your leg into so many debt, how much do you make?
You're finished.
Yeah, it's a regulated system, regulated economy where things are working. Everybody have access to credit. Oh, yeah, I want to do some things. Oh, because I know I can pay instrumentally. Why should I go and steal? You know, the urge to steal, the appetite to steal is not there because there's facility for you, except you have a bad credit record. You know, wherever you are.
But even with that, there is a lot of form of different kind of corruption here too. Even with what you said, there's still corruption here. But the perception at home is that a white man's land is corruption free. I just laugh. No. Somebody that will take your money that you stole it from your country and they take it to their own system and they will now give you back after 45 years. What does that mean?
But now people from Ogun State carry corruption go enter those places too.
No, don't let us degenerate to that level now. So no, don't let us do that. So the reason why I mentioned those who are abroad is not to compare Nigeria to UK or US or whatever, the working economies. The reason why I mentioned is those who just came in, like those Japan.
Yeah? It's the same thing in Canada. You see a lot of Nigerians who sell their whole property there to move to Canada. And I tell them, why are you doing that? It's better you leave your property there.
Imagine.
You can fall back on. And they end up finding themselves in no man's land.
But I think they sold their property to raise money now to travel.
But still, why would you do that?
Because they don't have money they wanted to travel by force by fire and they don't have the means.
Why can't they use the property to borrow money instead of selling it up outright?
How can you borrow money to travel? Is it sure?
But at least
is it a business? Traveling, when did traveling become a business? That you borrow money.
So Remy, if they use their property to borrow money, you think the UK or the Canada that are going, the job is waiting for them already that they will start paying back?
That's what I'm asking him.
Bank will repossess that house later now.
If you are lucky, you will settle down after 2 years. If you are lucky. Some people, it takes them 5 years.
But I think, Remy, the impression that they have is also the people abroad that normally give them that impression.
Yes, no?
Yes,
because by the time they spend 3 years there, you see them on social media. Oh, I just spent 3 years in Canada, and then this is the key to my house.
This is my first house. This is my first house.
I bought my house. Nigerian people don't know that it's mortgage. They think that the guy just worked for 3 years and was able to raise money to buy a house.
3 years. Some people say 1 year, they already buy a house.
Let me tell you something about that mortgage that people fail to realize. See, that mortgage is a very big trap.
Yes, big one.
See, of course not.
People think when we used to say it that property, especially the house you are living, it's not really an investment.
It's a liability.
So what is Jolie doing for you is this? Maybe the money you are supposed to spend and not to keep, it's only helping you keeping that money for those people that don't know how to do business.
Form of saving. If you are lucky.
No, because look at it this way. If you were paying 1,500 before, once you get mortgage now, your money may double. Because number one, you start paying insurance, you start paying property tax, and you start paying that interest for that. You understand? So you are basically doing double. So if you buy a house for, let's say, 500,000 now, if you mortgage for 25 years, probably you are going to end up paying like 1.2 million.
Yeah.
So when you pay that 1.2 million, at the end of that time, maybe your property is just worth about 800. People will say, I bought this thing for 500 and it has appreciated to 800. Now lie. The property tax you are paying, the insurance you'll be paying this day, you understand? You're not adding all those things up. So
The only thing that can make property make sense is that maybe you get that and you get people that are paying your mortgage for you.
Your
You get the
mortgage for
business
you,
at that
yeah.
level. So to me, what people
What of
use to,
what if you're unlucky, you get it when the price is high and then the price now fall?
let me tell you one thing. Those people that bought houses in Canada like about 2 years ago now, you know what funny thing is this? Government may just be giving you some kind of fake values so that they can charge you property tax.
Yes, no.
Okay, you bought house for let's say 500,000 like 2 years ago. Government will say, oh, your property is worth like 550 to 550 now. Whereas the market value of that house has gone to 450.
450, yeah.
So government is only after its own property tax.
Taxes, yeah.
So when you want to sell that property for what government is threatening to be shocked,
you'll be shocked.
Nobody
Yeah.
will buy it.
And
so,
that's what's going on in Canada now. All the real estate prices crashing slowly. It's crashing across board.
Let's go. Let's deviate away from this property thing. The reason why I mentioned those of us abroad, I mean, those of them that just came to join us.
Sorry, before you deviate, I want to use here as an example. It's contrary to what Ola said. Because here,
even in the UK, it's contrary to it as well. But I don't want to go into it.
Here is the appreciation level of property is not even up to 2% or 1% year in, year out. So the only thing you can just do here, if you buy your property, you are just thinking about saving money. You can also reduce the money you are paying for rent. But even in the next 10 or 12 years, you are not guaranteed to make a premium or a profit. Even if care is not taken, you make a loss. So here,
how is that different from what I said?
The why is different is because you said that when you buy a property in Canada, then the money you pay back is double. But here, when you buy
no. If you look at the entire tenure, of your mortgage, now look at it this way: you buy house for
can I put this in so that you can understand what
No. Let's say you have interest rate of 4% over 25 years. You put it in a Excel sheet and see what you are going to pay now, because you are going to add property. You are going to pay property tax. Don't forget, you are going to pay for insurance. How much are you paying for insurance monthly?
Tax, yeah. Insurance.
Property tax, all those things are part of your commitment. When you rent, you don't pay all those stuff.
What I'm trying to say is that in the long run, here, the way is different from just that our own property does not appreciate at all. That's what I'm trying to say. Even if you keep it for 10 or 15 years, it's the same 0.5 or 1%. So at the end of the day, like whatever you put in is just like a form of.
So it's like capital guarantee, basically.
Yes, that's it. It's not that.
Do you people also value in inflation?
That's exactly what I'm trying to say. If you are lucky, if you are unlucky, like we are probably in a recession now. So the
because if inflation, if you look at let's say you buy a property for $500,000, and then maybe in 20 years time you are selling it for $700,000, and you are thinking that the thing has appreciated. It's really.
Yeah, that's what Ola said.
No, Simba, rental property is the only thing that you can be sure that it gives you money. But the old house you are living, you
will never give you money.
Pay more than the value of your mortgage. But at the end of the day, the only thing is this: okay, maybe the money you are supposed to use Guguru and EPA, maybe you are able to put your equity at 500,000, and you are able to get it when you retire and go and buy a small house. That's the only thing. But 500,000 you borrow from the bank, when you add insurance and you add property tax, you are paying more than double of that 500,000 over 25 years.
By the end of that,
carry your Excel and put it there.
Triple.
It's not difficult. It's not difficult.
So and then at the end of that 25 years, can you sell that house at that value?
No, you can't sell it at that.
No. The thing is, if you bought house at maybe 500,000. Okay, let me give an example. There was this house that we rent when we got to this place. That house for more than 15 years or thereabouts, that house was not appreciating at all. But during post-COVID, when students were coming, they were the greed of taking students, and when accommodation became very scarce, so someone bought that property, and less than a year, the guy cashed out for at least I think more than 100,000 because there was just kind of appreciation that time. Exactly. Since government banned foreign investors from buying houses in Canada, and they reduced the number of students that were coming to Canada, instead of property appreciating now, you
It's
can
going down.
get that it's appreciating, it's depreciating. So rental property, you understand, that's okay. You understand, because end of the day, you are going to make your money. But the one you say you are staying and you call it that, okay, it's a capital investment.
Single home
Except
family.
someone is helping you to pay your mortgage, that lie. That it's an indirect liability to you.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, let's navigate back to Nigeria. This all of us, we are Nigerians. I'll say lastly that those people who came here recently, I mean 5 years ago, justifying the reason why they came, because they know, okay, they have messed up in a way. And you know the story, I mean, what's behind all of this is, at the end of the day, the husband and wife will agree they will come here. In 2-3 years, they get separated. The man is frustrated. They killed, I've seen 2 people have died that I know in Manchester, that in my own situation, that got separated. You see? So things like this, see, we cannot wish them away. And that's why I will use this platform. I know people are listening to us in Nigeria. Please.
Samuel,
Hmm?
let me make you people laugh, eh?
Simba,
3 days ago.
why did you cut him off? He was about to advise the platform. Let the man.
Okay, oh yeah, advise us.
Sam,
Yeah,
go ahead, sir.
that's-
Thank you very much. Sorry for the interruption, myself.
Sorry, I don't know you came in to listen to advice. Sorry.
Is that BT, Abi?
Of course,
What I'm
now.
Simba
That's
is.
BT.
Samuel, go ahead.
Yeah, I like BT a lot. You know, he's always projecting Ogun State. Yeah, I'm from Ogun State as well, so that's very good.
Go ahead. In
So
fact, take 1 hour at this point.
I like. I'm not a talker like that. Abi. So yeah, some people are in that situation. A lot of marriages are broken here, a lot, and most of them are just this one that just came recently. A lot of them. So I see it every day. Is what we see. I'm in that situation too. I came 16 years ago. After 12 years, my marriage broke last year. Exactly last year this time.
So how do you? What would you advise couples? What do you think you did wrong here, or how do you think?
I think there's no straight bullet or silver bullet to this advice thing. We have different orientations. Some people were not raised properly, and I say that without any due respect. Some people are not raised well. Parents have a lot to do in kids' life. Single parenting, if you marry someone from a single home, I know this may sound controversial, but I've tested it. Most of those broken things are ladies whom their mom raised alone. You need a man in your life. This generation, I don't know what's going to... Our kids, I'm so afraid for their future. They're just going to be sleeping around. I'm not sure no one will be committed again. That's what we are seeing right now in our faces. If a man... Let me finish, please. I mean, that situation, I'm healed already. I'm saying this out live so everybody can hear. But I mean, people have seen my face, but I don't really care. I've moved on. I actually signed my deed of settlement yesterday. She's taking 60%. I'm taking 40%, but I'm happy. I'm going. Together, I have 2 children. I've not seen them in 1 year.
I'm sorry.
Wow.
I'm
sorry
sorry
to hear about that.
These are the things.
I'm sorry. So it's new for you, right? It's been a minute, or you're going through it right now. You just...
I didn't get that. Sorry.
No. So you went through divorce. Is what I'm getting. I didn't know. I'm sorry. I didn't.
It's not really divorce.
I think he has shared his personal experience to us here before.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that day we're backstage that time. Yes, sir.
One thing, Sam. Sorry to hear that, but you may just find out you will eventually come out better and stronger. You know,
Amen.
You know what some guys do in this situation is, you understand, because it is common here, very common. So what some people do is that whatever they are doing now is that they are putting the investment mostly outside the country, whereby nobody can track and come and claim anything later. And the strategy many people have endured there, because one thing I see, if you see some marriage even working here now, know that some people are being strategic just because maybe their children are still dependent. And you see some people with passion. Immediately those children are no longer dependent. You understand? You see some people, they just go for each other jungula immediately, especially some men that have been enduring, so that there will be limited liability on their side. So what you are saying, you understand, it's painful. It's painful, but I can tell you there are so many people that they've already made up their mind that once their children become adults, they are going to leave their partner. That one is from men's side. But ladies, they tend to push earlier so that you become their pot of soup, so that they be using. But some men, they've mastered. Well, don't let me. It's
Yeah,
sad. It's
let's
sad.
not reduce it to this.
It's sad. I
Don't let
understand.
us
It's very sad.
let it
It's
be
sad.
about me or
Yeah.
something. I'll finish in 2 minutes. I don't
No,
want to
not
reduce.
about you, bro. Not about you, bro. You know, I've said something here over and over. Simba can testify to it. I say, what they call love in Nigeria is fraud. No such thing as love. It's all about dependency and all about and yes, now it's all about dependency and transfer of liability. No, it's transfer of liability. What you call love and marriage in Nigeria is transfer of liability.
Oh
You
my
move your
God.
liability from your parents as a woman, you move it to a man that is doing very well. That's it.
Whoa.
Once you have an opportunity, okay.
No, but that's the reality now. Why are you surprised, Ako?
No, it's true. It's just
That word love
it sounds very
is
harsh,
fraud.
but that's the truth, you know.
You
So
know,
let's
there was,
not.
maybe Ako, you have not joined us backstage before. When we discuss this thing, you hear experience of people. Let me tell you, there is nothing a man get from a marriage. I don't think there's anything that a man is getting from marriage.
There's nothing.
Really?
Nothing. If you
No,
remove
just
the
tell me
fact that
one
you only
thing.
have
Give me
children,
one
it's nothing.
example of a benefit that a man gets from marriage. Just one thing.
The only thing I see is that you have kids, and that's it. Every other thing,
And you say the kids, are they yours?
at the end of the day, is their mom. They will tilt to her side now. Anyway, let's not reduce it to this marriage or no marriage. I'm just saying.
Let
Let me
me
finish now,
give
beg.
you let
Mr.
me
Sam
make
wants
you
to finish a beg.
let me make you people laugh. 3 days ago, a colleague of mine here, his wife called him and he was saying that his friends have been advising her that they should move to UK or US or one of these European countries.
Not trap be that too.
You know what the guy told the wife, and the guy was too blunt. He just told the wife, he said, one, age is not on my side. Two, that their relationship is not strong enough for that kind of environment.
Eleni.
I said, why did you tell your wife such a thing? He said, yeah, but that's the truth. That the relationship is not strong enough for that kind of environment. He doesn't want to go to a place where the woman will just deal with him. And that's all.
That's it. So the reason why I mentioned the Jackpot and abroad thing, I don't want us to reduce it to marriage, but I just want to let people who are listening
Yes,
to
your
us know
advice, please.
there's the higher chance that your marriage will break if you come to Europe or you come to America or wherever it is abroad here. Because it's a system that is working. Your wife will be making money. You are making money. I'm not one of those proponents that says they'll be angry at their wives because my wife, I marry smart people. I married a smart person. And I've always wanted that. I want someone that will be engaging in deep discussion. I just don't want superficial. I want someone very smart. But at the same time, there's downside to it. Everybody's making huge money. She's
What's the
making more money.
downside?
No, I'm just saying. I'm not one of those that will be angry or jealous that his wife is doing
No,
well.
I'm
My wife
asking
was
what the
earning.
downside is.
No, the downside is like is one of this divorce rate we're seeing right now. Because she's feeling like, oh, fuck it, I've got enough. You're okay on your own. So if I separate, I don't need you for anything. It's so crazy in the UK. Well, the system itself is indulging our ladies, our women.
No, Samo, that's the language. I don't need you for anything.
That's it.
Listen to that language. It's
I
telling
don't
you
need you
that
for anything.
before
She's
they were
okay on her own.
using
She's
you.
making money. So what's the benefit you're bringing into her life? At least she's resting from everyday sex. That's their mindset. Once they have the kids like this, their attention will switch straight away. And the system here is not helping them and helping us as well. Because once they move out like that, they will go and cry on the government. I'm a single parent. Government will give them a residence. How many kids do you have? 4. They give them 5 bedroom. How many children do you have? Do you have 4 boys? Okay, we'll give you 2 bedroom. The system is indulging them. So why would they want to stay? So those of us listening from wherever, abroad is not the place to be. Save your money, do your business wherever you are, especially in the UK. It's a horrible place to come to now. It's too hard. And the reason why I mention all of this is because those who are in that category that came recently are justifying the reason why they left Nigeria, and they are the ones online that are painting Nigeria in black in that bad light. Nigeria is not that horrible. If we take out this insecurity, we are not. I mean, we're still doing far better. You are not conscripted to pay mortgage for your life. You put your money together, whether you stole it or people gifted you. At least you have your own roof you're living under. You're not tied down to anything. You start panicking when the interest rate goes up. Like, if I want to buy a new house very soon now, with this recent bombings, Iran and America and Israel now, it has caused interest rate to go up here. So it's not a good time to buy as well. And you know, all of these things, the factor is, especially, this is a working system where economics work. In Nigeria, it's a voodoo economics we do. Do you get it? So whatever happens there is going to affect us direct. Okay, the fuel now, I bought diesel £1.60 last Friday. Yesterday I was driving by £1.78. Before you know it, it gets to £2. That's crazy money. If you go to stores, Asda, Lidl, Tesco, all of those people, I see Oyinbo people, I'm not saying this to stand braggadocious or anything. If I want to buy anything,
that your Yuko is expensive right from time.
I'll just pick stuff and put it in the bag, and I get out. Oyinbo will be looking. I'll be hearing their conversation in the aisle.
They can't afford it.
This spaghetti I bought last week was just 69p.
They don't spend money that way.
How come it's gone to 89p? Just 20p difference. Just 20p difference they have known. But you don't care. You just buy it and move.
Yeah.
You know, it's hard for them too. Anyway, I'll leave it at that. And as regards Saraki, I don't know what he's playing at. That guy is a snake. Tinubu should not trust him. Because I know he's trying to find his way back. And it's not going to get back because he really, really embarrassed Tinubu while they were holding sway, while he was Senate president. But I like the president. He kept all his enemies at arm's length. He's not fighting you, but inside of him, he knows where he's going to put you at. I put Saraki in the same camp with Aregbesola. They are evil people. And I will leave it at that.
I really want to understand what happened with Aregbesola and Tinubu, because I never understand what their rift was. Saraki, I know, but I've been trying to educate myself on that, but I really don't know what happened.
I can even forgive Saraki. That Aregbesola, man, God, Jesus Christ. Anyway, thank you very much, everyone.
Yeah, thank you, Samu.
You know, Adewale, every time he comes here, we just come and stay here like a tenant or whatever, coming to occupy space. He doesn't talk.
Baba T, Bami one ancestor Simba. Bami one ancestor Simba. Because Aniki I suggest I need to come cope for one. Organize ìjọ kan máa ṣe bí kábíyèsí ayé àtijọ́ kan bá wa lé àwọn ẹ̀hàn ọ̀nà kúrò nùgbò wa. Uncle Simba èmi ò mọ̀ ọ̀kan tó Uncle Simba ń jà fún.
Ola, you cannot, because there's a danger to that on the more serious note.
Mi ò sọ pé kò sí danger, kò sí nǹkan tó ní good side tó ní bad side.
You don't want them to turn to the very thing that you're trying to eliminate in the first place.
Which is what?
If it's not properly structured, so you don't. So
should be structured no anymore. Advice.
Yeah, like you can have all these whatever they the whatever you want, but it has to be under a system to by the government itself. So you want training one properly.
Mr. Lodge, I have a question for you regarding that.
Yes.
What happened in Southeast? Why do you think Eastern ESN was able to get rid of Fulani herdsmen?
No. But what did they turn out to be after they got rid of them?
It's true. Yeah, they
Baba T, this is my own. We've been talking of the role of our traditional rulers in all this our governance. These are traditional rulers. They are the custodian of our land from every town you are, right?
Yes,
and custodian of the land and the culture. Mm-hmm. Now, instead of them just doing padi loba just to discuss, and you are not empowering all these people, why can't we incorporate them into the system? Maybe they want to work with the local government chairperson. You know, people, you know all those agbole, you know the bad and good boys in your community.
Mm-hmm.
What I'm saying is this. Okay, you may look at Ado-Ekiti now. You look at a way of Ado-Ekiti. You now say, okay, we used to have some Idile Jagu. I'm just giving an example. Or you have some people that used to have vigilante. I think this vigilante, what are they using? Only cutlass, only machete, shakabula, and not those just to move around, right? Now, since they be using the shakabula and all these the machetes, they don't have record of harassing anybody. Now, it is time now you need these people now to say, okay, since they know the nook and cranny of the community, of the forest around that place, train and equip them properly. Now, maybe we are okay. Maybe maybe you want to have this thing maybe for the next 3 years or the next 4 years, 5 years. You put timeline. Okay, what we are going to do now is this: we are going to buy 1 million AK-47. After all, we don't even know how many million that is in the country already. Maybe there are more than 500,000 AK-47 in the hands of the wrong people. You understand? Now, these people, they are coming to community. They are even kidnapping Kabiyesi now. They are kidnapping the traditional rulers and pine them. And we'll be talking of these state police or all these security forces for how long? What we are now saying is this.
So Ola, do you want to abandon state police now? Now it's the
no, we are not abandoning state police. You know, state police will not occur overnight.
Ola, here's the thing. What you're talking about, local policing, which can be incorporated, can be under the presence or control of the state police. One of the roles of local policing is gathering intelligence. Okay, so you can have all the AK-47s you want or all the manpower, but until Wallace Walara for so long, you need intelligence. You need people that will totally penetrate who are they members of the community. You ensure and don't be born now. So
how are you so sure that even the people that are going to hand over this thing to are not terrorists?
Exactly.
Hold on now. That intelligence, Abba, now. Okay. That intelligence you are talking about. Now look at it this way now. You are in a town in Ekiti, for example, you have Oloye, you have Agbole. People still, as far back as all those Ekiti you say, people still know one another. You understand? Yeah, there can be occasional Judas that will say, Sheru, anybody lay. You can find all those stuff, but not as rampant as you really want to paint as it is.
Ola, my brother.
Hold on, now let me tell you about intelligence.
No, wait a minute. Knowing somebody, if I'm it requires training. Yes. Beyond what we think is mommy more. That kind of training to do, because that person, okay, what if the terrorist is your cousin or your uncle? That it requires training to even sniff out those kind of things. My emphasis on the training part in the moment. So hold on, that method, but they must be trained by the system itself.
It will limit external terrorists. At least you are the one policing your state. I don't think any terrorist.
I'm even talking of our bushes, our farm.
Yes, at least they are the one.
They have people.
No. Babati, you are missing the point. You are missing the point. Now, let me tell you one thing. Just because you have not really empowered the local community people to deal with them. When you empower the local people to deal with them, it's going to be a game changer. That's what I'm saying. Now, intelligence we are talking about, you want to eliminate, first of all, you want to dismantle all those people that you don't know that they have settlement in your bush. It's not difficult to know. Okay, Babati, Baba Kantowa ni the farm settlement at Lemi Baje, the farm settlement at Ajegbeinro. Now we are seeing we are now beginning to see new faces there. You understand? Those people, if they are harmed enough, then we approach. Are we? What are you doing there? What are you? We don't want to see you here. You push them away. They get to another community. We don't want to see you here because we don't know where. You don't know how you get to that. You push them away. All we are saying is this: when you empower those people, because basically, what are all these terrorists doing in our bushes, the forest? You say you want to harvest next week. You understand? It's just a matter of time before family go to the country and now.
Okay.
So
what if I make a rule and say, if I control or regulate where I want to the kind of house so if you don't come from a particular area that a market you can't buy from this you can make laws to contain this. But my point is, you can incorporate, or like, here's my point to you. You can incorporate our traditional ways into the security architecture, but I don't want it to be the foundation of it. It can be part of it, but I don't want it to be
You know, BT, the other angle that is not even trying to. What about politicians? It can be politicized.
No, this thing is all about emergency. Let me tell you one thing. It's just like when the country you are fighting, you are fighting a war with another country, and you are short of soldiers, and you have some people in reserve, and you quickly recruit them. Now, let me tell you one thing. Under Goodluck Jonathan, when the busting of pipeline was becoming the thing, you understand, they still used OPC. They still use Niger Delta guys. They still give them contract.
Goodluck Jonathan. There was no bombing. There was no bombing of this thing during Jonathan.
See, Simba, I don't measure about whether there is bombing. You understand? The way you look at it is this: if they were having 100 bombing of those facilities before, and if that thing reduced to just 10 or 15,
that's success.
It's improvement. You don't say because they see bomb that it is not improving. You talk of step.
No, I said there was no bombing. That's what I said.
Oh, apologies.
Under Jonathan, that's what I said. I said there was no bombing. During Jonathan, everybody, they submitted their arms, and everybody, you have forgotten that shortly before amnesty. Yes, there was nothing. It was when Buhari came back that the Niger Avengers started their.
They gave OPC and some people pipeline
contract,
security contract too. You understand? There was some kind of insecurity before they gave them, and
but yeah, there was still there was amnesty too. But yes, they did give OPC.
No. That thing even started even happening after amnesty. You understand? There was amnesty that increased the output, but later I think there was some level of insecurity, so they have to engage OPC, civil defense.
OBJ ti Ganimole now.
OT.
OBJ Wollock Gani.
No, I'm talking of under JJ, not OBJ.
Oh, okay. Oh.
So what I'm basically saying is this.
We agree with you, Ola. We agree with you, but there is a more comprehensive security architecture to involve.
Ola, with what you see, let me tell you, with the way, even with our security people, we are not even sure that our arms are not even getting to this enemy. You think that having it in the hands of the civilians will now be able to monitor that one better?
You are still not following. We are not just going to carry any out civilian. You understand? You are holding the traditional rulers responsible. You see, there's a difference. I'm not just saying go and
if you cannot hold your security personnel responsible. Now is the traditional that you will be able to, your chief of general staff, your NSC, your commissioner of police, you can't hold them responsible. Then you'll be able to hold your pastoral ruler responsible.
Do you know why it's difficult to account for all those people you are talking about? Because it's over centralization. You understand? By the time you start talking of those people, you understand, maybe the IG there is a Yoruba now, and Yoruba person start misbehaving. You understand? Probably he knows that thing properly. You understand? And the person is committing atrocity in the northern part of the country. Probably the Yoruba person may just look away. After all, it's not happening in my line. So the thing is this: you decentralize. Have you seen how look at South Africa, for example? You know, there are private security people that they are well harmed to in the country like South Africa. So there are some countries that they have private security. You understand? It's just like so that they are licensed to carry proper weapon. So the thing is, because we are in emergency and these terrorists seems to be overrunning our land, and we have to respond. We can't be okay. Now, before they remove the former IG of police, because what Egbetokun, whether true, whether no was not true, like it was not disposed to the idea of state police. And look at how things drag or whatever. Maybe it was fault, maybe we just got the information wrong. I don't know. But look at this now. Under 90 days, right? He has come out with a blueprint. So the question is this: we can't just say, okay, maybe this blueprint now, maybe they will spend the next 3 years to debate it. Now, do you know how many people they will harass inside the bushes? You understand? You know, we had a situation in around in Ekiti where they pie one KBAC, the other one escaped. The one that escaped, now they are now asking that to go and bring that person from Abuja. Now, we are not even looking at that. Okay, this one escaped. Oh, the next thing, we are sending to go and arrest that traditional ruler and bring the traditional ruler to Abuja. Until they cry to the Senate, to the rep, to the rep around that place that step in. They will have carried KBC to Abuja just because of your audacity. How you escape being pied. That's the kind of that's kind of funny thing we are facing in that country. So we just need to get serious, to be honest.
So the KBC, we agree, should be part of the discussions on security, economics. They should be part of the. We agree with that. But are you saying that they should be the head or part of the decision-making process? Or like, that's what I'm trying to get from you. They should be part of the process, but they should not be. They shouldn't have influence to usurp everyone's authority in that locality. That's my own opinion. It should be an expert, somebody that is trained in security, that has years of experience, retired general, retired army man, whatever, 20, 30 years of experience. That should be the one heading security at the local level if you want to go that route. But it should not be because you're a king of an area and you know the terrain, like you say, that therefore that makes them there's more to security. My point is there's more to security than just knowing the terrain.
Okay, Babati, I will tell you something that you see all these traditional rulers, they've been solving some kind of problem locally that we are not aware of. Okay, let me tell you one thing now. There was a time now that my mom bought land and someone wanted to take was possessing of that land, wanted to take that land back and was trying to cause problem. When we went to the urban council, they sorted the thing out there. They said, okay, since you said you were the person, maybe one of the family member was in jail, was in the correctional center when they sold that land. So we dragged it into the KBA council, and they settled that matter there. That's just one of those things they settle locally. There are a lot of challenges, a lot of disagreement, crisis that is settled in that you'll have gone to normal government courts, that they settle, that all those over that you see that they settle, because they have their own council that we just want the preside and mediate like this. You understand? The issue resolved faster than when you even take those into a court. Maybe you take something to court, it's taking like 2-3 years. But this thing, within 2-3 days, once they start the case like this, the same will be resolved. So if they can be that responsible to that level, I don't think the KBA the KBA council.
Oluwo of Iwo is one of the traditional rulers.
Baba, we can't be doing outliers.
Remy, don't
say this thing.
Don't do that now.
We don't do outliers. Don't. You can't put 1,000. We can't put 1,000 things and you just.
The point though. And sort of with security over dynamic, we are talking about our terrorists that they are from different countries. So you need only the level of expertise.
No, Babati, that's what I'm saying. You are going to train. See, the question is this. Now, even the example of that of Burkina Faso that I sent to Simba today, you understand? They didn't just hand them over AK-47. They were trained, though. You'll be trained. You'll be trained on intelligence. As a matter of fact, because you see why I believe this thing may likely gather support is this. When you train, you put timeline because forever those people will never be. Now, even those people you want to select, maybe after that program, after that 5 years program, if you need to now absorb them into the regular security forces, then you can do so. You understand? So now but as of now, we need it as emergency. When you start doing all those stuff, the people from those community, they may start joining and to buy maybe all this commercial drone and mount camera and start flying drone around bushes to start looking at dark spots. Because the whole idea of this thing is for the entire community to buy into this matter. You understand? Okay. As Babati is in the US now, maybe you have your local community now down Egbana, and people are now saying they want to secure that place now. Okay, the government has trained some people to know how to undo rifle and all those stuff. But now, apart from that rifle, now they need others. Okay, Babati, look at, okay, don't worry, I'm going to give you 30 drones. You understand? So that you'll be flying the thing around, so that you'll be detecting all those stuff. So you go to that place. Those are the kind of thing I'm talking. I'm not saying government is going to, in fact, it's going to be legislated. I'm not saying it's going to be legislated. I just want them to be incorporated. But I want KBAC to be responsible for whatever else. Because if I'm giving your community 30 rifles.
Those KBAC are already your KBAC. They are not the old traditional KBAC you are talking about now.
Baba, we see our government there now. Let me tell you one thing. If a Nigerian police now, if they misuse their rifle today, they want to cause trouble now, they can counter them with other armed forces. You understand? They will check and balance. You are not just going to give thing and say there won't be check and balance. Nobody is saying that. You have to find a way that thing will have to work. That's what I'm saying. As we speak today, people still guide their community and they say use Shakabula. People don't, so you don't think they can misuse Shakabula? You know how many Shakabula in those villages? They can misuse Shakabula if you don't know. So if they are not misusing Shakabula, then you train them to have higher responsibility and semi-auto rifle. Even, let me tell you one thing, even you can even decide to say, okay, it's double barrel you want to give them. You can say you want to give them shotgun. But what I'm saying is this, they should be incorporated so that these people, anybody they go into the bushes that they see that this is criminal, that they see carrying rifle in the bush, eliminate them there.
Yeah,
that's what I'm saying.
No, we agree with you, but let me give you what they need to add as well. If you're gonna have state police, you must have state prisons. Okay, because Tobago Fini State, for example, we can put you. We don't need you to go to federal prison. Okay, we can hold you, and we can create our own laws to determine the kind of punishment we need in our own state. So every state has to have the right to imprison people and impose prison terms on people that are deemed to be terrorists or violent or gang members or bandits. So that will give local government council the leeway to conduct so. So I nobody disagreeing with you. Me can't get this so because I want command.
How can you say nobody disagreeing with him? I disagree with him totally.
No, you know, I think Ola, about to you. I don't want to hear I'm a funny bomb or me bomb to vet them. Maybe I want to no, you can show the way at the vet one our own way. No, that can be part of it. It's okay. But I still insist we need experts, only years of experience in terrorism.
No, I agree. That's why I say they'll be trained. Who
will you train? The member of community or the traditional ruler are you going to train? Who are you going to
train? Traditional ruler will be the person called.
So you gather our traditional ruler, start taking them to military school.
No, now you can't.
No.
They can be part of a board. They can be part of a board. But they cannot.
Should be a chief security.
I think what Ola is just trying to say is that some kind of people that just man the bush, is different from the police that will be in the city.
But cabins cannot be monitoring them like that anymore.
Cabins cannot monitor. It can be part of
okay, let me ask you. What about communities where they don't even have traditional rulers?
The money balance there,
there are some in the southeast. Did they have balance in southeast?
They don't have. No, one man is going. Okay, one is balance. One is
ẹ ṣáà wò sígbà tó máa da gbogbo ẹrú at least one ní eze one ní community leader. So the thing is this.
But gbogbo nǹkan ní community leader níbẹ̀ yẹn o because.
No Rẹ̀mí àwọn tí mo ti ẹ̀ ń suggest yìí àwọn kan ló máa ṣiṣẹ́ ìgboro iṣẹ́ tí wọ́n ní pé àwọn ọlọ́dẹ inú igbó. Àwọn ọlọ́dẹ ló ń sọ wọ́n yàtọ̀ sí
let's see if you are maybe you are a Yoruba person, that's why you are thinking that okay, maybe because you have a well structured traditional this thing.
But state police là ń sọ yìí náà kò tẹ́ tó kàn mí.
He's not talking about state police o Remi, don't mistake, he's not talking about state police o. He's talking about buying weapons and handing over to civilians in the community. That's what he's talking about.
He's talking about vigilante. Handing weapons to vigilante.
Bush vigilante, yes.
They are doing it already now. Amaechi is the kind of vigilante as well, to be frank.
Exactly.
Okay, one was structured. It's the kind of vigilante. And you see, they are giving them one passion.
Let it be structured. The KBC will be on a board.
We have not even done one successfully. We are thinking about another. I don't even know.
He can't be the head of the board. Don't go and no. We don't
want. I don't want to give the country power like that.
Simba, let me give you one example. There was a time that in Ogun State, Lagos, that the landlord association, they are the one doing vigilante on the street. The landlord association, they know those people. They know those people on the street. Okay. Ṣé bàbá tí nìyà ilé asẹ́sọ Simba
ilé ọlá nìyẹn
bàbá tó ẹ̀ṣẹ̀ máa ń ṣe
bàbá ọlọ́dẹ
they know everybody. Ẹ máa gbọ́ àmì òrójú yìí rí o ẹ káàbọ̀ àlejò ní ládùúgbò ìṣá.
Mi ìrójú Simba lójú Fúlàní o.
You understand? To the extent that some people will have related that lágbájá kan máa ṣe gba Fúlàní kan sílé bọ̀bọ̀ kan máa ṣe wọ́n ló máa gba Fúlàní sílé. You will know all those stuff.
No,
those are the kind of thing I'm talking about.
In addition to what Ola is saying, I think Nigerian government should promulgate a law. Anytime you move to any city or anywhere that you are going to stay more than 1 month in that place, you should be registered within 1 week to the police immediately.
Okay. The other thing, Remi, the other thing that I'm considering also, what about communal clashes?
But fortunately for us, we don't have that one like before.
No, don't say that. Oh,
people should always bring that communal clashes now. It's only our show now. So other things we don't have communal clashes.
Ascenso Simba, without giving them AK-47, they're going to be communal clashes. They be communal clashes. So AK-47 is not the reason they use cutlass and shakabula to settle this thing before. So a community, so whether you give them or you don't give them, communal clashes will always happen. So we can't say because we are not giving them the AK-47 now. That's why some communal clashes. Because don't forget that all this both community we have AK-47.
No, see,
Remy,
to your point, we want a structured security architecture. That's all. It's not that
structure. Not the most
in addition, we must have city police that is well read, that know the constitution and the right of the police to not just any wuru constable. Because
I don't even know why should Burkina Faso even be the one that will be teaching us.
Who is talking about Burkina
Faso? When he just travel to Burkina Faso.
You can borrow idea from anywhere. You can borrow.
Are you sure that he's even working there?
You can borrow idea from anywhere.
And mind you, according to what the 36 state governors of Nigeria have already submitted their input to the National Assembly. The police will submit their input in the next 2 weeks. So probably before the middle of this year or probably end of this year, we should have the state police created. But another thing is this: when this thing is being passed by the House of Assembly, then which state will start first? Lagos State is ready. I don't think dancing people in Osun is ready. Ogun State might
What is
probably
your
be ready.
problem? What is your fixation about Osun? Are you from Osun? Why can't you face your own state?
Yeah, I think we are ready. Are you ready?
Everything you have to mention Osun. What is your problem?
Are you guys ready? We are not ready now.
Simba. Ṣe bẹ́ẹ̀ lẹ́ni pé ìyàdí Orísun kí ló wá ń bẹ̀ lẹ́rìí? Yóò ṣe ń kí Orísun
Àbí
mọ́ ni.
ẹrú ń bá wọn ni. Àwọn nìkan ló ní communal classes.
Asensor Simba, okay. See, let me tell you one thing.
Asensor.
We need to do the DNA for those people in Oyo and Osogbo to start with. And I believe that Simba is between Osogbo and Oyo. He may be claiming another state in Oyo State. Don't mind him. Those people in Oyo and Osogbo,
you don't know.
they have
You are wrong.
blood.
Simba is a typical Osun guy. Very strong headed and very troublesome.
When you
very,
see Simba face, Dr. Madam Fodio.
Ó burú gan wá sí mọ̀ pé tó bá jẹ́ lecturer ni wọ́n gbé nìyẹn. Unless you are a typical professor from Ekiti State, kò ní gbà. So because all your argument, you also want to win by all means. It is we Ogun people that we are very liberal and we can accommodate everybody.
Ogun ló ń da Nàìjíríà ló jàre wá bí kò ra yà sí.
Let's move on. I don't know. See what we are saying. Next thing you know, ma ko gun Òkìtì Àbáwá lógun ni pẹ̀lú bomb. Aba share báyìí.
Ola can do that o.
Obasanjo and Abiola International Chief ITT Ogun Ìyá Fẹlá Ogun Fẹlá Ogun Ọba Wọlé Ṣóyínká Ogun Ṣónẹ́kàn Ogun.
On a lighter note, why do Ekiti people, all those professors, because sometimes so many families with so many professors, they became so mad, so angry, like Pharaoh team, I mean, what this guy.
No. Let me tell you something. Akintola ló popularize kìíní yẹn. The fact remains that Ekiti kọ́ ló ní highest number of professors. Èmi àti jọ sọ́n bíbá yìí rí. See, let me tell you one thing.
Which state?
No, Ekiti ò tẹ̀ sùn. Highest number of professors, but not three. It's my state. My dark state me down now. It's not true. It was Akintola. Mi ò mọ bóyá sọ ń gbọ́n ẹ pé àwọn náà ló máa jẹ́ kìíní kan. Wọ́n máa jórúkọ ẹyẹ. Àwọn bíi Professor Atioro, Professor Aluko. So Akintola ló popularize kìíní yẹn, but statistically, Ekiti kọ́ ló ní highest number of professors. It's not true.
Let me get allow. Ọmọ yín ní Ekiti, that small girl, she the best spelling bee in Africa. She is right now the champion from Ekiti.
So tó bá ṣe àwọn competition tó ń ṣe yẹn, bọ̀bọ̀ ìwìn kan báyìí wà ní OAU tó jẹ́ pé mi ò mọ bí bọ̀bọ̀ yẹn ṣe ń ṣe. Bùbù sẹ́yìn kìíní yẹn sí Asensor Simba. Kọ́ tó sọ pé kìíní yẹn báyìí kìíní kan nílò this. Bọ̀bọ̀ yẹn kan ru everybody pàlà àwọn university competition yẹn.
Eléyìí fáwọn ọmọdé làwọn lè kún ṣe tàwọn yẹn.
Mo mọ tàwọn ọmọdé yẹn, but mo rí bọ̀bọ̀ àjọ̀nú kan láti kìíní university competition yẹn. That university competition, in fact.
No, they have a book for it. They have a book for it, though. It's not as if they are just testing them randomly. They prepare for it, though.
But bọ̀bọ̀ ìfẹ́ yẹn, bọ̀bọ̀ yẹn ti burú jù náà. Báwo ni wọ́n ṣe máa ṣe calculation?
I said you think that they have a calculator on their head. I said they know they have read all those things, so they know the answer. Evaluate X plus Y plus before they finish the question, they've already given the answer.
So
why can't you wait for the question to finish and calculate?
But I only
my daughter has participated in that kind of competition before. It's a very big book that they used to read for it.
Simba, I'm even saying this thing, but how come she OAU gap for example, báwo lè yẹn ṣe máa wà ní 200, for example, téèyàn kan ṣe máa struggle pẹ̀lú 40. Gap yẹn ti pọ̀ jù. Kan tó sọ kí ní ẹ̀ báyìí bọ̀ bóyá kẹsẹ̀ bọ̀ bóyá
Oh,
máa gbọ̀ báyìí.
possible. Oh, I don't think that it's possible. There are some people that are
No, Remi, you need to look at that competition. Competition yẹn, tí wọ́n bá jẹ́ pé mi náà send it lọ, in fact, kan tó béèrè question méjì mo ti máa sá kúrò mẹ́yìn. Because that guy, he was very mi ò tẹ̀lé represent the school nìyẹn nígbà ajẹ́ pé school yẹn ti rógo school odo ni school yẹn máa gbà wálé. Irú brain burúkú wo nìyẹn?
Actually,
mo mọ̀ kó lè gbé wo yẹn fún ọ but
some people are brainy, to be frank. We have some people that they are brainy. And I think without taking anything, I think God really blessed that country, Nigeria. We have some people with super brain. Everywhere you see them.
Allah bless you.
I think, you know what? I was reading a report recently, and in that report they said that God really created some special black people in Yoruba land because they were organized since how many centuries ago. And if you see the Yoruba culture, you see that these people are well structured and organized. To the extent that if they don't like a king anymore, they just tell you, go Loshiba. Tell me, what just do you want? We don't want you. Just go and kill yourself. It's like that. How many kings can Shigba today? Even if they ask him to go and Shigba, can he kill himself? We don't. So all those cabinets you are talking about, forget them. These are just European cabinets. They cannot do something like that anymore. Who among them is also expecting traditional rights? If they do respect traditional rights very well, do you think most of them will be going to parties or junketing all around like they used to do? No.
How many of them are even living in their community?
Yes, that is the truth. But let's go back to state police. Me personally, I want the recruitment of state police in my own state or in the southwest to be standard. The standard must be top high. Not just any Tom, Dick, and Harry recruit to go to tell the story, and you must have a good uniform. Well standardized, well structured. But the police going to come out.
Uncle Remi, mo gbọ́ pé ẹṣin ò kọ kúlẹ̀ àwọn tí wọ́n kó sí OPC ti Ìbàdàn o mi ìyẹn sọ pé òwò àmọ́ àwọn tó kù. Let me tell you something. You can't go and recruit Dr. Simba now and come and carry him.
No, I'm talking about state police. I'm not talking about people that. No,
I'm just telling you because I know where people are talking that state police now they should go and recruit graduates and all those kind of things. Let me tell you something. Let us be realistic.
Minimum should be like at least you must have 5 credits in English and math. You must have.
And you train them correct. You don't need maybe you want to take ND. Congratulations, you can take people with ND. But once you can pass your 5 credits, have 5 credits from secondary school, go to
I'm really looking at 5 credits in. At least for 3
go to that police college and go and learn. Don't say this guy is coming from University of Ado-Ekiti. He has no job, and you now use police as a job.
No. There must be a clear cut promotion system. That okay,
exactly. Because if you give assessor Simba now, for example, a person like him now say he should be member of Amotekun, all of a sudden, if you see medical doctor that is earning 960,000 per annum in Canada, and we now be say, is this 100,000 you are paying me monthly? Is it enough for me? But when you push someone at 5 credits from secondary school, and you train the person and you are paying that person 300,000 a month, it's going to appreciate than a doctor that now became a policeman job because there's no job. That's why you see all those teachers, the people that went to teachers training college and NC properly trained, they may likely perform better than a frustrated graduate of physics just because the guy never got a job and became a teacher. He will probably spend half of his time to be looking for a job than teaching students. So those are the kind of things we are saying. So because I see some people go and put graduates in Amotekun. No, don't put graduates. So if you see all the Akperi that can speak English that got 5 credits from a secondary school, train the person rather than putting a graduate and they start telling you how much the parent does spend on their me that my parents has already spent about 10 million on me. I will not be carrying God. We don't want those people. Uncle Remi. Okay, everybody is salo. Ó dàárọ̀ nìyẹn. Àbí mi ò gbọ́ anybody sọ̀rọ̀ mọ́.
Ó ti lé wọn dànù.
Okay o. Ẹ má bínú o. Ẹ má bínú o.
Ó ti lágídí Èkìtì yẹn, ó ti pé wọ́n ti give up.
Agídí yẹn ò lè kúrò ńbẹ̀. Abínibí nìyẹn kò sọ̀rọ̀.
So at this point, ká gbàgbé election gbà yẹn because it's a foregone conclusion, àbí?
Èmi ò. Odò pínísí téèyàn bá fojú di lè gbéyàn lọ. Until it is done, I don't. Kéèyàn má fi gbéraga sí.
No, àwọn APC náà wọn ò fi kíní yẹn ṣeré náà.
Wọ́n ti kọ́gbọ́n tèkó yẹn ni. Pé tó bá fojú déyàn, ó lè ṣẹlẹ̀ ṣe. Àwọn náà rí pé they have 30 governors and they keep going. They want more and more relent in their efforts. So.
Baba T. Aremi, is it true they want to create a new state? I heard that they said the Senate president.
I wanted to come up.
I think it's a Fabio that is saying that. And to me, I think at the end of the day, they will create for all the regions, okay? If it's going to happen. And that Anioma, they are proposing, what do you call it? Asaba to be the capital. And the new data will now be Warri is the capital city.
Ola, Remy, yes. I don't mind to back creative one. Here's my point. States, regions that they recognize minorities. Not everybody in South is Yoruba. Not everybody in South or everybody recognizes that there are other tribes. My worries with Anioma is that if it's zoned to that particular zone, Oma swallow everybody else, and they will not own any rights in that at all. So what happens to the
apart from that, we shall see how they're going to divide that data into two.
I'm saying that nobody talks about referendum. The people there so far don't want to join. They want a state, they want a state, but they don't want
to join the Southeast.
That's the part that people are missing. They don't want to join it. They want the state, but they don't want to join them.
So you know what Akpabio did? They are dividing that data into two.
Okay.
That data into two, and they are still going to be part of South. That's what they did. And then they are now making the old data. They will now change the capital to be Warri, and the new state they want to create, Asaba, will now be the capital. That's what they're trying to do.
But it will still be in the South.
Yeah, of course, it will still be in the South. They are not taking it to. So they are not even thinking about taking anything from Southeast to join them at all.
So, those that are making a case.
Are they is part of Southeast going to be part of the Anima state, or is only data?
Because it's data, they said. What Akabio says that, to me, he said that they are going to divide data into two. And that is another South state. They are not even giving it to Southeast at all. So forget it. It's not.
Well, why data? That's the question. Why did they want to divide data?
At the end of the day, to me, I believe that they are going to give each region one more state. The status quo still remains. And they are going to divide, maybe cut part of Anambra and part of Enugu again to create
okay, if you give everybody one state, if you still have one,
it doesn't stick exactly.
So what's the point? Why do we always like to?
So I don't understand. You know why I will tell you that they are not going to give only South alone. You know why? Because when you look at states like Niger also agitating for another state, states like Kano, states like Oyo that are agitating, even Ogun State, Ijebu is also agitating. So this is Nigeria, for God's sake. You guys should understand it.
Let me tell you, if you want to base state creation based on agitation, you can never stop creating states. So we should forget about agitation.
So what to the top now?
Could they stop? So
why would you want to go there, Remy? So why would you want to go?
What you want to tell me that Nigeria is better off now than when we were in 18 states?
Well, I think kind of.
How?
Because if
How?
I'll
Just
tell you.
because you are
If,
creating more
let,
state
let me, let
capital.
me, let me. No,
Wait
no.
now. Wait.
Okay.
Let me use go if you have a community, go and look at your community. I'm not talking about you people. Maybe you might be claiming that you come from a state capital, but when you look at, let's take um let's say a town like Ijebu-Remo, and tell me how Ijebu-Remo has improved by virtue of being under Ogun State. Let me even use that one. Let me use my own village in Osun. Let's say because Osun State was created, my state was not better than the way it was under Oyo. It wasn't.
No, as a Simba, sometimes it's not necessarily being about being better sometimes, because we have to look at it from different angles. To me, if I look at it from the national, from the federal politics, creating state means
So
that you
okay,
are
just
spending
because of
more.
resource, it's okay. More resources getting to yourself. That's what.
Let me lie.
That's what.
It's not about resources alone.
Not about resources.
Now, those one we do now. Once you create state, we are going to have
I think
senatorial
creation
district.
of state, Ola, the basic thing is to bring governance close to the people and bring more development. But if it's
I'm
not
just
achieving
giving.
that, every other thing is shamble.
You cannot base state creation on ethnic group. It has to be the need. There has to be a need for it, like Simba said, governance. So because if you base it on ethnicity, then you can make claim for about 11, about 4 more states in Southwest alone. Then about Kano South.
No. Babati.
Mr. Lang, Babati, I don't understand
Babati.
ethnicity.
Like the one we are talking from Anioma now. You see Anioma or Neosha, whatever, I don't know, Seth.
Yeah, Anioma, yeah.
If you create that one now, it's going to bring more representative, because that's the way I'm looking at it, because it's going to get to a stage.
Don't they have one right now?
No. Let me tell you one thing. Okay, look at the state.
Don't they have right now? Don't Anioma? Don't they have?
No, that's not what I'm even saying. No, or get me. It's a number. Let me tell you one thing. Okay, there are 7 states from a northwest, for example. If northwest and northeast
and what they Ola cannot achieve that's okay in that northwest.
I'm coming out. Let me give an example now. Now you have northwest and northeast. Now northwest, they have 6 states. They have 7 states, right? And northwest, they have 6. Now, assuming they just have something to vote on, and they are going to base it on simple minority, just because the number of rep coming from northwest alone, they are more than the northeast. If all of them try to say, okay, we are going to get in full, then there's no way that you put northeast together and northwest together, they are going to win anything. Northwest will always override them because they have more rep, more than them. Creating state, we even give more representation at federal level. So it has the advantage, it has disadvantage. You understand? Now, when it comes to counterbalancing, all these people that created kangaroo states just to have so many states so that they can be bossing you politically, when you are having that kind of a normal to, you understand, you are bringing in more rep and more senators to the federal. Yeah, it's expensive, but it's sometimes good for the national politics. Assuming you do this state police tomorrow now, some people say, okay, they want to override you. Just because they have men more than you, they can use that one to override you. But when you counterbalance, that maybe you do in such a way that you have those number of those rep across that is going to affect national politics. Sometimes it's good for legislation. But when it now comes to development that Simba is talking about, I agree with what Simba is saying, that it's really bringing development. I agree. I can't argue that.
Even the representation or whatever, is it not supposed to even be about development also? If the people that you are saying that they have more representation, what have they done with their representation for development of their people?
Baba, look at that when they wanted to repeal or to alter that land use act. If we didn't have enough rep to do that, they will have repeat or concentration to that land use act too.
A positive impact. Can you mention one that 7 has done in the Northwest?
No,
Just give us example. Economic development in the Northwest with that 7 one additional state. Can you tell us what you achieve?
No. You know that economic impact that we are talking about now. It will now depend on individual. You cannot. Okay,
they have more people to in that.
You look at state now.
Let me even say this, Ola. Look at let's take Southeast. Even for example, if you are looking at everything in Southeast, supposed to be, because when you look at it, land in the term is 200-kilometer radius. That is the whole of Southeast. You understand? Look at the number of representatives that they have, the number, even the resources allocation that they are getting. That place supposed to be a whole region that is no more than a state. And what do you see there? What do you even see? So even having one to it.
I hear you, Simba. Just take the number of rep. Just take the number of rep in Southeast now, and let them just be one state. Then probably by now, they will have repealed the Land Use Act. They will have resettled. They will have created the situation of Kaduna South around the country. The water resources bill probably will have passed. The grazing route probably will have been in the country. So that's what I'm saying. Federal politics.
To your point, if you then grant a new state and they have senators and House of Rep members, when it comes to the contentious bill, don't you think that they're going to vote in favor of that bill?
If there's what?
If they have one more state in the Southeast, are they more likely to vote for or against and in that Kalu bill? Yes or no?
What's the Kanu bill? The Land Use Act?
Yeah.
Indigenous bill.
They will vote for it now.
No. I know exactly. I understand what you are talking perfectly when it comes to that, right? But when you look at those indigenous bill too, you have to go and look at those people that defeated that bill. You have to go and look at those people that defeated that bill. So we can't, we have to put it on numerous things. You understand? Those indigenous bill. See, ignorance is pushing those people. Now, some people want Lagos or whatever they like, because all those indigenous bill, if you ask me, I could be wrong. It was all about Lagos. It was all about Lagos.
Because people just Ola, you did a mistake. It was not about Lagos alone. It was not about the whole totality of Nigeria. Because the only region that migrates to other regions en masse in big numbers are the Southeasterners. You will see them more now in all the regions. So that will be
that will be another mistake of 1966.
So the issue now is that this kind of people, sometimes they don't want to go back to their home state sometimes. And so why not do indigenous bill so that they can have the same right as a local resident over there? So people will sit against it. So Simba was quite right that South is supposed to develop very fast because the land mass is very small. And they
I agree, but then if it like from that rep, you understand? I understand that of those bill. Just imagine if you pass that bill, and some people displace people from their land since 2015 from Benue State, from Jos, and you pass that bill because those people they've lived out on that land for 10 years. They are not indigenous of that place. That's how dangerous that bill was. All those people that were passing the bill, they focus on Lagos. But they are not even looking at those people that know how to misuse this more than them. Now you are paying ransom up and down.
Look at a state like Kaduna, Taraba, Benue, and some other fringe northern states. You will see each population of Southeasterners doing business over there. And some of them have been living there for more than. So what about those? So indigenous
Remy, I can tell you, Remy, in the next 50 years, even Fulani might even outnumber Igbo in Lagos.
because they keep
because
they
already,
keep on,
I think they are buying your land and they are relocating there.
No,
they are
the problem we're having with the Fulani is that they kept on pouring in from neighboring countries like Chad, like Niger, and the rest. They come on, but the moment we have that state police, everything will be checked into order. And then the federal government cannot concentrate their effort on which state is not policing very well. And mind you, even when they say state police should start today, I'm not guaranteeing you that 10 states, maybe we have 10 states that will be ready to go at once. I'm telling you the truth. Even in Southwest, I can only say maybe Lagos State will be ready. Probably Ogun. But the rest 4 states, I'm not sure that they will be ready as quickly as possible.
No,
I'm not totally sure.
You know, Yoruba land, they get a way of collaborating.
Sorry, Ola. I think we let us be ready to be going to background. Anybody that wants to come and join should come and join. The link is on the comment section. So very soon we'll be going to background.
You don't try. The thing almost reach 6 hours. So that's the mistake. So people sponsoring indigenous
let's be honest. If you're gonna give Anioma State, then we need our Ibadan State.
Of course, they will give everybody.
They
will give everybody.
No, because we need to expand too. So we're gonna need a part of Kwara and Kogi. We need to talk about that part too.
So
by last logic, it's about fairness and so let's go there too.
Once you give Ibadan State, look at Niger State now. Look at how big Niger State is now. All of a sudden, Niger State want to split into 3.5 states.
So why would you start it with that? I don't know when you know the way to file.
But you can't compare.
I'm talking that they need to balance